So this is our lovely little house that we started building a couple of days ago. It's very basic. We've decided to build up here by the obelisk because we're going to be gathering a lot of treasure on this playthrough. So I want to be able to teleport like home very easily. Plus we have a lift here. So if we visit Buccaneer Bay over there in that direction. Hello, Terry. How are you doing?
It's me.
It's you. Yeah, so Buccaneer Bay is just in that direction over there. So technically we could walk home with treasure if we want to. Heroic treasure. Other types of treasure you can just take in your inventory. And there is a little camp just over there. And there's this heroic treasure in that camp, which is great that we found, which is the, what is it called? Like a dragon idol situation. Now, earlier, I was like demonstrating to somebody whilst in creative mode. If you're in creative mode and you pick up a Lemurian statue, I'm going to show you for reference. If I interact with this whilst I'm in creative mode and I left click and place it, the one in my hands remains in my hands. Do you see this? And you'll be able to just duplicate it endlessly. That is fine until it's not. And, you know, you might be like, you might not want that, right? So if I press spacebar, it'll pick it up. So what I'm going to do is pick it up and drop it. And then pick it up. Wait. Interact. And drop it. This is the guy that we got from the crevice, which is nearby. Drop it here. Okay. Now, if I drop it, I got to hold E, interact. If I drop it in this area, it is not going to be counted towards my coffers and it will disappear. Okay, so if you take stuff into your little treasure room, which is marked by this chest here and that fellow, and you drop stuff on the floor, if you think it's disappearing into your foundations, it is just the fact that it hasn't been placed. You got to left click and place it. One of these is actually ours. Well, my mouse is like super sensitive today. Let's pick this up. So we should only have one left. I'm just going to place them here. Or drop them here, and we should see them disappear, basically. I ain't trying to cheat, friends. Wait, I come out of creative for a second. I'm not in any special modes yet. Take. Come on, friend. I wonder if the game thinks it's gone already. I'm holding down E. What is this? Is it because I'm not in creative? What is this? Okay. I don't know. It worked. I like spammed it. Hello everybody. Good to see you. Welcome everyone joining us. Or an elevator. Did I say lift? Elevator. Oh, we say lift a lot in the UK. Hello Lily. Restart, fixed your issue. Yes, not telling you my mods are wrong version, they're the right same version. So I had that earlier when I was updating the server mods, and one of them said queued, and all I did was just restart my whole game and then it fixed itself, so it's cool. And on that note, so yes, so I just wanted to say that these should disappear throughout the course of the day. We were talking about this yesterday. Some people had said that they had lost things, things had disappeared from their coffers. If you don't left click when you pick it up, I'm not in creative, so I should pick this up. This is the one I legitimately brought back. If I drop it, it will disappear. Okay, eventually. Why can I not pick you up? Okay, spamming. But if I left click and then you see this psychedelic kind of like cool effect, which marks the radius of our coffers. You see it extends out to that line. Anywhere within this range, if I place it by left clicking like that, then it will be counted in our coffers. You click on the dude to see it. So there you go. See, I have one of them included, right? All those other ones are in this like treasure area, but they're not included in the coffers. They're not going to be protected or counted, right? And so if you drop stuff inside your treasury, anywhere you drop these, even if it's in your land claim, they're going to disappear. And I noticed that because I was taking a thumbnail on the beta and I saw it poof disappear in front of my eyes with a little puff of smoke. So there you go. Just a little word of warning. One day I'll learn the fast elevators on that library shelf. Yeah, you just have to really farm the unnamed city, get a lot of like, or wine cellar, get a bunch of fragments of power, and then you can learn them. We haven't learned it yet, but there's only so much patience I have, so I just gave us a fast elevator instead of like a slow one. We crafted a normal one, so there you go. Cheetah! I know, it's outrageous. Sue me. Anyway, so what are we going to do today? So what have we done? We've made some benches. We've got ourselves an alchemist bench. We've got a firebolt cauldron over there. All basic early game stuff. A carpenter's bench. We've got a saddle bench because we made ourselves a saddle or whatever. We collected some horses and we made a basic saddle. We've got a smelter or furnace. We've got a blacksmith bench, armourer's bench, tanner's table, tannery, and a large campfire. Okay, I think that's all that we've got in here. I haven't made myself a bed yet. I've only got this basic bedroll. I didn't swear. I was going to say crappy, but I can say crappy. So let's make ourselves a bed. And if we make ourselves a bed, then we can just place bedrolls wherever we want around the world. And the last one that we place will delete all the previous ones. Look at the sky. Isn't this gorgeous? Like they've changed the way night looks quite substantially. It looks gorgeous, I think. Look at the little twinkly stars. Okay. You know I love this game. How are you all doing? What are you all up to today? You're going to be playing on the server. Did I mention the server? So our community server, if anybody would like to join it. If you want to join our community server, just join our Discord. I'm going to link that in the chat. You'll see the chat in if you're on Twitch. Otherwise, just come to my Twitch channel, twitch.tv/Annabriella, and you'll see a link to the Discord. Come and watch and you'll get Twitch drops as well. But yeah, join the Discord, go to the pinned messages in the Conan Exiles channel, and you'll see joining instructions to join our server. All I ask is that you join the Discord, and that's it. But it's PvE, and it's modded exactly the same as my game here, except we do also have Pippi for server management. It's like, I don't know how anybody runs a server without Pippi. And you can see, if you're on Steam, you can see my list of mods that I have on my game here. I have Hossav's UI mod, which changes the appearance top left-hand corner of my screen. You can see more information on my UI. I can also see damage numbers and things like that when I fight enemies, or when I receive damage. Barbarian Barber just gives me more hair options, which I really, really enjoy. There's a loads of hair options in the game. Shapes and colours. There's like, 206 different hairstyles. So whatever your flavour, you can change it accordingly. Okay, the reason I have this interface here is because of improved quality of life, which is down here. I'll tell you that one before we talk about immersive armour. Improved quality of life, if I shift an M in game, or when I start the game and I start to create my character, have a bunch of different appearance options. You can edit your crimes. There's a bunch of sliders. So there is like obviously a chest slider generally in the game, but you can change like other dimensions. Male or female, you can change other dimensions, hips, broader and stuff like that. For example, you can just kind of adjust them a little bit. You can go kind of crazy depending on your server settings, and it's kind of fun. I also like it because I can edit my thralls. This person here, let me just quickly make it daytime so it's easier to see. There you go. This lady here, if I hold E and I click on this, I can change her appearance however I like. This was actually a dude that we found in the game, and we changed her yesterday to Stephanie. But yeah, you can completely edit the way she looks. You can transfer your character's looks onto them, or their looks onto you. It's brilliant. It's really fun. If you played the game for a long time, it's like super fun to be able to do that. Okay, that's quality of life. Immersive armor gives you a bunch of transmoggable clothing options, right? So if you click on gear in the admin panel, you can just look at this huge list of them. All of these with this border from immersive armor. Super, like, loads of them for free. Just loads and loads of like transmoggable options and some fun stuff as well. More than I've even kind of gotten into, but they don't have any benefits apart from just appearance. You can have like accessories, you can have nail varnish and things like that, jewelry, and it will give you this extra sort of area here where you can kind of apply like nails or something, or like red nails or like belts, and layer up kind of different pieces. It's really fun. Okay, that's immersive armor. Better thralls. You can have more thralls following you without using war party. So if you play single player and you want like 5 people following you around, You can do if you like to be like a war party running around, and then you don't even have to use war party. And then you can also use, if you want to, it's very powerful, you can also use well-trained perk as well whilst using that. So I'm not doing that at the moment. I want to use just the base game kind of things. I don't want to make it easier for myself or whatever, or more difficult. I just want it to be a vanilla kind of experience in terms of fighting, damage and threat, that kind of thing. And there's a couple of other features in Better Thralls. You can have, you can make it, Warcry is very handy. So you can hold down T. This is updated. No prisoners. Thralls will use lethal weapons. This has changed today. Bring them to me alive. Thralls will use non-lethal weapons. I wonder if this works. We might have to test this. So within Better Thralls, you can have it so that if you have a truncheon and a weapon in your Thralls inventory, depending on which weapon you've got equipped, if you've got a weapon equipped, or if you've got a truncheon equipped, they should switch accordingly. So can I get her to follow me? So I haven't got it turned on yet, have I? Let's do it. Tab, Better Thralls. Force Truncheon. Let's turn it on.
Hello there.
And save. And then, does it work automatically? Do I have to like close the game or something? She should switch. I put one in her hand. Kind of make it work. What about now? There you go. So when it works, it is amazing. I'm going to be interested to see how reliable it is. But this would be so cool in the base game. But this is from Better Thralls. Like, how many times have you lost a thrall in an NPC camp because you had to run out to stop your thrall from killing Delincia or Leonil or the named blacksmith you were looking for, you know? So yeah, so that's kind of cool. But we have to test to see how well it's working. I don't know if anybody's kind of reported because it's only just updated today. So that's Better Thralls. What else did I want to tell you about it? Also, one thing that I really like about it. So Warcry is very handy. Warcry is very handy. The thing I was going to tell you is you can say, go away, and they will move. They're supposed to move away from where you are. Stephanie, can we move over here for a second? It didn't work yesterday either, actually. It's supposed to make them... There you go. So if you're like trapped in a little space or something, or you're at the top of your lift, you've just teleported up there, and the thrall is waiting right next to you. She's standing right here. Come on, Steph. Right here. There you go. And then if I do this, go away, you can actually move out. It's not so bad with a horse because you can actually just mount the horse if you have to. But sometimes you don't want to mount the horse, right? Thank you for that, Stephanie. Let's get her back in the house. Hello, everybody joining us. Sorry I'm like monologuing. I'm just kind of running through these mods at the moment, and we'll kind of get back into chat. Just want to kind of finish going through this list so people understand what we're using. Can I get you to stand here, madam? So she can path to me now because I removed the chronology. And the other thing that I really like about Better Thralls is healing. Okay, so if I put potions in her inventory, like the usual potions, any potions, weak aloe, whatever, when she takes damage, healing, there we go. When she takes damage, once her health gets below 90%, she'll start drinking potions on a 5-second cooldown until she gets to 100 HP, right? You just have to toggle that on. I love it. It has saved some thralls. If they get hit, it'll still interrupt the healing that they receive, but it's really cool. Especially if you have 2 thralls because of War Party. That's really, really good. Also, you can pick up thralls and pets from it. So if I wanted to put her in a box, because I was so inclined. But you can, you know, if you say you've got a server, you've got like a 55 cap. What is it called? 55 follower cap, right? and you find new thralls, but you don't want to like break bonds with thralls. You just want to kind of keep them as like, you know, because they don't count towards your cap. If you have them in a box, you can pick them up and put them away, right? Same as animals. So if I have like 4 horses or whatever, and I want to put them in a fridge because I feel like putting my horses in a fridge sounds so silly, but you can do that, right? So it's a great mod. I really like it. Fashionist, I don't use a huge amount. The one thing I use it for is for hiding my helmet. You can just very easily just click to hide your helmet. You can also use it to transmog your armor without having to use thaumaturgy or any benches. You just drag whatever piece you want to transmog onto there. I don't think I have anything. Do I have any clothes available? Let me demonstrate with this, as I quite often do. There we go. If you like this particular... This is from the Debaucheries of Decketo DLC, which is a favourite of mine. Because it's a warm day. Feet. There we go. Can unhide that. It's freaking wonderful. Can I... Why is my sensitivity so incredibly high today? Can I just click on this one box? There we go. Okay, wait. There we go. What else are we missing? Hands. Ankles. Bracelets. Oh, we've already said... Yeah, there we go. There you go. So now we are like transmogged with no effort whatsoever, right? Which is cool. Cool. So let's stick to the... Can I undo it? And I can untick it if I want to. You can like toggle between them. There you go. Hide that. Awesome. So there you go. Also with war paints, if you have some really nice war paints in the battle pass, say here, she looks really cool. I like her war paint, but I probably wouldn't want her war paint on her face, right? Otherwise the rest of it looks kind of nice. You can hide just the head if you want to, or like whichever part, if you don't want the war paint on her hands. Also, you can change the colour and things. It's really cool. Really, really like it. Sorry, console friendos. I've been there before. I know it's tough without mods. Okay, then we've got armor and weapon stats in bench. So you can see when I click on this armor here, it tells me in the bench that it gives me 15 carry capacity. I would love this in game. This would be really helpful. But it tells me the armor value, the weight, it tells me it's light armor, it tells me carry capacity. That is freaking wonderful. Same as in the blacksmith bench. Tells you all the details that you want to know. Okay, love that. Then we've got Unlock Plus. Unlock Plus is basically like craft from containers, okay? Ooh. Okay, that's why this is here. Let me pick something else. Why is this? Okay, if I click on something. So you see here, if I click on this thing here, I want to make a katana. I don't know if I have enough iron. Where did I keep my iron? I can never keep track of it. I can click the number of the mats I want and just click to pull through the stuff. Also, when you're building, you can, if I wanted to make one of these, you can bind the key. So I've bound it to caps lock. When I press caps lock, it'll pull the items that I need in the from the benches or for the boxes. It's so helpful, honestly. So that's Unlock Plus. And then Akuba Salon is basically another hair mod, basically. And it just gives us some like African texture hairstyles, which is suggested to be by a member of our community, which is great for your thralls and for yourself. Looks really cool. Very nice. There you go. That's all the mods I've got on the game. It was a long list of stuff, but I kind of wanted to go through it for you. Welcome everybody. It's good to see you all. Let's have a little catch up on chat. I finished monologuing for a minute. Missed the night. You missed the night time? Never. Oh, I see. Happy that it's changed again. Although it's not quite like pitch black anymore around your feet, at least. Never been able to get that. Oh, what fast elevators? Do you have any events? Oh, do you mean on the servers? Can I make purges harder by collecting more treasure? Because I don't see any point to collect treasures. Yes, the purpose of the treasure is because in chapter 2, you're going to be, based on the value of the treasure that you have, you're going to be able to summon better purges. more valuable purchase. So you want to hoard your treasures in chapter 1. That's it. And then in chapter 3, we're going to get PvE sieges. So we'll be sieging, rather than have NPCs come to our house, our base, we'll be going to siege a fortress, a PvE fortress. So kind of cool. It's basically kind of putting PvP mechanics into PvE, which is awesome, I think, really. But optional, opt-in, you don't have to do it if you don't want to, which I think is brilliant. It's just extra gameplay. More enemies will come and raid you for more bounty. Exactly, and they're going to come and target your treasure room and try to leave with it, and you can stop them. It sounds fun. I'm really excited about it. It's very cool. It's glorious. Send your thrall into aggro everything, then while it's being a tank, you knock out the specific one you want. Yeah, it's really cool. Rob, thank you for the follow. Yes, Cam. Hello, teacher. How you doing? I'm a noob. How do you show those adjustments on the left? How do you show those adjustments on the left? These things here, these are mods. Is that what you're talking about? These things here? Yeah. If you're playing on Steam, you can see the full list of mods at any time. If you kind of forget or whatever. Mods Conan. Okay, it will always be an up-to-date list. So you can see the list of mods. And it's very easy to mod this game via Steam. You just go click on the workshop tab, have a browse for the things that you want, subscribe to them in Steam, and then you can see on the launcher, you'll be able to kind of transfer them across to your game. There you go. But there's loads of tutorials online as well. Yes, you need to download the mods. The gold bikini's coming out, yes. It's very warm today. Maybe it will. Did, but it doesn't show when I open the inventory. I did, but it doesn't show when I open the inventory. You need to transfer them across. You don't just subscribe to them. You've got to put them in your game using the launcher. Have you done that, Minecraft? I was wondering how you don't wear that as you did all winter. Now it's hot outside. You're fully geared. And we just haven't done it yet, honestly. I've been kind of hectic. Primal Soul, thank you for the follow. Adar Brent, thank you for the follow as well. Welcome everybody who's joining us. Pedro, welcome. On the community server, are there any events like jousting PvP events? The server is vanilla PvE, but with quality of life mods. I haven't added any extra things to it, Bulwark. Hello, Bothico. Hello. Welcome. Got a question about golems. I bought one with an axe arm and placed him amongst some trees. Put some wood in the harvest inventory at the bottom, but the ding-dong, I love it, isn't doing anything, just standing there. Am I missing something? Is it bugged? I don't know. It might be, Bothico. Has anybody else had any issues with golems in this new, like, age? I have seen, so obviously they have changed some of the AI for thralls, so there might be some, like, teething issues at the moment. Has anybody else used their, like, harvesting thralls? Are they doing the right things? Oh, it is so warm in here. And let me drink some ice water. Discovered AWS via your stream yesterday. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm glad you're enjoying it. Honestly, it was suggested by chat, so thank you to chat too. I'm going to pour some more water. Is the Thrall AI better these days? Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, they're constantly working on it and tweaking it. Recently, in this most recent update, they have changed it so that when you go into a big NPC camp, you're going to hear some ASMR ice here in a minute if I'm not careful, splashing into this cup. They have changed it so when you go into like Azagarth or like a big NPC camp, you don't get the entire camp jumping on you because they've changed things like stamina usage and damage and things like that. So, but obviously there'll be some kind of tweaks over the next few weeks, I imagine, if anything's not working as intended. So go and play and give feedback if anything's not kind of like, it feels a bit too strong or a bit too weak. Oh. You can unbug your golem from standing there to make it follow you. It will also stop if your inventory's full. That's good advice. Yeah, if its inventory's full, it will stop harvesting, definitely. Arena DLC has a war banner that makes a small area of PvP so you can have a PvE on server. But that's players' bulwark. Any player can place a PvE battle standard. That's up to you. If you want to make a little arena section, you can do that yourself. Absolutely. That's not for like server owners necessarily. Oh. Wood golem works well, but my iron rock golem barely harvests. Interesting. Yeah. Yep. Thank God for ice water. Honestly, it's so hot. I Also, I think there might be football on today. And there's like, might hear the odd person chanting outside at some point. Hopefully it doesn't get picked up on the mic. All right. How are we doing over on Steam? Hello, everybody watching on Steam. If you're wondering, this is live right now. Let me 07 in the chat so you can see. Hello, everybody. Test, test, test. I see you. I see you, people. Did it show up? Did it do it? Squirrel. Does it not let me type in my own chat? Anyway, hello, everybody. We're live currently on twitch.tv/ there it is, Anna Briella. And there are Twitch drops at the moment. So if you want to come and watch on Twitch, you can get a rock nose figurine, and you can also get a comparison for your horse, which is this. I'll show you. Comparison, which I would like to make today. This is it. Midnight comparison. This is a new type of saddle that they've introduced. I think it's like a medieval kind of thing. It's like a saddle with like a dust sheet for your horse, but it's a means to display your emblem in game, right? So we have clan emblems. Maybe that's a good time to show you clan emblems, actually. Oh, it's so warm in here. Goodness me. There we go. Clan emblem workbench. Let's make one of these. I'm not in creative. Okay. Clan. We've got the clan tab here, so I just need some wood. Now I do have my unlock plus mod. Oh, create a clan. I've got to make a clan first. All right. What do we call ourselves, chat? Come on, give me some TOS safe clan names. What should we do? Give me some suggestions, Twitch people. Nice. I tried to have it follow me before, but put it back where it was, but no change. Inventory is empty. I don't know, Bothico. I would, as long as it has the right weapon and it's the kind of like golem that will collect that type of stuff. Windows United. Wallets of turds. Twitch people. Valyria. I was finally able to place the blood crystal rock nose statue yesterday. Nice. Haven't been able to do so since I got it. Oh, I see. I should be able to place that too, actually. Because I think I finally claimed that one. Windows United. Dungeon of Wealth. We were turd wallets on the beta. What should we do? Should we be Fireflies, which is our like community name? There we go. Block clan invites. Oh yeah, just in case anybody like turns up. See if anyone's gonna single player. Okay, perfect. So let's get ourselves the materials. Do we not have enough wood? We do have wood, so I should be able to make this. Yeah, there we go. We are running out of space. So what do I want to... maybe we'll put it over here. Should we put it in the center while we're doing this? Why is my sensitivity so incredibly high today? What's going on with my mouse? Alright, so this is the clan emblem workbench. Okay. So based on which emblem, which like elements that you have, there's some in the base game, and then there are some in the battle pass, and there will probably be some eventually in the bazaar, I imagine. I don't know. But yes, different decorations. So you choose a foreground image. I've chosen a horse here, which you can't see. Let me give it some colour and some saturate hue. So these were automatically like higher than this before, and then the same 0 saturation it starts at. Why is my mouse so sensitive? There we go. Maybe I just need to change my sensitivity in game actually. Sensitivity. Nope, that hasn't done it. I could just change it in my mouse software. Aim mode sensitivity. Oh, it's just my mouse, isn't it, really? Hold on a second. Let's rectify this because it's going to drive me crazy. Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Bum, 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 bum. Let's change to 550. Okay. That's a bit better. There we go. It's a bit softer. Turn up saturation. Turn up the hue. There you go. Okay, so we choose the horse. What kind of colour do I want? Maybe this. We need a lot more saturation. There we go. So foreground, we just pick a colour for ourselves. There you go, that's nice and bright. And then we can pick ourselves a background. Let's make sure we turn saturation up to max. We can have like a checkerboard. We can have this like half and half, another half and half different direction, different like, I don't know, quadrants, a peak, I guess, and then more. And then we've got all these different ones that are going to be battle pass, I guess. And yeah, some of these are in this current battle pass, aren't they? And that's it so far. Yeah. So they're going to, they'll obviously just add them over time. I kind of like that one. So you won't be able to save it if you don't have it. What should we use? I think, did we do this one on the beta? And we can pick a colour. Some kind of contrasting colour. We can change the hue of it. So this one I want to be purple. I'm never going to get the colour back that I wanted. There you go, that's the perfect colour. So I want to keep that one, and the background hue could make it like that kind of colour. What does this do? Ooh, that's like this, I guess, is also saturation, so we can have it in like black if we've got no colour whatsoever. Grey. I kind of like that, honestly. We can change the hue of that. What do we go for? Maybe like that. Hello everybody. Hi DJ, how you doing? How far of the trees from him is his inventory full? Yeah. In the abilities it says harvest trees. Feel like I'm missing something if it works for others. I wonder, Bothico. Have you held down E and tried to see if the resource collection is enabled? I didn't play the game in 2 weeks. Yeah. Hello zombie, how you doing? Try looking in all obions. All right. Okay, should we stick with this one? I don't know how to I can't decide on the background colour. Maybe I want to make it like grey or something. Maybe like a purple horse with a grey background. Bum 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 bum. Ba-da-dum bum 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 bum. I can't decide. I've got decision paralysis. It's an issue. That's kind of clear at least. Okay, so let's assume we're going to go with that. Let's just assume. You can make it like, you know, if you have like a particular armor color that you really like, you can have it kind of in that sort of style. I'm probably going to wear a lot of like black and white, honesty, so it doesn't matter too much. I kind of like that. At least it stands out. So you can edit what level of member of your clan can edit the emblem, right? So if you have a new person in your team, you don't want to be, you know, changing this around. Can I unclick that? Yeah. So currently only the leader of the clan can edit it. Now, whoever makes this needs to have the emblem elements that they want. But as long as the person creating the emblem has these elements, that has, you know, so if it's like summon the battle pass or something, as long as that person has it, everybody will have this in the clan. Okay. So let's apply it. There you go. So now this is our clan emblem. I'm going to have to fix my sensitivity now because all it's done is make it. Let's turn it up a bit. Oh my. Okay, it's fine. Everything's fine. So there we go. So now we have an emblem, which I have to give. Hold on, let me fix my sensitivity a little. It's driving me potty. Let's put it on like 0.5 or something. That's a bit better, okay? So now we have an emblem. Now, if I make decorations, Can't do it in here, can I? This is just for the emblem itself. So, is it the artisan bench? I bet it is. Decorations. Clan. Okay, clan. So you can make a banner. Now, I don't have any silk yet. Maybe we get some silk today. We haven't found any spooders. We could go get ourselves the Nemedian helmet if we wanted to. The Nemedian helmet doesn't obviously repair legendaries or epic items. Legendaries or unique items, but it will still repair epics and regular items. Anything that's kind of craftable by you. Let's put Stephanie back over here. White horse on the white background looks very clean, yeah. I like this one. This looks kind of fresh. Korkan, thank you for the follow. Korchan. Sonic, thank you for the follow too. Black and yellow. When you change it at the table, it adjusts to where it's used, so you can change it later. That's true. Checking the options, can't find enable resource collection. I hope it works out for you, Bothico. These haven't disappeared yet, have they? I wonder if it'll... We'll have to see when this happens. So, silk. We need spooders. Well, we are in the jungle, so we could go search for some spooders. Where are the nearest ones? I think there's some, like, over here, aren't there? There's, like, a big spider garden. We could also go and attune the obelisk, like, over here if we wanted to. There's loads of spiders in that area. What should we do? We could go to Buccaneer Bay, and then go past that to the spider area and unlock the obelisk. That seems like a reasonable thing to do. We've got a horse now. Probably get killed, chat, honestly. So let's take these out. Let's smelt everything. And we'll make a bed so we can put down bedrolls in case we get killed. Because we're in light armour at the moment. And we're still pretty early on in the game. Smelt all our iron. We also could do with getting some steel fire or brimstone today. So we can make some... I'd like to make the steel reinforcements so we can make a comparison for ourselves. Can't repair armour with a repair kit once it's completely broken. But I could learn it and just repair it if I wanted to, I suppose. Maybe we'll do that to give ourselves some more carry capacity. Dum 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 dum. Da da dum 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 dum. Put our mats in here. We can use them because of Unlock Plus. Without having to go in the boxes. I freaking love that. So helpful. Oh. Assume you're able to put your clan emblem on banners, flags around your base. Yeah, when you change it in this bench, it will automatically change on all the things around your base. Automatically. And everything on your clan. Whilst your friends are out and about, if you change this, it should change, if they're in a clan, it should change their armor and their comparisons and stuff like that. So, okay. God, I'm like, where was I going with this? What was I going to do? I was putting stuff away. We were going to go get ourselves... I could do with some aloe as well. Where is my best aloe source around in the jungle, chat? There is a lot up here. Maybe we go... Okay, so maybe we go up there, harvest a bunch of aloe, go to here, attune the obelisk, kill the spiders, come back, go to Buccaneer Bay. And remember to go to the pub at the end of it or something. Shauna did reference. I don't... Yeah. Go to the Winchester for a swift half. Whatever it is he says. Yeah, because I really need, like, heals more than anything else. I've got myself a sickle. I'm going with an iron katana at the moment. I've got 2 of them in case they run out of durability while I'm out and about. I've got some iron daggers as well. We could do with getting a thrall today. We've got this tier 1 lady. We just knocked her out because, you know, she was a tier 1. Okay, horsey. Follow me. Let's go. I'm going to give you these orbs. We can throw them at people. Let's go. Do I have enough water? And I have snacks. Do I have food? No. So I did make a thrall pot yesterday, so we could store stuff. It's like a kind of a janky, cheap, early game fridge, isn't it? Let's just cook a bunch of steaks. Have crafting on really fast, but they have sped up crafting and thrall taming without even using a mod or increasing your speed, which is really cool. Excellent. Yeah, it is good. It is good. Yeah, I really want the horse comparison, but I mean, I don't think we'll get any steel reinforcements from enemies at Buccaneer Bay. We just need either 5 pieces of steel, or actually 10 pieces of steel, or we need 5 steel reinforcements to make the comparison from the Twitch drop. Let's grab our snacks. I'm not going to take this tier 1 thrall with me because she's just going to die. And, you know, that'll just be sad. So we're going to take the horsey, who's going to be alright. We're going to look after him. So, aloe first. Let's go get aloe. And then we'll go to the spooders at the, what's it called? At the obelisk. Attune the obelisk. And then go to Buccaneer Bay. Job's a good one. Using map room and then being able to get on a horse and ride home with friend on a rip is the best. Yeah, so God, they fixed it. Okay. I did press play on this earlier. This is our crafter person. I think I'm supposed to put him on a workbench. I haven't made my thaumaturgy bench yet. So, all right. Let's go. If you really want the comparison, we can close our eyes. Nah, I'd like to make it legitimately. But I appreciate it. Appreciate the sentiment. We say hello to Steam, friendos. If you're watching on Steam, by the way, and listening, this is actually live. It's not a recording. Hello, hello. Let me say 07 in the chat. We're currently on twitch.tv/Annabriella if you want to come and get some Twitch drops. It's a rock nose figurine and a comparison, which is like a saddle with a dust sheet for your horse, which is actually really nice. I'm making it sound terrible. It's actually really nice, and you'll be able to show your clan emblem on it. Let's make sure I'm not in God or Cloak. All right, horsey. Don't die today, will you? So let's ride to this bit over here. This is where the Sobek cave is, and this patch here has a huge amount of aloe. And it's not too far, is it? Let's run along the beach, get into some scrapes. Wait, let me turn back to Twitch chat. There we go. Listen here, birdie. Don't mess with me. Sorry. God, I didn't kill a bunny. Didn't do it. Right, I might harvest that dude because I want to get his volatile gland. We may as well warm up on these birds a little bit. I'm doing an agility grit build on this playthrough because that's what I was doing on the beta, and I really enjoyed it. It was great. Let's use this up. So we're working towards that currently. I'm going to go max agility, max grit, 1 authority, 2 vitality, 1 expertise. That's what I'm working towards here. There we go. Let's harvest these friendos with our cleaver. Stamina, it's not bad. Yeah, it's people are like, oh, I'm uninstalling the game on YouTube. By the way, if you haven't checked out my YouTube channel, it's at Annabriella on YouTube. I've got a bunch of Conan guides over there. Yeah, lots of people are like, oh, I'm uninstalling the game and things, but I was like, you give it a go. It's actually really fun. You know, if you like doing the damage, I think you're going to really enjoy the combat update, you know. Super fun. I like soloing bosses, you know. I'm going to do a bunch of soloing bosses. I may as well kill this dude as well because, gimme. Is he dead? Yeah. Bird's doing work for us. And we need the ichor as well. But I'm trying to get the volatile glands for later when we're ready to harvest star metal. There we go. Should we quickly cook up this food? Just while we can. It won't rot in my inventory. I'm going to keep the exquisite meat just for... we've got some panthers up at our place, just above here. Do I have anything to burn? Squirrel. Let me get some wood. Yeah, we've got some cats up there, panthers. And I'd like to have like a bunch of greater panthers kind of just protecting us. And... Shinrin, welcome back. Thank you so much for 8 months. Holy potatoes. Squirrel. It's incredible how quickly time goes. Thank you so much, Shinrin. Appreciate you. You're doing well today. Yeah, so I'd like to have like a bunch of graters, and exquisite meat is good for converting panthers to graters. Let's just cook this up. We can snack. We get snacky when we fight. Do you know what I mean? I'm trying to keep the heads so that I can squish them and make blood for my blood sausages for the cats, which is going to be a good HP food. It's going to give them 10 heals per second, which is really good. Hello, Ditzy. I thought you said you had some pampers up the hill, not panthers. Maybe that's what I said, Ditzy. How dare you assume? Yeah. Panthers, definitely. Scream at me, thank you for the follow.
Hello there.
I don't know, yes. Does that translate into all countries? Yes. It was definitely panthers. Hello, Burden, how you doing? Good to see you. What are you all up to today? Are you playing the game? Our community server is now up and working. I've updated all the mods. We have 10 mods on it. People are overly dramatic. Yeah, they are. Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. I mean, you know, people, you know, it's your favorite game. You like playing the way you like it. You don't like change, but you know, there's been a bunch of changes and we're still here, aren't we? You know, because it's such a good, it's like it's a fun game. You have like so much time in the game. Give it a go. It's fun, right? All right. Let's go tune the obelisk, kill some spooders, get some gossamer, and then we can make all of the things. Just like to mention now, yes, do join the Discord, so you don't have to be a subscriber. Everyone is welcome. Da-dum. Doo-doo. Da-da-da-dum. So just, I play on a wide FOV. Somebody suggested on the server, on the Discord yesterday, that I use a mod so I can play with a wide FOV but without a fisheye effect. I'm doing quotation marks. Do you guys like get dizzy from the FOV from my stream, or is it just when you play, if you play with a wide FOV? Because I'm used to this. It doesn't affect me negatively, and I really like to be able to see, you know, my surroundings. I like it particularly for battle. I find it really helpful to be able to see everything that's happening. Anybody who's like suddenly caught on that I'm here and wants to aggro to me. Where are we going? We're going to this like strip over here, so let's move in this direction.
Even with blood sausage, I think you'll still go 2-0 for Fuendo losses.
Oh no! Thank you for the bits. How dare you? Our kitty is gonna survive. Adapt and survive. Yeah, adapt and survive, exactly. Definitely. Looks good to me. Good. Never noticed. Good. I do notice when I switch back to console, I notice we are very close to the camera, and I forget about that, and I think it can be a bit jarring if you're not used to like such a wide FOV. But yeah, I like it. It's just kind of, just want to see more of the game, really. Tis good. Is everything all right volume-wise? You can hear the game, you can hear me well, etc. Never noticed it. Good. Let me have some water while we ride. Yep. It's a hot day. I don't know if we can even call this a heat wave or if this is just like British summer now. But it's like, yeah, it's kind of crazy. Coming in loud and clear. Excellent. Thank you for confirmation. Am I safe here? Let's go. Let's make a left. Yep. Avoid the snakes. We could kill those snakes and get there. I assume they give us Ica, right? Is that's Slithering Beach, isn't it? Is it? I think so. Audio seems good. Good. Hello, everybody on Steam. How are you doing today? Come watch us on Twitch if you want to get some Twitch drops. Twitch.tv/Annabriella. We've got a Rocknose, what is it called? Rocknose figurine, which was offered in like last chapter very briefly, but there was some issues, so they kind of postponed it till now. So you've got a chance to get that again. And we've also got a comparison, which is like a, what is it? Like a saddle with like a dust sheet for your horse where you can display your emblem. I'm like really making it sound terrible, and it's really fun. And we're going to try and make one of those today. Cull, welcome. Thank you for the follow. Gummy rock nose. Does it look like a gummy bear? I haven't made one actually. We need to do. We haven't done any decorating in the house yet. On the suddenly like lose energy because it's so warm. We haven't done any decorating on our little house yet, so we're gonna have to do that. I'm not going to fight the Sobek people right now, chat. I know you're going to be very surprised and disappointed that at level 29 in this light armor with iron tools, I'm not going to fight them. But we're not going to die today. Well, we'll probably die today. I also didn't bake my bed, which unfortunately... Get yours, yes. Absolutely. There's the white tiger. Let's avoid the white tiger boss. Look at these cats. They're so cuddly. They just want to say hello. It's really quite a friendly area. They're just very keen to greet us. Ooh, okay, I'm fine here. Screw you all. Yeah. See? He's so excited. He's like making Tarzan noises. Excellent. Lurking on and off, hope you're good. With the update, it's now focused less on using thralls, so they die quick and hit like noodles. No, not managed to get one myself. So I used a Delincia very briefly on the beta, and then I started killing things myself and really got into it, and kind of found a build that I really liked with like max agility, max grit. And I did also replace the max agility with max strength, and that was also fine. And so I just kind of was having a lot of fun killing bosses solo. Plus with the Steel Feud perk in max grit, you'll only get 25%, you only lose 25% of your health in one hit. So you can recover pretty well, you can roll well. I really like it. But we will have to really test followers. I have heard people say that their followers are dying a lot more easily. Where's all this? Okay, there's loads of aloe around here. I'm just riding through it. Okay, aloe harvesting montage begins, but without the speed up or the music. Because we're live. Iron versus Sobek. Yeah. Doable, right? Definitely doable. That's a challenge for me. I could do that at some point. Maybe not today while I'm like... Maybe I have to be like firing on all cylinders, you know, not like overly warm Anna. I do get motion sickness playing Conan sometimes, especially spinning a lot. Really don't get motion sickness IRL though. Couldn't play Conan while I was pregnant with my daughter because the motion sickness was worse playing. Actually got sick. God, they passed. So I wonder if the changes to snap points might have helped for that, because I know that that could be an issue. Because there's now like multiple snap points on large enemies. Like this guy, there's only one, but like on an elephant, you can choose the snap point. I wonder if that's helped people. That's a very specific question, I suppose. Hello, Relentless. Hello. Good to see you. Runebar, hello. Never know, welcome, lovely. How are you doing today? How's your Saturday? Yes, our server is up and running after a lot of like mods updating. So if you are like a member of our community server and you want to kind of hop back on and play, it is now back up and running. We took like a couple of days to just let it update, because otherwise it's just going to be like constant restarts and interruptions. Can I make a torch for myself? A bit of wood. Let's get a bit of wood. And if anybody here would like to join our server, just join our Discord. If you're watching on Steam, just pop over to twitch.tv/Annabriella and you'll see a link to our Discord. I can't give it to you in Steam. I mean, I guess I could post it in the chat, but and then you can just go to the Conan channel, look at the pinned messages in the Discord, and you'll see joining instructions. There you go. Whew, lots of speaking. Let's make a few torches. I usually carry a few rounds so I don't have to repair them. Oh, hello, sir. Oh, hello. Now, I don't have a strength weapon. Normally, I would recommend using... Okay, my heavy attack is definitely better. A hammer is really, like, best for these guys. Stone maul or something. Even without any points in their strength, because he's heavily armoured. And the armour pen is really helpful. But we can still kill him. There you go. And he should just give me stone, I reckon. Yeah. There we go. So not a lot of benefit. Let's equip a torch. There we go. Now we can see what we're doing. I could do with a... so I should really carry around a short sword, because if it's nighttime and I get into a scrape, then I can at least fight enemies, yeah. So I might carry around a short sword with me at all times. It's still an agility weapon. I do really like the katana. I just think it's really cool. It's really cool and really, like... It is really, like, good against enemies. Is it an RP server? It's just a friendly community server. PvE, everything about it is vanilla, but there are 10 mods. But the mods are like quality of life, right? So there's no like changes to law or anything like that. It's just a completely... I want you to have like an official server experience, but with some kind of like quality of life. There you go. That's it. And I always try and kind of curate the mods so it's the same as my stream game. So we have like the same kind of experience. There you go. Hello, sir. So this guy, I'm going to fight him with my short sword. There we go. There you go. You take your shoes, because I'm mean. Let's skin him, because we always need a bit of hide. It can, yeah, I mean, it can be RP if you want it to be. You can do whatever you want, really. You know, be respectful of other people and don't build next to others, right? That's my biggest rule is people, somebody said it very well on the Discord, that people can unintentionally kind of grief others by building too close. And I just don't want that. So keep your distance, be, you know, be friends, not neighbours or whatever, you know, be respectful. God, I've got too much stuff. It's probably all this meat, isn't it? Let's just drop it. Bum-ba-da-da-dum. Also don't need gruel on me. Maybe I don't harvest anybody's skin. I guess the heads are heavy, aren't they? Let's get rid of the heads. Just toggle between these, the vines, burlap patches. Shouldn't have brought those with me. Anyone else like that? You're like, how am I so... Oh, yeah, I have like 500 vines. remove the magic. I don't have control over that Calypso. Don't need to be sent in the corner where I live here. Katana has some cool animations. Yeah, enjoy corner cookies. What did I miss? Corner Nephenor. It's not hammer time. Oh god. Birdie, thank you for the follow. If you're experiencing motion sickness while playing Conan, I suggest 3 things. Disable motion blur, reduce camera turn sensitivity, and most importantly, cap your frame rate to 90 or lower. Yeah. Happy Cat's Day. Motion turned off, also VSync. You've got toffee crunch ice cream. Nephenol, that sounds so good. Relentless, thank you for the follow if I didn't say so. You've heard... I mean, if you don't like using sorcery, just don't use it, Calypso. Absolutely. You've heard of bridge trolls. I'm a corner troll. Yeah, the corner is like this place where people who make really bad dad jokes get sent. And apparently there are cookies there, but they're contraband, right? It's a bit of a meme here on the channel. Just started happening to me on the server I'm on. Been in this spot for like 4 or 5 months, and this person just started building towards me. Yeah, it's irritating. I think the one thing that could really like ruin an experience on a server is like people building really close to you. Indeed, absolutely. Yeah, that is like the only real negative experiences I've had on like official servers. Is when people kind of just suddenly set up on your beach and you're like, oh god, I was going to build there. I was going to make a fishing hut and this kind of thing, you know. Assume people are going to expand and just be respectful. And then you don't end up needing to like spam foundations everywhere around like an NPC camp, that kind of thing, you know. We've all been there, right? If you've played this game for a while, you've had your experience ruined by that. So on our server, it's just kind of keep your distance, you know. That's it. Remove sorcery by not getting the tomb. Yeah, don't learn sorcery. If you don't want to do the magic stuff, don't learn it. Don't use it. It's your choice. It's wonderful. Never worry about bringing extra items because I'm always, oh, you're always on a full encumbrance. How many of you are always like full encumbrance so you could just hoard as much as you want to? I wonder. I hate spending points in encumbrance because I want to do as much damage as possible. Let me drink some water because our character's thirsty. Our thirsty is character, apparently. Let's eat a steak as we get snacky on the road. I just want to really fill up on aloe so I can make potions constantly, and this is such a great spot for it. This is where we are, by the way, if you wonder. What is it? J7. Huge amount of aloe in this area. Obviously, if you're along Noob River, down the bottom, down here, there's loads of aloe around there. There's also aloe all the way along, like, this river here. All along, like, the waterways, generally speaking. But yeah, this is just a good spot that is an old favourite of mine. I'm a stereotypical RPG pack rat. Are you? Ah, basically me. Just build a fortress around Anna. Ah. Can we do a poll, Anna? Are the feet you see dripping blood on the skull male or female? Oh, in the beginning of the game. We can do if there's a mod available. I don't know if there's any mods like chillaxing in the stream today. Yeah, when you open the game, there are feet there dripping blood. Somebody wants to know if they're male or female feet. Who knows? How will we be able to settle that, though? That's how we don't know. The thing is, we don't know the answer. We would need a dev, if there's any of you listening. We'd need a dev to, like, tell us if they're a dude or a woman. So I don't know how we'll be able to, like, resolve it with the poll. It'll be like, I'll just have to guess. I'll have to tell you. Have you played with the Lotus Burner? So we did it a little bit. We used the Crimson Lotus. So the question was, have you played with Lotus Burner golems? I have. I used the Crimson Lotus powder from Mounds of the Dead. The Crimson Lotus flowers, whatever it's called. Leaves, or whatever it is, from Mounds of the Dead. Look at my horse trying to keep up with me. A little bit, but that's it, to be honest. On the last playthrough, I was doing a no pets challenge. Is the game volume drowning me a bit? No, is it just loud for me, maybe? There we go. There we go. Yeah, the last one we were doing a pets only challenge, so I didn't use like fighter thralls or golems or anything like that. So we'll have to get back into golems. We did find a couple of pieces yesterday. If we get a Lotus Burner dude, we'll play around with those. Non-binary feet. Well, there you go. Fair enough. I think they're whatever you want them to be, I suppose. If you prefer there to be ladies' feet. Look at ankles above feminine or no. That'll be your answer. There you go. That's it. The Grey Lotus gives damage. So have you been enjoying the like... how do you guys use the golems? Have you been using them? Are you using them for fighting or just harvesting? Do you do PvP? Have you been enjoying them in PvP? This is like what I'd like to know. Speculation of feet. I love it. Thank you, mods. Okay. Dude feet, lady feet, Conan's feet. There were feet, question mark. I'm hungry. Freaking love it. I wonder if that might have been a specific mod. Was that mutton? Was that the poll? Is that Starboard? Was that your poll? I love that poll. Well done, people. Cast your votes. What do you think? I'm not going to be able to resolve it for you because I don't know the answer. Ah, Starboard is hungry. Starboard, well done. That's such a great poll. There you go. Cast your votes, people. Never got a chance to use golems. Do I need to show you, though? No, I can't, like... I'd have to go to, like... Hold on. We can go to the main menu. There you go. I'll show you the feet. Come on, then. You can tell us what you think if you haven't gotten on yet. Oh, no, they're not there. Oh, is it just... Single player. Continue. I can't shut the game down. I don't think it shows us. Only play with them on PvP used to guard. They're pretty annoying if you make the rest of the parts of brimstone. Gives a noxious cloud. Yeah. That's cool. The feet were a lie. I have seen them. I guess it's when you first open the game. Follow. Yeah. Is it just when you're kind of trying to find a server? I don't want to like dox my servers, honestly, so... oh, the nice thing is, by doing that, all the aloe has respawned. Well, look at that. Hacks. The feet were a lie. Let's see who's winning. So far, we got 58% saying there were feet. We've got 25% of people are hungry. 8% say lady feet. 8% say dude feet. And then nobody has currently voted for Conan's feet. Excellent. So I say hello to Steam chat. Hello. Is anybody in Steam at the moment? 07. It's a live stream. It's live at the moment, by the way. This is not a recording. If you want to come and watch us on twitch.tv/Annabriella, we have Twitch drops at the moment. You get a Rocknose pet. No, not Rocknose pet. You can always get a Rocknose pet. Rocknose figurine, or and then there's also a caparison, which is a special horse saddle which covers your whole horse, and you can put your clan emblem on there. So come over to see us on Twitch if you'd like to. Also, make sure you check out my YouTube channel, which is at Annabriella, if you so wish. There you go. Follow me on Twitter, all the things. If you're here on Twitch already, thanks for being here. There's all the socials. Excellent. We're going to just keep collecting aloe. We're just going to keep logging out and logging back in again and just taking a bunch of aloe. DJ, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. Hype, hype, hype. I'm live at the moment. No, but because on Steam, we're live on Steam at the moment, Cam. If that is in fact real. I don't know why I always say that. If that is in fact true. Mutton sourdough, if that is in fact a real name. As if someone's name is that. Yeah, we're live at the moment. If you were thinking about, because quite often they play like a broadcast recording, don't they, on Steam? All right. Nah. We're live at the moment on Twitch and Steam. There you go. So nah. I'm super mature. Just hungry for the blood god. Are you? Ask it. Ask it.
Claiming she's live and the people watching as a VOD become confused.
That's very... Oh, if you're watching this VOD on Twitch later, I'm live right now. I'm talking to you, but only you. Yes, you. Yes, you pointing to yourself. I'm talking to just you. Only you can hear me. Asking made me do that. Mutton Falula sourdough, if that is in fact your real name. Exactly. You gotta address Mutton like you're an angry parrot. That's funny. That's hilarious. Oh, look, it's raining in the jungle again. I would buy gummy bears from Funcom if they made different shapes like rock noses and little statues. There you go, Funcom. Give us some sweets and snackies. Like, give us some Conan, like, crisps or chips, whatever you call them, in the shape of Conan. And, like, gummy bears in bunny rabbits. Yeah, do it. To me. What did I say? I address Mutton like, Rufio, to you. Don't know what you're talking about. Rufio. Lubuto. If he's listening now, he's going to be, and, like, can't chat, he's going to be like, what is going on? People talking about me. Sorry, that was a it's too warm in here kind of sound. You will hear it throughout today. Right, how much aloe do we have? Is it a lot? It's okay. I think we can probably move on from this endeavour. Let's go modify some spooders. We also need to save our durability of our sickle so we can get some gossamer from the spooders. Let's do it. Temperature check is 27 degrees centigrade here outside. In my room it's 30 degrees or 86 Fahrenheit for the Freedom Friendos. Yes. Temperature. Like sound alert. Yeah, exactly. I know exactly what you're talking about. I was just being annoying or something. Alright, so we need to get over this direction. Bum ba-dum bum. Ba-da-da-da-da-dum. Ba-da-dum. I'm glad you reminded me to get aloe, getting a level and realised I needed more. Yes. I play on 2 times harvesting on my stream game because I'm lazy and I don't want to hit rocks for like 6 years or whatever. And I find 2 times harvesting kind of the sweet spot for the game, personally. I've like lowered the game for myself and now I can't really hear it. Need that immersion. How's that? That's good. I would love it. I really want audio to play in the background. Love that. Oh, hello. Sir? Jaguar country. Bum, ba-dum, bum. I was like, what is that? But it's only a banister. Boulevard of the North Star. Can we stay up here? I guess we could go down there. Maybe there'll be some spooders about. Yeah. Let's do it. Go into danger. How do I say that? Parify? Trying to work out what people's like handles mean or how I'm supposed to say them. It's like a mini game for streamers. 33 outside where you're at. Oh, Lily. Sounds very warm. Hope you're in like the comfort of aircon. DJ, thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you, thank you. Right. This is like the land of the oranger skin, isn't it? Oh, hello. Listen, please. Could you... Oh my. Hi, train. The choo-choo. I love that sound so much. It's a cacophony of sound. Listen, I'm gonna die. I don't wish to die today. Can I climb? Trying to path to me. Oh, he's gotten distractified. ADHD cat. Go, go, go. One cat at a time, please. There we go. Amazing fighting from me. Definitely didn't panic. Ooh. Sir. For those teeth. What is he? He's gonna kill me, isn't he? Oh no. Look at the freaking teeth on that guy. Oh god, don't get trapped in his face! No! Void. Okay, I don't have any more aloe heals with me. Hold on, let me craft some quickly. Okay, they're gonna go in my hotbar. I'm gonna be okay. Horsey will just take a couple of little tickles and he'll be fine. Get off my horsey! It's my friend. Where are you? You fell into texture. What are you doing? Sir! Don't you hide in that rock. Don't you hide in that rock. That's cheating. What are you doing? Do you want to come chase me? Can I encourage you away from the rock, sir? Nope. He lives there now, chat. He lives there. This is like a... Imagine you were on a server, people going past, be very confused. Like, where is this music coming from? Little do they know, there's a rock rhino beast or whatever it's called. Anyway, get some feline pelt while we're here. We should make sure we have room for feline pelt and hide because we're gonna need that. Just like redo this. There we go. Feline pelt, and I need one for hide as well. Let's take everything and resort it according to weight. I want 2 sets of aloe on my hotbar. He's still aggro to me. Can you hear the danger music? Burlap pouches I should have left at home, but I'm a lunatic, apparently. Steaks I want to keep on me. Okay, I think we're okay. We have snackies. I'm gonna probably drop... Alright, but let's leave this area because that poor rhino is just like... He's just having to deal with his new life stuck in a rock. Let's have a quick catch up. Sorry about missing chat. Thank you for starting a hype train. Stop it, it's either play. Thank you for the bits. Dan, thank you for the follow. Chat. Yes, Sonic, welcome. Thank you for... Well, just welcome. I think I hear a train coming. Splat. Yeah. Bedroll, yes. Daggers. He's cosplaying a rock nose. It's fairly cool for here this time of year. Before moving here, the sound of that temperature sounded like death, but I'm going on my 3rd year here and it's funny. Is it dry though, Lily, where you are? Because the humidity is what really gets me over here. I'm living in a rock, la la la, under a rock, yeah. Right, let's make sure we go in the right direction. So we're going to attune the obelisk. I should put down a bedroll, shouldn't I? And I have them on the horsey. And then it's one less thing to carry, I suppose. Do 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 do. Da 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 dum. Do do do. Just put it in the water. Put it where there's no spooders. Da da dum dum. Do do. Where do we put you, friend? Somewhere safe. There we go. Relative safety. Right, what do we got? We got more rhinos. Dum ba dum. Do 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 do. So we're here looking for spiders to get some gossamer so we can make some clan emblem-y stuff. We're going to do some banners and whatnot. We also need it for, like, you know, cool clothing so we look nice. So now in the Age of War, every weapon on the heavy attack will always apply a debuff. So I'm applying a lot more damage, and he's also getting bleed from this katana every time I hit him. I'm wearing light armor, light agility armor from the, what is it called? The Seekers of the Dawn set DLC. You're going to give me reptile hide and exotic flesh. And I need more carry capacity, really. There we go. I've got loads of feathers at home. I'm not going to keep the skin greaves. All right, friend. Let's continue. We'll see you later for the fight on the server. Yep. Go to Silkwood. Yeah, there's loads. Yep. Yep. Mostly dry heat. Towards the end of summer, it's more humid. Monsoon season. Monsoon season! Oh my word, that sounds serious. Katana will be more overpowered than before. Yeah, I love the katana. Really, really enjoyed it on the beta. When I have more grit as well, this is going to be way more fun, and more agility as I level up. So we're just going to work towards max grit and agility. And I can roll like infinitely if I want to. Go on, attack. There we go. Reptilian monstrosity. Let's heal up. Purge defender. So I've hit level 30 now. Let's put points in something. I'm going to put points in grit, actually. Even though I probably don't need it that much. It is an agility weapon, Bothico, yeah. Has anybody been using bows yet on the Age of War? Have you noticed that aggro range kind of... I want to mess around with it because my friend was playing and was shooting from a distance and they weren't even aggroing to him. So I need to, like, have a go on that. Do you have a rule not to get any legendaries until 60? I did on my previous playthrough. And I didn't on the Pets Only challenge. On the Pets Only challenge, I used legendaries pre-60. As soon as I killed a boss, I was like, that's it. Yeah, so we could kill her. We could kill a boss. I mean, it really depends how I feel at the time, honestly. I do like the early game, and I think it's important to, for me, to like try out early game weapons like iron stuff. You know, it's more fun, right? Before you get to level 60 and you have all the things, it's nice to experience the like vulnerability you have. I personally think so. Has the distance to which you can read an NPC name increased? I don't know about the reading NPC names. Katana is agility. It is, yeah. How is the Age of War update? Any major changes? So the basically for Age of War, the chapters build upon each other this time. So instead of the first chapter being like a big splash of like new content, the first chapter is focused around gathering treasure and building up a large treasure. Like, what is it called? There's treasure in different NPC camps, heroic treasure that you have to pick up, carry, and like you can't fight while you're carrying. There's also like minor treasure that you can pick up from NPCs, which you can put in your inventory. And then you're going to build a treasure room with a like a scribe and a coffer. And then depending on the value of the treasure that you've accumulated in the first chapter, will in the second chapter they are rewriting the purge entirely. And so based on the value of the treasure that you have, you'll be able to summon on an opt-in basis, summon purges, better purges with better rewards and things like that. It's kind of exciting if you like purges as I do. If you don't want to play purges, you don't have to do purges. But the purges will be much more a lot more interesting and fewer like animal only purges, if any at all. NPCs will come to attack your base to try to attack your treasure room, targeting your treasure room to take away your treasure and leave with your treasure, and you have to try to stop them. They'll set up a forward operating base near the base that they're attacking, your house, and you can like try and kill them outside and things like that. It's really kind of cool. And then in chapter 3 there's going to be PvE sieges, where we can go and attack an NPC PvE base like ourselves. It's kind of like integrating PvP mechanics but into for PvE players, which is kind of cool. So chapter 1 is really gathering treasure, accumulating treasure and working on that, but there's combat changes. There's also clan emblems in chapter 1, and yes, there's changes to like, there's a lot of changes as well, reworks, AI changes, that kind of thing. There you go. Hope that answers your question. Anything I don't like is that on either Sipta there's no camp like Succumbers is to bicep. Ah, right, I see, Bulwark. So if you're on Sipta there's nowhere to spend your obelisk now. Got you. Let's ride the horsey. Let's go get some gossamer. Spooder time. Just going to avoid his business end. There we go. Let's get ourselves some gossamer by using a sickle. Yeah. Sounds cool. I should give it a play again soon. Yeah, I would say so, yeah, definitely. They've changed stamina, they've changed a lot about weapon tiers and things like that. I might use... Shall I use my short sword? It's kind of not dark enough to use this. I'm going to stick with the katana. Horses should be okay. But enemies have less HP and do more damage. We do more damage. So there's a lot more emphasis on the player being kind of the star for multiple enemies. Bad news bears. I went around on the beta and I was fighting bosses by myself. I did the wine cellar dungeon by myself, Dagon by myself. Really enjoyed it with the build I'm kind of working on here, which is an agility grit build. So yeah, I really like it. There's no more like going around the unnamed city just waiting for your thrall to kill everybody while you make a cup of tea, you know, and kind of cheesing and being bored, right? So I like it. Is that a boss? You are a boss, my friend. I do not wish to fight you. Generally, I only come through here just to use the obelisk. I haven't seen... He's definitely a boss. That's a 3 skull. Yeah, screw you. I don't want to also fight all these bugs together. I just want spooders, really. And there's the passage over there behind us, which is like a fast travel between here and the north. Stamina's better when running before any weapons that really penalise you. I had two-handed ones. Yeah. I like the stamina changes, definitely. I've been really enjoying the fighting. But I always want to do as much damage as possible, you know, to tune the obelisk. Get out of the corruption. Oh my god, look at them all! Let's just de-aggro. Stop it. Stop it. Boss is an important one to lose. That is a lot of enemies. Isn't that a lot of enemies? Right, spiders here. I don't want to fight too many at one time. Sleepy, thank you for the follow. Just killed Spooder boss in Skittering Cavern. Guess what I got? You got the throwing knives. I assume you got the median. Well done. I probably could do with putting my bedroll down again. Okay. My horse is my tank friendo. There we go. Get the gossamer. Da-da-dum-bum. I actually don't know if there's any gossamer on the ground around here. I guess it's only where the spider bosses are, right? Is there any gossamer on the ground in this area? You got the Nemedian. Nice. Good, good, good. Sounds so good. Probably going to get Citra in the current sale as well to have a new experience. Yeah, if you've got any friends that want to, like, you've been trying to convince to play with you, it's free this week on Steam. Free to try on Steam, Epic, and Xbox. And it's there's a Steam sale on at the moment as well. I'm not going to harvest him. I would get XP for harvesting him, but just don't want to carry any other stuff. Hello to people on Steam. If you're wondering if this is a recording, this is live. We're currently live on twitch.tv/Anabriella. If you want to pop over and get some Twitch drops, you can get a rock nose pet and a comparison for your horse, which is like a saddle with a dust sheet, which will give you the ability to put your clan emblem on your horse if you're listening. Hello to you over there. Yeah, heavy attack definitely on these spooders. Nice. I'll just get your friend's gossamer before I fight you, sir. Ba-ba-da-bum. Bum-ba-dum. Do-do-do-do. Da-da-da-dum. Indiana Jones music optional, obviously. It's free for next week. It's free this week. It's free this week to try. So if you've got friends who want to try Conan, it's free this week on Steam, Epic, and Xbox. Yep. What's the deal with the Nemedian legendary you're talking about now? So the Nemedian is obviously the helmet that you can get from the spider at Skittering Cavern, which karmically repairs your weapons and tools that are in your hands whilst you take damage. It used to repair everything, and it used to be my favourite thing to kind of equip. Early game, you get legendaries, you don't ever have to use legendary repair kits on them, because whilst you're taking damage, as long as you're wearing the Nemedian, it would repair itself, right? So no longer are legendary weapons or unique items, which is a new category in the game, no longer are they repairable. So the Nemedian does not work to repair those either, including with legendary repair kits or whatever, okay? But it will repair your epic items or anything you've crafted, generally speaking. So epic items or like base game, like epic or regular, let's say. It's probably the easiest way. What is that? That's a bird. It's like, what is that? A lobster. Like a swamp lobster. So yeah, so it's still, I mean, it's not without value. There you go. Mr. Quirrell knows how. It is cool, yeah. So it only repairs epic and like base game stuff. So if you want to use the venom infused daggers or venom infused weapons that you can craft from the unnamed city that you learn from turning in fragments at the Library of Esoteric Artifacts in the unnamed city. They don't have a huge amount of durability. So if you have a weapon or tool or something that doesn't have a lot of durability, you can wear the Nemedian helmet in battle and not have to worry about it breaking while like mid-fight. So that's kind of cool. I'm a little bit sad that it doesn't repair legendaries anymore, but it was pretty OP, and I hope by using it and going on about it all the time didn't contribute to its demise, right? Don't think I'm that important, but I just hope it wasn't me. Because I did bang on about it a lot. You know, katanas have the block attack. That one. This guy. Venom daggers plus helm would... Yeah, exactly. That's usually like my favourite use for them. Because if you're fighting... Because they have like... I mean, they have given them more durability. And obviously you can give things more durability with a Tempersmith. Which I guess we didn't really... I never really made things with a Tempersmith before. But with repair changes and durability loss now on items, then I feel like maybe the Tempersmith might be more of a valuable thrall. I mean, obviously they're very valuable because they can make legendary repair kits. But legendary repair kits are less valuable because they can't repair... Well, they're not called for legendaries anymore. They're called Grandmaster repair kits now. So, it's a lot of information. If you want to see like a full rundown and explanation... you can see my video on my YouTube channel. There's a link in the chat about repairs. Or if you're watching on Steam, hello, this is live. It's at Anabriella on YouTube. We're currently live on twitch.tv/Anabriella. There you go. Oh, it's a lot of talking. Okay. Spooder, where are you? And I've got 279 gossamer. I guess we'll just run around. I see a dead spitter over there. Those are all going to aggro to me. They haven't aggroed yet. They have changed aggro range. We'll have to test it. Look at that. How close I am. He's finally seen me. I'm not going to harvest you. I will take your eggs, though. Depending on what weapon I get, I might put agility or a strength weapon on my thrall once I've got one. And if I do strength weapon on my thrall, then I'm going to... either way, actually, I'm probably going to want to use some exotic feast because it's a really good healing food for thralls. And that uses eggs in the recipe. I love the katana so much. I'm kind of obsessed. Best use durability bonus for my own things and use damage boost for one of my thralls. Yeah, that seems reasonable. That makes a lot of sense. And I might end up doing the same. Normally I'm like, just give me max damage, like on everything and everybody. This should be corn, shouldn't it? I want corn recipes. Memmelspiel, thank you for the follow. You can use hatchets on egg nest. Yeah, that's true, you can do. That's true. That's true. I usually do that. The thing is, though, I don't have a lot of carry capacity. So I don't really... I'm just, like, clicking on them because it's there. When I need a lot of it, when I start making exotic feast, I will go to... there's a lot of egg nests by the summoning place. Over here on the map, this is where the summoning place is, in like between G and H5. And just outside there's a bunch of ostrich nests where I always gather like loads of eggs, and I'll usually go with my like star metal pickaxe or whatever I'm using. I think we're probably all right for gossamer. Yeah, and so I can get as many eggs as possible. There you go. Speaking is hard. Gonna get a late lunch, be back in a bit, friend. All right, lovely. Baby! Hi, little friend. Oh, hi. Are you are a panther, aren't you? We do have a load of panthers outside our house, so I'm probably not going to pick him up. You can be free, little dude. So let's head to Buccaneer Bay now. Now that we clicked on the obelisk. We've tuned the obelisk. We've killed some spitters. Vicky says... Oh, I've missed a bunch. Freaking big hornet joined the stream in my room now. No, DJ, I'm sorry to hear that. Wiki says 24 minutes. What's that, Blake? 24 minutes on what? Are you making a kitty refuge? Well, we happen to have a load of cats, panthers, by the obelisk, like what I would call the southern obelisk in the jungle. And I just want to make a bunch of graters just to kind of defend our base. You know, it's fun. I have like crafting on super quick and taming on super quick. So we may as well. Let's go. Ba-bum-bum. I want to kill every spooder though, because I want to get as much gossamer as possible. So maybe I'll stay on foot. Wait. Getting a named friendo with a tier 4. Oh, 24 minutes. I see. Thrall crafting. I get you. 24 minutes. That's crazy. We did so I did put thrall taming on vanilla settings, and tier 1, it doesn't take very long at all now. It's kind of cool. Sorry, there's a fly in my room. Go away, fly. Da-dum, do-do-do. 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 Hello, sir. So everybody, server people on our community server, you managed to get on. Is everything okay? Is your stuff okay? Have you had any issues today? I'm interested to know. Quite often we try to keep server issues to like Discord, just because sometimes things get a bit kind of crazy, but I'm kind of interested. Mods working, whatnot. Just got in, looks okay. Good. I wanted to kind of give it 2 days because one, it's taken 2 days for the mods to all update because modders have like full-time jobs and lives of their own and need time to like update things obviously when there's a release. And there were some updates today, which is brilliant. But I also wanted to just give a chance for any issues to kind of be resolved before we started up the server, you know. Seems to be working okay. Good. Seems kind of is trending on Twitch right now. People are playing it out the blue. It's nice to see. That's so nice. That's so nice. Amazing. Always good to see. Shall we get past this guy? Scary snake, friendo. Let's go to Buccaneer Bay. You fighting each other? I love to see it trending on Twitter. That's amazing. Better update on my golem. Logged in. Oh, update on my golem. Logged in and out a few times, and I saw in the distance a bunch of trees exploded. I guess he decided to get to work at last, to slacker. That is good to know. That is really good to know. Yep. Wonderful. Yeah, I'm looking forward to using golems again. I missed having like golem friendos. We could go to this camp. You can get named people at this camp. Oh, he's distracted. Shall I kill her or shall I kill the croc? Can't decide. Who are you shooting at, brother? It is interesting to play. Okay, defeat a sorcerer. We're going to get a journey thingy here now. It's interesting to play. Kill him. There you go. Like early game with this kind of build that I'm working towards, because I didn't test it based on like end game stats, you know, and attributes. Hello, Kevin. How you doing? GG Buthco. Yeah, always remember that spider around, especially when I was nearly dead and over encumbered. Oh no, here we go. Tried to get on, but one of the mods was wrong version, so quit the game of Steam. Tried reinstalling Steam. So I had one that said queued, and then all I did was shut down the entire game and relaunched it, and it worked fine. So I would suggest that. Steam I won't show, yeah. I don't play any Steam games now. I hope you get it fixed, Kevin. I hope you get your fun times. I wanted to really make sure that the server was up for Saturday, because I know like your like spare time is like important to me. Do you know what I mean? I know what it's like. You want to play your game. Some people like haven't been on the server for, well, no one's been on the server for 2 days while the mods update. Hello, madam. We could do with a dancer. Are you going to kill me while I'm doing this? Would you like to join our like company? We have great perks. We have a 24-hour what is it? What do we say, chat? 24-hour gym. Paleo food. You'll find like very minimal pesticides, lots of fiber in it. Lots of like great retention in our like company, because I know that's a concern for people. Great views from the accommodation. Yep. Yes. If you want to bring some friends with you, you can do. But you know, we might make some changes to them in their appearance. You know, just because you know we're like discerning and stuff. Yeah. We have good equipment, the best cutting edge equipment. Cutting edge. Oh my god, I'll send myself to the corner. Yeah, I'm a great boss. You know what I mean? I might trade you in, obviously, if you don't, like, you know, work very well. And, you know, we do have a few accidents sometimes. But it's never our fault. You know what I'm saying? Here you go. Where is our new friend? Hi. Would you like to come home with us? Because it's a bit of a distance. Right, horsey. Are you up to this challenge? Oh, the horsey's so poorly. Horsey. Oh my. Where's the best route? Maybe back on ourselves. Oh no, the bedroll's there. We're going to get down. Where do I live again? Squirrel. Over, okay, at Dagon's thingy. Okay, I do have like 4 sets of bindings. Okay, this is going to be the quickest way. I got you, friendo. Come on, lady. So yeah, as I was saying, as you're like thinking about it, she's contemplating it at the moment. She's like, you know, this is just a very comfortable way to transport people. It looks more uncomfortable than it actually is. You know, it's a tried and tested method. Sometimes people like to get like Ubers and stuff like that, but you know, this is actually, it's just really good. It's good exfoliation. Compared to work meeting catch days. All right, Asker, thanks for being here. Cirque de Anna, meaningful employment. Yeah, meaningful employment. Had to unsubscribe and resubscribe to all the mods on Steam for it to recognise the correct version. I'm sorry about that. Yeah, for me, all I had to do was shut down the game and relaunch it. Because I had it saying queued, and I was like, I don't know why it says queued. Because I checked the version, and the version was correct. But yeah, that seems to be like a regular fix. We're just going to go right through here. Just go straight home, and then we'll come back to Buccaneer Bay. Let's manage our stamina. Now that we're level 30... we should be able to make the better bindings and the iron truncheon as well, which is kind of cool. Maybe we'll do that when we get back. Because these fibre bindings go really quickly. South, front, back, all inclusive. God. Oh, God. Heal up, horsey. Poor thing. Got sliced and diced. Here's a useful distraction, though, to be fair. He's like, what? I mean, we value you, horsey. Don't want me off my horse. Keep your stamina up, friendo. Well, we need a dancer because we have a lot of corruption from living near an obelisk, so she's going to be very helpful. Hello, sir. Just passing through. Hornet left the stream. De old glass and paper glass. Oh, the old paper glass and paper trick worked. Good. It was a hornet. Oh my goodness, DJ. I hate wasps. They scare the frick out of me, especially because I have a cat. Really, I'm just really scared that she's gonna try and eat it and hurt her little mouth. You know, flies she'll deal with. You know what I mean? Not too big an issue. But yeah, wasps are super scary for pets, aren't they? 2 centimeters big at least. My goodness. Suboptimal. Okay. Bindings are good. Maybe we could switch them before we head up the lift. This is why we chose to live here, because there's an NPC camp nearby. We've got an obelisk. Oh god. She's just taking a swim. She's really enjoying the water. You know, she's just thinking about her new role and how she's going to contribute to the company. Do you know what I mean? It's going to be fine. Definitely. You're right there, madam. Oh, she's doing great. Not a problem. Yeah, what are you all up to in your games? Are you starting afresh? Are you kind of just continuing? Have you got your treasure already? You've got your hoard set up. Is she even? She's definitely breathing. Look at her. She's just really resting on the way home, Shuru. My dog eats honeybees. We joke and call them sky jalapenos. Oh my goodness. So is that? Yeah. So I guess he's okay then. How many weapons does the dancer have? You can see Bob. Yeah, you can see. But you see, she's just like thinking really right now. Deep in contemplation. I would like to swap my bindings before I go up in the thingy. Oh, they're also broken. Do I have any? I do have fibre. repair those. We can repair those too. She's right next to us. I haven't noticed any changes to repairs on like basic items. So things like stone items, you know, they just return to the same durability. I haven't really looked at the iron stuff yet to make sure. Let's go. Let's go, let's go. We gotta wait for the lift. Oh dear. Started a new playthrough with Age of War. How are you enjoying the early game? Are you using any different weapons that you've used in the past? What's this itch? She doesn't seem to go after hornets, wasps though. I know some pets can be allergic. Yeah, dog is obviously not allergic. Yeah, that's really good to know, Lily, honestly. I just worry about my cat because I don't want to hurt in her mouth, you know. And you never know if they're going to be allergic. Exodus, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. There you go. She's going to do the usual meditation. Yes, this is like a special meditation where they have a think about if they want to join us or not. Yep. It's just really good for like the blood flow and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then we're going to give her a high fiber diet, and she's going to decide decompressing the spine. She's going to do a bit of take use of the 24-hour gym. You know, which really we get great feedback on. Everybody loves it. In you go. Okay, we can take out the sorcerer. There we go, there she is. So this should be vanilla taming speeds. Let me just double check. Server settings. Crafting? Thrall craft. So I've got it on vanilla settings 1.0. This is with no thrall, no taskmaster. You see how quickly they're tamed now in Age of War. Love how she's hanging from the rope. Yeah, yeah. She just really likes that. She's more of an acrobat than anything else. King of Liquors, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Dog tried to eat a wasp and her mouth swelled up. Benadryl took care of it. Oh my goodness, teacher. That is so scary. Wheel of Fortune. I could probably do with some, like... Did you have that just on hand? Because I can imagine that could be kind of scary pretty quickly if you don't have anything available. Wheel of Fortune. Yep. She's going to be our friend very quickly. And I guess we'll put the sorcerer... we need to make a thaumaturgy bench. I guess we'll do that too. Ba-ba-da-bum. Let's open that. She's going to be ready. We may as well just take her with us. And maybe may as well just drink some water while I'm here. Hydrate, peeps. Da-da-dum-dum. Oh, my phone is off. Hello to everybody watching on Steam at the moment. This is live. It's not a recording. Hello, hello. Say 07 in the chat. We're currently at twitch.tv/Annabelle. If you want to come get some Twitch drops, they've written in the chat. There you go. Yeah, we've got a, what is it, a rock nose figurine available, and there's a caparison, which is like a saddle with a dust sheet that covers your entire horse, so you can put your emblem on it if you want to come get some Twitch drops. Otherwise, thanks for watching on Steam if you're listening in. Da 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 dum, da da dum, do 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 do, do 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 do. Go. Do do. Bum 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 bum. Hello, Ulthrid. How are you doing? Question. Okay. Fire away. Ba-dum, ba-dum. I did manage to help her out in that case. Oh, I see. That's so good to know. Is it possible to turn over sorcerer skulls somewhere? Not skulls, no, unfortunately. If you have any skulls, there's no use for them anymore. And you will still get skulls in-game from sorcerers. They're still dropping skulls. But if you have what is it called? I nearly said oblivion. Obelisk. Yes, obelisk, ancient obelisk. Then you can turn that in at Mech Kamoz's place. Headhunter event is finished. But if you have any obelisks or like the head of Karak, things like that, then Mech Kamoz's place at the savannah is the place to go to. Up here. Where is it? Here? Question mark? They're here. Mech Kamoz's spire. There you go. Yep. And that's still like a shop, basically. You can buy a bunch of stuff from there. Supply materials, legendaries. You can buy golem parts and stuff with your blood crystals and things like that. But it's definitely worth going to have a look at the place up there because there's been some changes if you want to go see. One difference with the new playthrough, no low-level warrior thrall friends, they just die when facing mobs. Yeah, have you noticed as well, like, tier 1 bearers have like 60 health in the wild when you find them. They would die super quickly if you used a truncheon. If truncheon still did damage, you would just kill them instantly. Okay, we have a new staff member of the group. We need to name her. Okay, cool. I don't think I'm going to make any changes to her. What do we call her, friends? Maybe I'll change her eyebrows, so they're a bit interesting. Maybe I'll change her hair. Hold on a second. This is improved quality of life mods. Eyebrows. Where's your face, friend? eyebrows, because they're a bit like... They're a bit like questioning, aren't they? Inquisitive eyes. Eyebrows. Can I see the difference? I have to press the button first. Oh no, I can see it. Madam, could you stand still for a second? Hold on. Leave editor. So what I tend to do, behaviour, emote. I usually get them to juggle because then they stand still. Miscellaneous. There you go. You can juggle while I do this. Excellent. Head. She's got kind of severe eyebrows, isn't she? Can I, like, maybe tune them back a bit? Maybe, like, a different shape. You could also change her face completely. By clicking on these little numbers. She can be quite different. I don't know, these ones are kind of scary, aren't they? What do we want to go with? Maybe we just need to make her eyes bigger or something. Trying to, like, fix thralls. It's like a mini game. Da-da-da-dum. Bum-ba-dum. Ba-da-da-da. What did I want to do? Maybe, like, reduce the cheekbones. Face shape. Cheekbone width. Soften that up a bit. There we go. What else do we want? Eyes a bit bigger because they're a little bit titchy. That's a bit better. And maybe the schnoz could be slightly smaller. Eyes. Nose. Nose tip height. Nose tip size. That's is a bit better now. Maybe it's a bit, we went a bit far with that. There we go. What do you think, friends? Should we change her hairstyle? We've got Barbarian Barber, so we have all these different hairstyles here. Can I zoom out a bit? All these different hairstyles. That's kind of cute. Okay, and we can change the hair colour as well if we want to. Dark hair, blonde hair. Maybe. We've changed her eyebrows. Eyeshadow we can go with something softer. And she's a bit like, she's quite muscly. We could give her like a teeny bit of a tan. So she's, you know, we live in like a warm place. Sometimes it's sunny in the jungle. And then what do we do? Body. Where is it now? Body sliders. This one here. So this one lowers like the sinewiness of them. Go, bit of definition. And then lower body. I usually like just give them like, because they're like a bit skinny, aren't they? Thigh size, hip width. I just kind of click on it and let it do what it wants to. Hip depth is that depth. That's it. She's like fine otherwise. You know what I'm saying? That's a bit better, right? Are the eyes like a bit far apart? I can't decide. Maybe like a bit bigger. These are obviously like super serious, you know, changes we're making. Let's close all these drop downs. Eyes, 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 eyes. How do I make your eyes slightly bigger again? Eyebrows. Head sliders. I usually make their ears smaller as well. I don't know. Just have things I generally do. Eye size. Make her eyes more round or more angled. Maybe they're a bit far apart. And then a bit bigger. Obviously, it's just like taste, isn't it? Personal taste. You can do whatever you want. That's kind of cool. What do you think? Apply changes. There you go. Cool. Now we need to name her something. Can I make you do a different dance? Because that freaks me out a little bit. Moat. We can give her the... So you can give them any dances that you learnt yourself. And I have this Pictish one from like the shop. What do we call her, friends? It's a chest size. I can't see anything else. Ping timeout. Thank you for the follow. Syndra Joy Juggler. Bigger eyes. Never seen anyone stare into oblivion while juggling. If you want even more options to things like makeup and such, take a look at RA character customization. Adds a lot, does it? She's seen some pretty terrible things in the Exile lands. That's it. Yeah, exactly. Andara Lightbringer, Joybringer, Josephine the Juggler, Tim Hortons Frozen Lemonade is amazing. Ooh. New Brother Warrior bosses die fast too. One Katana combo and they're gone. Lysandra the Snake Charmer. That's a great name. I love that. We're going to go with that. Heimdall, welcome in. That's such a cool name. She looks like a Karen. Excellent. Random Frozen Lemonade. Hello, Tem. How you doing, lovely? What difference with the new playthrough? Low level. Oh, yeah. Caught up, I think. Joy Jiggler. Yes. Let's go with that. It's a great name. Oh! Oh my god, I'm so glad this cup was empty. Oh my word. Should we capitalise the C? There you go. Excellent. Cool. Yay. Now we need some clothes for her. Now we did get a bunch of gossamer, didn't we? Now finally we've cleared our corruption, which is pretty cool. I should put her on attack nothing. Behaviour, engagement, attack nothing. So she's just going to dance for us now and she's not going to like get triggered by anything and run out to get killed. And the same with her actually. Attack nothing. Just in case we like run up here. You know, and anything aggroes to us and tries to run in. Although we could probably do with replacing that little crenellation just for safety, for protect. What do I want? Build pieces, flotsam, and a crenellation just to stop any enemies. So if I press caps, there you go. It pulls the stuff into my inventory. Put it there. We'll turn this around so it's not going to stab us outside. There we go. And so we can like, nothing can get in, but we can just hop over it with our thrall. We can't do that with heroic treasure, so we will need to break it when we bring heroic... Ah, look, chat, all of these have disappeared. You see, we did place a bunch of heroic treasure here. We didn't place it, we dropped it to show that if you drop it and you don't place it within your coffer, then it'll just despawn, and it has despawned. There you go. Short meeting and return. Yay! Returneth. Lovely. Handy, yeah. Name her Brown Chicken and then get another guy to call her Brown Cow. Brown Chicken, Brown Cow. Like that. Robo. Corner. Definitely corner. Can you edit Thrall appearance now with mods? Without mods? No, Fiero from Steam. Hello. Sorry, I don't know how long since you wrote that message. No, you need a mod to edit Thrall appearances. Definitely. Yep. Improved quality of life is the one that I use. Really like it. Right, quick BRB. I go to the bathroom. There you go. You can talk to Lysandra. BRB. Okay, in before break. Hello. Let me pour some cold water so I hopefully won't spill it on my keyboard. Oh. Be nice if we could synchronize a couple of dances. Yes, definitely. We definitely need that, don't we? I try not to get the ice in my cup here. Nice. I have like a two litre thermos flask here with ice and like peach squash, and it's lovely. Like keeping me alive in this ridiculous heat. Mod developers, yeah. Might be an issue with placed items and loading. Oh, some people were saying yesterday you found the treasure they lost under the foundation. Yes, so we were talking about this. I think what it is if you bring treasure back into your treasury. Say if I've brought this back. I'm up with this Lemurian dude here. So I'm in my coffer area, right? This is my coffer here. This dude and this chest. If I just drop this in here, I'm like, oh, brilliant. I brought it back. I'm done. It's good. If you do that, it will despawn. Okay. What you've got to do is left click. You got to see all the psychedelics, as people said, psychedelic kind of effect, and you can see. If I go outside, you see the range of the coffer finishes there, right? That's kind of the size at which the size of the circular range of it is, right? So as long as I place this in here, then I should keep it. You've got to place it rather than drop it. You've got to left click and then you can see it's there. if you just drop it, it will despawn, and that might be what people are seeing fall through foundations. It's not falling through, it's just you haven't placed it, I think. So tell me, if it happens to you and you place it and it does disappear, then let me know, definitely. Or let Funcom know through the forums, obviously, as well. Is there anything interesting in the Bazaar? We did have a look through in detail yesterday and the day before. This is the Bazaar currently. We've got those chunky build pieces, those chunky walls and windows. There's a door and a window there, and a wall that you saw in the developer stream where they announced the update. There's that. That's kind of cool. That's a new thing. It's basically like placing foundations, isn't it, really? Then the Stormglass Cathedral set, Sanctum set, is back. Was it? Yeah, Build a Cathedral. This is back, which is an add-on to the Isle of Sipta DLC set that gives you the Stormglass building set. So you get these like little kind of smaller, what do you call them? Half size. Is there music playing both in game and in the Bazaar? I think it is. Yeah, so this is back anyway. Like really, really beautiful pieces I've used before. Veneer Shaman set is nice. This is a nice armor. And then there's a Shaman Spear. There's this kind of Predator style war paint, which I really like. It looks like mud. And then there's like a wolf kind of skin. It turns your wolf into like a dire wolf appearance. Kind of cool. The hidden secret passages is back, which I haven't even used yet. We're gonna have to use it. Maybe we'll use it at some point today or something. I haven't placed it. And there's a market stall, decorative, and there's a floor paint. And then there's this Stygian commander armor that was in we've seen in some of the like promotional stuff. Stygian Capesh, a nice looking shield, and an emblem icon that you can use in the emblem bench or whatever you call it. Good to hide your treasure room behind. Yeah, secret passages. Yeah, should we give them a go, chat? Because I haven't used them before. They were given to me by Funcom. Full disclaimer, full disclosure, I guess. I just didn't use them yet. Do I use? Well, I guess I could just. I guess I have to... Where do I make them? Presumably in the... Wait, let me turn on creative for it. Decorations. Where are they? Decorative? Trying to like work out where they're supposed to be is always fun, isn't it? Tekal, ruins, palisades, wells, walkways, tents, instruments. Not decorative. Pottery. We should decorate in here today. Furniture. It's not going to be statues or totems. Storage. Beds. No. Building pieces. I think I'm in the wrong thing, am I? Special. Furniture. Okay, so build pieces, furniture. And they cost steel reinforcements and shaped wood. So we couldn't make them yet because we haven't made any steel. But I'll show you. That's the hidden door. It like clips on. Oh, it makes like a noise. That's kind of cool. What else do we got? A carpet, hidden door. So I, excuse me, I guess you need to do a like, what is the word I'm looking for? Hatch. Let's do a hatch frame. Build pieces. Oh God, am I ever going to remember what it is? Furniture. There you go. Carpet. Ooh. It's also a really nice carpet, actually. Hidden door carpet. So the only thing is it does say hidden door carpet. That's kind of cool. Hello, player one. Thank you for the tip there. Treasures fell through ceiling tiles in single player. Anyone else? Same issues. In the new age, I think there is an issue. With stability. Need to add normal versions of the secret passages. Normal versions. So yes, because people will see that and it's obvious. I guess it's more like RP than anything else, isn't it? But so think about it. If you can only buy, look, it is beautiful. If you can only buy that, then PvP, it would give you an advantage, wouldn't it? Trapdoor. It looks beautiful and it's very nicely animated as well. That is very cool. I'm going to keep it there. I mean, I like the carpet enough to put maybe another one here as well. Like, really nice carpet. And then what was the other thing? A wardrobe. A hidden door wardrobe. There you go. We should make like a nice library. That is cool, friends. Yeah, I've never tried it before. That is nice job, art department, seriously. Still do the old school secret trapdoor under carpet. Let's test it. Trapdoor. So we want to do, right, furniture and building pieces, I've got to remember. Flotsam. It doesn't have to match, but I just want it to. You know what I mean? Yes, it does have to match, Anna. Okay. And then I guess I could do a door. Hatch door. And then carpet. Decorations. Furniture. And then a rug. No. Is it because it's overlapping? I mean, you could do a stack of carpets there. I don't know if it's because of the coffers. Should we try it somewhere that isn't next to the coffers? Because the hitbox might be a bit funny. Here maybe? Build pieces, flotsam. I wonder if you could do it without the door. What if you do it without the door? Does that work? Decorations, furniture. Yeah, you can cover it without the door. It's kind of hovering. And you can see there's a gap. Did it? So tell me if you've experienced this before. Is this different than it was before, or is it the same? Has anything changed? Let's put a carpet again. Furniture. What about a bigger carpet or smaller carpets? Yeah, because you can layer these, can't you? As long as it's on the carpet. But it's clearly like higher. I mean, if you put like it against the wall or you like put stuff around it, I suppose. It looks great. You're going to keep the flotsam. I don't know, Bulwark. I really like this tent ceiling. I love it. It looks really nice. You only had a door frame as well, not a door in it. I see. Do you fall through? That is a good question. Right, let's layer it properly. Why are you not? Kind of finicky. Yes, you do fall. We need a bigger. We need a bigger boat. We need like a higher kind of thingy. Let's do. Let's do. Can I get you to stay there, my dude? So you're going to be in the way. There you go. What do we want to do? Should we do walls? Let's do walls. See if it works. And we'll put ceilings around it. Okay, now we have a gap. Let's put a hatch. I don't know if you need a hatch. Furniture. Can I put this big... Can't put the carpet on there. But I can start carpets at the sides. Not falling. Not falling. Isn't there a trapdoor for that? Happy to see Yellow Lotus potion no longer has a timer. Yeah, but it doesn't give you, it doesn't reset your feats anymore. It's a stamina potion now. You used to use a medium carpet from a DLC and the door still works, so it looks like they patched it out. I see, yeah. They did fix a bunch of exploits and things, so... But yeah, this doesn't seem to be... We don't seem to be falling here. Yep. Let's demolish this. Rebusca, thank you for follow. Let me just leave creative mode. There we go. And we'll get rid of these. Wait, let me enter creative so I can... I don't want to get my mats. I don't want to, like, retain the stuff from here. Let's fix the floor as well, I suppose. Kind of cool, honestly, to maybe just have a fake trapdoor, I guess, for RP purposes. I mean, we'll keep those. They look kind of cool. Unless there's somewhere else we can think of. Maybe here, actually. What about putting the hatch there instead? And then putting the hatch thingy... We already did the hatch. And then what is it? Decorations. Build pieces, decorations. We definitely need like a search thingy, don't we? We can put it that way, we can change it. I can't change direction. That's interesting. Flotsam. I can change this. Right, which I want it going in that direction. Decoration. Oh, there is a search bar! They've added a search bar. Chat. I never noticed. No, rotate the frame. Yeah, testing something. I was away from the phone. It's sciencing to see. Figure we're done without. That seems the carpets don't fall through. Yeah. We only had a door frame as well, not a door in it. Just noticed that too. Yeah. Is that from Unlock Plus, Eid? Is it? Depending on the direction of the yeah, it's depending on the hatch, isn't it? You can search for a car. So is that Unlock Plus? Well done, Unlock Plus. That's so cool. We needed this. Where is my little thingy? Wait, building pieces. Furniture. Yes, okay. Yeah, I almost want it like in front of both of them, really. Could put it in this one. Would that make it central? Yeah, gorgeous carpet though, like very realistic, really like nice texture and, you know, beautiful. I like it. Just leave these open. Don't leave the door open. I wonder if you could put ladders on non-trap ladder frames again. I'm having one on the side of buildings with some fluff. It was on their notes from the new version today. Oh, fantastic. Funcom saying notes, search bar building window. I am pretty certain that they're going to be working on adding that anyway. Because they have fed it back. Just got to give them time. Got to get all the bits and bobs sorted first. We put the lights back. Oh, they close automatically, of course. I do love these doors. I think they're awesome. Wait, let's put this here. And like here. Ooh, I like it. I really love the carpet. I'm very excited whenever there's new carpets. You know, when you've like decorated your house a bajillion times, it's just nice to have more options, isn't it? I don't know if we can fit any more decorations in here, really. It's really quite like minimal size. Okay, well, let's leave creative. Make sure I'm not in God of Cloak. Okay, cool. Back to normal. What the frick were we doing before we did that? Okay, we were going to make a banner for our clan emblem, weren't we? So now we brought back our gossamer. Let's turn it into silk. I guess we have to do it in our inventories these days, don't we? Hello, Solo Lang. Hello, hello. That was Sol Solang. Okay, that was a nightmare for me to try and say. Thanks for the follow. Hello, Marsupilamin. Hello. Plus works great for like a Viking style farmhouse loft. Plus works great for that. More decos, yes, more decorations. Hello everybody watching on Steam. We're live on Twitch at the moment, twitch.tv/Annabriella if you want to come and join us. You get some Twitch drops. Yeah, we are currently live over here. Okay, so is it finished already? We have to have like a thrall, I guess, to turn it into silk. I don't know why I feel like it should be just in the tanner's bench, personally. Because you don't want to have to carry it around. I have crafting speed on incredibly fast, although they have sped up crafting speed in vanilla settings now. Have we changed the colour of that? It's like a bit more neon than it was before. The horse, maybe it's the lighting, probably the lighting. Okay, so now I want to make a banner, and it's in the build thingy. Right, decorations, clan. So there's a tall banner, and there's this like wall thingy. I don't think, do we have a wall free? We want to do both of them. Maybe we could put them outside, actually. Must be attached. Is it too big? What if I change you to a wall? Caps lock to pull in mats. And then decorations, clan. And then caps lock to pull in mats. Do I not have them? I don't have the mats. Yeah, I do. So it has to be a taller wall than that. What about... I'm using Unlock Plus, pressing Caps Lock, which is my binding, and it's pulling the mats into my inventory, if you're wondering what's happening. So that's what I've bound it to. What if I put like walls here or something? Just experimenting. I don't know if this is going to look any good. Bum. We'll do double high. To come up with interesting ways of displaying our clan emblems. Okay. I could put like a little something on top, like a little cap. And then decorations, clan, and then this guy. Okay, so we can hang it here now. How am I going to line you up? I have it touching the top there. There we go. Oh, grass. You're so annoying. Here we go. Okay, well, we've displayed them. We could put like a little cap on top of that. We wanted 2. Building pieces flotsam. Do I want that just on the outside? It doesn't look too bad. I mean, I don't know. It wasn't designed to have that there. Do I want it on the other side as well? I think it should just stick out front. Maybe both sides? Yeah, maybe both sides. And then we want like... How do I do this? This guy. It has character. Shadows say now we can make proper castles. Yes. Good idea. Don't want Conan coming after you. I use that hidden room door to get to my sorcery because in my head it's taboo. Yes. It's at least 2 tiles tall. I feel like we should we make the emblems a bit higher? The thingies a bit higher. You can just click on it to select it. Oh, the grass. Oh, the grass. I could stand on something. Just want to place it as high as possible. And maybe I can make it look like it's hanging from that. Yeah, it does look like that. It looks better higher, definitely. Ba-bum-bum. I apologise about the grass. Just generally, if you have hay fever. As high as possible. So it looks like it's hanging from that, kinda. Kinda cool. Banners look like made of cheap paper. You don't like them? You don't, because they're thin. You would like them to be thicker. You should feed that back to them. I'm sure they'd want to know. Well, we have emblems there. Now we can also make the standing ones, like the freestanding ones, too. These. Overlapping. I don't know where I'm going to put these. Should I put one by the obelisk? You won't be able to do this on a server because I have build everywhere on. I could build around the obelisk. Wait, let me pull the mats in. Excuse me, sir. Could you hold on a sec? I can claim it. And now I actually finally have a dancer as well. I don't have to worry about this corruption. Oh no! Get him, friendos. Cool. Yeah. Can, like, claim this. Let me rejig this location, though. You can only do this on... If you have your own server... Yeah, I like that. You, like, spawn in. Spawn in and you get, like, the... This is our land situation. You could do on either side. That might be, like, overkill. There you go. Nice. Excellent. I think... Is that all the clan stuff? We can also... Can we have it on our armour? I don't think we can have it on our armour. Just let her clear our corruption. Is it on armor? We can make shields. Just a heater shield. so. I haven't seen them. Am I wrong, chat? Somebody correct me if I am. I don't think I've seen emblems on armor. Not yet, at least. I don't think so. You can have it on your shield, though. You can have it on the banners. Yeah. Should make tabards and armor. I don't think so. Yeah. I imagine they might change that eventually. Oh, that's kind of cool. Cool. I don't know how I feel about these little towers either side, but at least we've got our emblems out. Let me fix this wall because it's going to be wrong. There we go. Right. What were we doing? Let's make sure we're not in Cod and Cloak. So we got ourselves a dancer. We got ourselves some gossamer. We could make her an outfit, and then we could do with getting ourselves a first like proper fighter thrall. We do have one here, Stephanie. She's tier 1. She's not going to live very long at all. Let's put the silk in here. So we could do this guy here, this armor. We haven't made our thaumaturgy bench either. We could start doing that. Do we have any twine? Yes. Ba-bum, bum. Ba-bum, bum. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do do do. Da-dum. Ba-dum, bum. Ba-bum. Okay, so let's make some armor for Steph. Use the term armor very loosely. What should we put the dancer in? The same? It's like a lot of gossamer. We haven't got enough to do that. Stephanie can finally get some clothes though. This is from the Debaucheries of Decketo DLC. It's the noble outfit. It looks different on ladies and dudes. There we go. We can dye it if we want to. What colour should we dye it? We haven't dyed an item yet. Find the hidden sorcerer cave. So maybe we'll do the sorcerer like journey. Because we did go there and I didn't like track the journey. I would also like to, did we make a fluid press? Finally I can squish these heads and get them out of our inventory. I don't think we did. Did we? We didn't put it outside. Da-da-da-dum. Crafting stations, alchemy. So caps, there we go. So let's place our freaking fluid press finally. We put it in front of one of the secret doors. Right, let's put the heads in there. We've been collecting them since the very beginning. It's going to be a lot of blood suddenly. We need for blood sausages for our kitty cats for healing. Yes. Tabards would be great. It's 9 movements for a flag. To do a quarter rotation, 18 for half. How do I know that? If the flag isn't parallel to the wall, I can't leave it till it is. I see. Does anybody actually display heads as trophies? Which ones do you use if you do? I haven't really since like the very first playthrough. I don't ever display these guys. We have a stretch. Oh. King, the King El Axel. Yes, I fully agree with that. I also think like the Red Mother head is quite a cool one on like a tower or something. Yep. Okay. So should we turn that into blood sausages like we've been talking about? Let's put it in here. So what's nice about it, you can make it like really early on. And then this gives your cat's pets 10 heals per second. Well, we didn't get very much from it though. Yes. Lots of blood required. We can also squash human body parts as well, which is lovely to get blood. I guess we could do that when we collect any. So yeah, should we go track the sorcerer journey? Excuse me. Oh, allergies. Big ones I do: red mother, dragon, rhinos. And they're just the first dragon I kill per playthrough. Is it? Have a box full of trophies, do you? Kudu and dragon heads generally. Bedroom, castle, wall mount. Yeah, I definitely think like the Elk King one looks super cool on like an insulated wood build, like a cabin. All right, DJ, take care. Remove bracelet, harvest human flesh, repeat. That's a good tip. Will work. Let's make our better, like, crafting thingy. What's it called? What am I trying to say, chat? Wait, I've got a point to spend. More damage, more power. Let's make the better thrall thingy. Truncheon, God. Torturer's bench. There you go. Companions. I need to learn it, I think. Knowledge. Survival tab. Scroll down. We're up to steel tools now as well. There we go. Wheel of friendship, right? And then we want friendship bench, work table. We don't have any steel. We don't have any steel. So let's work on some steel upgrades today. Let's repair everything. So let's go to Sinner's Refuge. Let's go to Sinner's Refuge. We'll see if we can get a good crafting thrall from there. I might leave a bench outside it. A wheel. Do 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 do. Do I have plant fibre somewhere? More repair. Yeah, we'll go to Sinner's Refuge. Gets fill up on brimstone, which is a good early place to get it from. Do 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 do. Everything repaired. So we need to get into the Age of Steel, don't we? So the iron pick has lost... No, it hasn't lost durability. No, these haven't lost anything yet. I don't think. They're all, like, rounded. Need leather. And plant fibre, okay. Is that everything now? Yep. Let's leave, like, this pouch behind. Heads. Anything I don't need. The Tome of Karak. We're going to make that the thaumaturgy bench when we get back anyway. Just dump stuff in here. Ba-da-ba-bum. Oh, drink some more water. And it is stealing tools. Stealing? No. Steal. Got you, got you. You can try buying those packages from Mechamosis Spiral Blood Crystals. That's true. Is there a bunch of brimstone pillars in Pirate Bay? Underwater? Yeah. Yeah. True. Cops were in a hurry there. They flew past you. Did you hear? I didn't even notice, honestly. I'm kind of out of it. Let me drink some more hot, like, water. Kind of hot. I think the durability loss is when you repair with kits. So it wasn't just with kits before. I don't think. They might have changed it. Remember, Anna, I live in the corner, yeah. Corner troll. hydrate. It's very warm in here. Okay. Yeah, I want to go to Sinner's Refuge and check that out as well and fill up with brimstone. We could go get some brimstone from like over here. Where is it? Like this kind of direction, this coastal area. There's no cookies allowed in the corner. Yeah. Or we could go to Sinner's Refuge. This is going to be a bit more fun, isn't it? I want to go to Sinner's Refuge. So let's just take the horse. What do I need? I've got a ton of aloe now. I could leave some behind just in case we get killed. I also want to make a bed, actually. Can I make a bed without making a... beds? Yes. I need to learn the beds, maybe? No? Decorative. Bed. This guy here. I've got to make it in the artisan thing unless I use creative mode. Okay, so we need an artisan's work table. I was going to make one of those, but I need steel for that. Okay, so we're going to do steel today. Oh, God. Alchemy, smithing, carpentry. Let's make an artisan table. Which one should I make? Maybe a white one? Where are we going to put you, friend? We have run out of space. Maybe here. Right, let's move the thrall pot to the corner. With all the stuff in it. I freaking love this feature. I never realised this was a thing for ages. Moving it with all the things in it. Now we can place our alchemist bench. Artisan bench. Good. There we go. Now we can make ourselves a bed. From the Debaucheries of Decketo DLC. This is the nice bed that I like. And can I pull all the stuff in here? Yep. There we go. Now, where are we going to put such a big bed is the question. We could put it here, actually. We could just get rid of these doors. So we need the space, and that wall is going to be handy. Where is my... Hello? Have I lost my marbles, chat? Where is my build hammer? Coffers are working fine on console. Coffers are not working with the big treasures in console. Coffer web doesn't show up bringing treasure home. Right. Have you... It's no... Okay. Have you placed one of these, Thriller? This is what you've got to place first. When you place this, it creates the area. It creates, like, the coffer area. And then, when you bring this in... Right? And then you left click, then it will let you place it within this area. But you've got to place this first. Yes? Take some mats for a wheel. Yeah, we're going to take mats for a wheel. So you've made that. So if you drop this, it won't do the, like, it won't do the psychedelic thing. You have to left click or whatever the equivalent is. So many bed options, and yet the only two I like. A Nordheimer or Debaucheries of Decketo silk bed. I do like the I like the Median one, you know, from the People of the Dragon DLC. That's kind of nice. So it's not working, Thriller. You've done all those things. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, you've got to left click. So people. So also, we were talking about this earlier because some people have said that these things have disappeared into their foundations. They're not. I don't think so, unless you've done this correctly. If I just drop that, this is going to despawn, right? This is not, because you have to actually, like, you have to click so that you get your psychedelic stuff, and then click to place it. Yeah. bed seems a bit short for my liking. Does it ask it? What I would really like is for it to be... I want different colours, you know. What am I going to do now? We need to, like, rechange, like, this whole place. Hold on a second. Chat, where's my freaking repair hammer? Did I put it in a box? I must have. I must have put it in a box. Da-da-da-dum-bum. This is called It's Too Hot Brain. I've got no idea what I did with it. Oh, there it is. What is it doing in my artisan bench? Did it steal it from me? Ba-da-da-dum-bum. Right, so let's make this like a bed area. I'm going to move you. Because I love that feature. Let's just put it here. Okay. And then I'm going to get rid of these, even though it makes me kind of sad. I'm going to get rid of that. That's going to become a floor piece again. Then I'm going to put windows. No, we're going to put walls there because there's a bed there. So let me just pick a wall. Because we've got to sleep somewhere. After a long day of like savagery and whatnot. Then we can put the bed against the back wall. Yeah, I would love different colour options for beds. Funcom, please. S'il vous plaît. There you go. Now we have a nice cosy bed. Now we need some furniture either side of that. What are we going to have? All. So what I want, like side... What do I usually use? Aquilonian vanity table I like as a side table option for the Aquilonian DLC. I also like to use the Turanian little thingies because they're cute. These things. I like to use like one of those either side just to put a little lamp on it. So let's do those. Let's make 2. Pulling stuff in with Unlock Plus, which is a mod. Craft 2. And then I want to put 2 little things. I don't know if I have enough iron. I do. Either side because I like the lighting that it creates. It's kind of cute. Ooh. How do I... Oh, I've got steel reinforcements because I dismantled... I'm not going to keep those. Because I didn't earn them, personally. Is that straight enough for my liking? These are stools, but I like to use them as side tables because they're little. Otherwise, the Khitan-like tables are kind of cool. And then we'll put... I love these. These are from the Turanian DLC. These are little, like... little lamps. I just think they're kind of cute. A bedside lamp either side. There you go. Kind of cozy. Definitely a fire risk in a tent. You dragged the bed on hotbar where the hammer was. I see, did I? Ability to dye some decos. Yes, definitely. Imagine this in like a bunch of different colours. It'd be so good. Pyro, listen here. Is that a mod that's letting you search between the DLC furniture without the artisan table? Search. Letting you search between other DLCs. Are you talking about the drop down? Here. I want that bed in purple. Ooh. Mod. Are you talking about this thing down here that lets me pull the stuff in? Yes. This is Unlock Plus. Yeah. It's brilliant. It's like craft from containers, basically. It's really good. I feel like a lot of survival games have a craft from containers mod, and they're quite popular, aren't they? So now we have, like, we need some, like, carpet at the foot of the bed. Maybe some storage for our stuff. Oh, look at the cake from the 5-year anniversary. What shall we have, friends? This is a side table. This is also a side table that I really like. Like the Khitan table. A carpet. What kind of style of carpet do we want? Let's search. The Nemedian ones, I think, are all from the People of the Dragon DLC. Yep, and the Khitan one is from Seekers of the Dawn. Argosian from the Argosian DLC, and this is from the Aquilonian DLC. This is really nice. These are bigger carpets. This is one of my favourites. I do like the Nemedian ones. They look kind of nice, like quality, like expensive looking carpets. Which one do we do? Maybe this one. But it's probably going to clash with the bed though, isn't it? Block your spawn point. It doesn't always say that, but sometimes it does. But it's because we're going to spawn right here. I'd kind of... Maybe we'll do like a little fur rug, actually. It doesn't actually clash as badly as I thought it might. So we could use that one. Oh, I do really like the little hide rugs. I think they're kind of cute. What is it called? Have I learnt it? I don't think I've learnt it in the knowledge thingy. Decoration. Yeah, it's this guy here. Rug stitcher. You got to learn. Any other decorative things I want to learn, maybe? Lighting. Am I going to use any of these? Maybe not. Candles. We'll pick up candles as we're out and about. So let's make a rug. This guy. It's kind of cozy. It kind of works well with all colours as well because it's just like a hide rug. Side of you. They did make them a little bit too ghosty for my liking. I kind of need it to be a bit clearer. Does anyone else feel that way? Like a bit more kind of like easier to see directions and stuff. See what I mean? It's alright when you're flying because if you're building creative a lot, which I do generally, let's line it up. It's not quite the foot of the bed, but then that's because it's blocking spawn points. Do I want it there if it's going to be that far away? I mean, I could put boxes there. Quite often, though, if when it lets you put boxes here, I tend to spawn inside the boxes and have to dismantle the if I die, and then I have to like dismantle the boxes. So maybe we'll put like a box either side of here. So I could do with maybe another one like this. Do I have any more iron reinforcements? Let's make some of these. This unlock plus is so good. Let's do it again. We need more iron already. We got loads of iron. Let's make a bunch of these. Sometimes I like set it to craft all and then I just take some of it out. I don't know. Does anyone else do that? We'll make some of these better chests. Normally place them and then move them. Hello, Jennifer. Hello, hello. Yeah, if you'd like to join our Conan Exiles server, you're welcome to do so. Just join the Discord. There's a link in the chat to the Discord. Everybody's welcome to join. Join the Discord, go to the pinned messages in the Conan Exiles channel, and you'll see joining instructions. I think the flotsam makes things harder to see in preview. Maybe, yeah, probably. Yep. Good night. Love the stream, need to sleep. Alright, Bulwark, thanks for being here. Sleep well, sleep well. Okay, I really want to like decorate this place nicely, honestly, but we don't have a huge amount of space. I really want to move this rug in, honestly. I feel like sometimes you can put it here. Okay, let's see if we can make our chests now. Okay. I have to make... Can I make them... But it's been so long since I made these chests. Can I not make them here? I did learn them, didn't I? It'll say where I have to craft them. With the construction hammer. Okay, perfect. That's why I was like, where do I make that again? Right, decoration, storage, chests, and I can press my button to pull the mats in. And I'll just put a box either side for a bit of symmetry. So you can like dump stuff before you go to sleep. Hypothetically, or log out, I guess. Hello, Aragon. Hello, hello. Put the carpet under the bed. Just got to put bed down last. Maybe we do that. There we go. Is that about that? It's fine-ish. It's like slightly... Someone else get really OCD about this. Okay, I'll do. I'm going to stop, chat, because it'll never stop. So now we can, like, dump things in here, like tools and weapons and stuff. All right. So we have a bed. So now we can place our bedroll, like, wherever we like in the world. And we can start making these little cute Turanian ones. These ones here, which were in the battle pass, question mark? Last battle pass? Somebody will know. I kind of carry those around with us. They just look nicer. That's all it is. They just look like little, like roll up, like comfy beds. They just look comfier, really. There you go. So I just carry a few of those around with me. Ah, there's the other ones. I'll just get rid of those. Perfect, perfect. Now we have a bed. We don't have a lot of furniture, but it's really just like a starter house anyway. Last battle pass, that's it. They're so nice. They're so cute, aren't they? Yeah, it's about time as well. The hide ones are, I mean, I used to always use the plant fibre and stick bedrolls, and it was always a pain to get sticks. And then I suddenly, I don't know when, like very, very late playing the game, I started using hide ones, and I was like, you always have hide later on, don't you? Or you can always get it really easily, so. Okay, keep me honest, chat. What the frick were we doing? Okay, we need to go get some brimstone. Okay. Do I have anything I can leave? I was going to leave behind some aloe. Let's leave some in one of these chests. Chest. Leave some behind in case we die. We need some, like, stuff. We'll leave behind the iron reinforcements. Lucistics. Thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hello everybody who's watching on Steam, by the way. We are live on twitch.tv/Annabriella. If you want to come get some Twitch drops, we've got a rock nose figurine available and a, what is it called, a caparison, which is like a saddle with a sheet, like a dust sheet looking thing, and they're going to hate me for calling it a dust sheet. No, they won't really. Hopefully not. Yeah, it just basically gives you an opportunity to display your clan emblem on your horse, which is kind of cool. We're going to make one of those today. We just need to go get ourselves some brimstone to make some steel reinforcements, because it costs like 5 steel reinforcements to make the thingy. All right, are we ready? I could do with repairing my armor. What do I need? Just hide. Yep. Ba-ba-da-dum, da-da-dum. Do-do-do-do. Da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-dum. Do-do-do. There we go. I always forget my skinning knife, and after a world bus I'm always running around looking for sticks for at least 5 minutes. Do you know, worst thing I ever did was, I should probably put weight reduction on these pieces, you know. Let's make a tinker's bench, because I keep running out of like weight capacity. Worst thing I ever did was do the Black Keep without a harvesting tool, and then I was like running around looking at boxes trying to find the materials I needed to craft a stone skinning knife in the Black Keep, because I couldn't harvest the boss who gives you like the, what is it, the heart of a, what is it called, heart of the Kinscourge, I guess, which you need to craft Tellus Sorrow or Tellus Lament. I was like kicking myself, and ever since then I'm like, take a skinning knife, or some kind of harvesting weapon. Although sometimes in the boxes in the Black Keep you'll get like a little harvesting tool. Right, Tinker's Bench. Is there a Tinker's... I think there is a Tinker Journey, isn't there? Which we should look at. Tinker. It is locked. I think I just have to teach myself the information, the knowledge. Learn the knowledge. Wow, words are hard. Let's learn these things. Tinker. Crafting stations. Smithing. Tinker's Bench. We should have the mats. Oh yeah. Where are we going to put you, buddy? I could put him in the corner instead of the thrall pot. I could put the thrall part outside, question mark? Or on the roof. I wanted to. Where am I going to put you? I could put the cooking thing somewhere else. Normally I would put it here in the centre. I could do that, I guess. We're going to have to build ourselves a nice treasure room at some point. Let's just put that there. And now we can put the Tinker's thingy here. Next to the bed. So we can like craft stuff before we go to sleep. And now I want to make the armour reduction kits to put on my armour, which is my favourite. I'm just going to make 5 of these just to give myself them. I mean, this is light armour. It doesn't weigh that much, but I just really want as much weight as I can because I like to hoard bits and bobs as I run around. I can always turn on weapon harvest corpses. Can turn on weapon harvest corpses? Is that in the settings, Oscar? I've never seen that before. Can confirm you cannot give them to other people to use if they didn't lock themselves. Can't use it. Yeah, that's it. That's it. It's a setting. Squirrel. Is it in the server settings? Da, 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 da. Where is it? Ba-dum. Do 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 do. Da 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 dum. Do 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 do. Do do do. Bum ba da ba da bum ba da bum. I don't see it. Do 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 do. Used to be able to do it by default previously, and they added it to settings. Whether I don't know. So what's the benefit of that? Weapon harvest corpses. I presume we get less of it. Less of the like stuff. So like when you kill it, they auto harvest or something. Look at this. I've got graphics set to low, but everything's on high. Isn't that funny? I used to have like post-processing on cinematic because it gives everything like this nicer like kind of like look to it. That's my SPS. Still okay. Just gives everything like a nicer look. Right, let's reduce our armor weight. So what does it weigh beforehand? This weighs 5.51. Now it weighs 2.2. Yeah, that's better. It no longer affects durability when you mod these, which is kind of helpful. Like I've got this like transmog here and I'm not even using it. Bum. All right. We've got our weight reduced a bit. Okay, we're going to go to Sinner's Refuge. It's like a freaking memory like puzzle for me. Where's my horse? It's outside. Oh, you got a lot of stuff on you, friend. Let's take all that. Give you vines back. Stay there. Don't forget your horse. Yeah. I know. Move out the way, kitty cats. I don't believe it's in in-game server settings. It should be on your host server settings instead. But if I'm on single player, then I should have all the same settings as a server. No? I set up every option on my single player more than once. I don't think that's there. Yeah. I've never seen it. Not much it takes to easy farm keys and stuff without needing a harvest tool. Pretty sure it's not a thing anymore. Might have been pre 2.0. I see, Aragon. Which I just realised would make it pointless for single player. Captain Landsman is our bot, by the way, just so you know. But welcome in. Good to have you here. If anyone wants to join the Discord, you don't have to be a sub or anything. There's a link in the chat if you'd like to join us. We have a community server as well, which is back up today after being updated for all of our mods. It's modded the same as this game, plus Pippi. There you go. Oh, let's put some shoebill heads in the squishy thing. Fluid press. Ba-ba-da-dum. Ba-da-dum. Do-do-do-do. It did sound vaguely familiar, Asker, but I suppose that makes sense if it's not here anymore, like not a thing anymore. Right. Plant fibre and wood in here. Like gathering bits of a golem to put together. We did pretty well in one box. Or was it an enemy? We got a radium head and an eye. I think it was a tier 3 sorcerer we killed, actually. Radium head and an iron guardian torso. It's kind of cool. I might leave these gas orbs behind. I'm going to leave repair kits for armor. What else? I should put like just basic mats in this box. We're going to go get some brimstone and we're going to visit Sinner's Refuge. Let's leave that. Teeth. Okay. I do have a lot of stuff with me. Maybe I don't need 2 katanas. Do you know what I'm saying? No? Let's use an ancient bow because I want to get into like using... I want to test out how the bows are working now. And the aggro range. We leave that behind. Do 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 do. Da 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 dum, da da da. Do do do. All right, all right. Okay. Oh, and this thing is it weighs a lot. All right, perfect. Now we are minimalist Vikings. Wait, no, barbarians. Identity crisis. Let's make some aloe. Okay, make some aloe potions ready. We got some things and stuff. I got my truncheon. All right. Are we ready? Are we finally ready? Let's get going. Appreciate the disable it by default now because you lose out on resources if you accidentally swung too often. Yeah. You do mismatch golem, you have to name him Patches. It's the law. That's cute. Right. Steely, let's go to Sinner's Refuge. We're going to get some brimstone. Yes, it's a good thing to visit early game anyway. Let's go down the lift, I suppose. I like the clan thingies. I don't know how I feel about putting them on the... Maybe I'll replace the foundation. I'd have to lower the foundations to do that, though. We'll work on it. We'll work on it. It's a janky kind of setup, but it's supposed to be kind of janky. It's a flotsam set, you know. It's like piratey kind of... Everything's just sort of like put together last minute. What's the style of this place? I also need to learn some dances. Could do with like learning belly dance, but I feel like we might get killed in the den in this armor. Da da dum. Do do. Hello, people watching on Steam. We're over at twitch.tv/AnnaBriella. If you want to come and get some Twitch drops. This is live at the moment. If you're like, is this a recording or is it live? It is live. Did I bring my horse? Yes. I lose the will to live on elevators. Yes. Well, these are fast ones. We did make a normal one. Yeah, I just ended up spawning in a fast one because there was just more than I could deal with. Oh, how do I say that? Caio? Caio? Vasconcello. Is that how you say it? Cello? Thank you for the follow. Can totally do Den now, Iron Steel tier. Just gotta watch the boss. Yeah, we can definitely do it. Yes. I just have to be like super slow. Careful. I don't have steel yet though. We're gonna go get some steel. And I would like to do some exploring and you know, modification. Also we need to go to this sorcerer's cave, I've got to remember. Yep. Probably need to track the steel journey as well, actually. Have to like switch to that. Is there a steel journey? Steelsmith. Yes. Oh, God. Oh, God. Craft tar in a tannery. Chat. Should we do this first? Because otherwise we have to stop. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. Come on, people. Two-handed swords are now even more scary. Enemies generally like hit a lot harder. Like when you get to end game, Steel Feud, like final perk in grit, max grit, is really cool. How far did I get? There's our house. Yes, and then you kind of, you know, you can't be hit in 2 hits anymore. Lots of aloe pots. Yeah, lots of aloe. I love to carry around like a bunch of aloe with me. Do 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 do. Da, 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 dum. Go away from me, you little pooper. Da, 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 dum. Go 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 go. Go away. Nobody likes you. Look at that horse health. Look at that health. What was he hit once by that bird? The freaking heck. Jeez. Oh god, all the Skelos cultists in the volcano when I went there only had great swords hurt a lot. Now with the Age of War, I've been one-shot too many times. I read tier 1 and tier 2 thralls with a 2-hander, yeah. Wait until there was a test, now I normally breeze through that. Yeah, I soloed it on the beta and I really liked it. Let's get a horsey to come to us. The horse is taking huge damage. From... Look at that. That is insane. That is insane. We need horse armor from, like, saddles, I think, personally. I'd like that. What did I come back for? Okay, let's track the steel journey. Oh, God. I'm glad I checked just before I left, or I would have been salty. Steel, steel, steel. Switch journey. Okay, access or place a fireball cauldron. Accessed. Craft tar and a tannery. We've got a tannery here. Let me put a bit more. Can I just... Where's the leather? Can I just search for hide? Nope. But this is from Unlock Plus, the reason I can see all these recipes. It's just so that you can pull stuff in, but I do find it to be... Someone is screaming outside. I don't know if you can hear that. I have the window open because it's, you know, it's more than my life's worth, honestly. It's so warm. Lord Vingar, thank you for the follow. All animals really feel really bad now with how squishy they are. They're very squishy, aren't they? Yeah. So I did like, I was doing a pets only challenge before this stage came out. I didn't quite finish it. And I felt like it was probably, it was something I would need to like restart in this age because things have changed so much. But pets were very good. Like a greater Sabertooth was super, super good. And now, I don't know, we're going to see how they are, really. I think they've changed a bit. Because people said they were quite weak, and actually they were pretty strong. Okay, craft tar. It's the tar I've got it. I probably just could have taken that out, couldn't I? Yeah, genius. Now, gather brimstone. Okay, gather brimstone. And somebody remind me to track the sorcerer journey as well. Okay, let's go, horsey. Take 2. I'm not coming back. It doesn't matter if I've forgotten anything. I don't care. Forget something comes back immediately. I should take mats for a wheel. Let's take these mats. Let's take what we need because we're going to be hopefully knocking people out, making friends. You know what I mean? Ba-bum, ba-dum. Name a horse Yeetus Maximus and leap off a cliff on it. Ask her, why would you say such a thing? Couldn't hear it, or it sounded like a leap off a cliff. Couldn't hear it. Oh, do you think it leapt off a cliff? Is that what you're saying? Don't forget about Sorcery Journey. My work here is done. Listen here, Fight Naya. Timely help. Timely help is important. Come on now. Be a team player. Come on now. Doo-doo. Oh, I haven't got a weapon in my hotbar. That's kind of like silly Billy stuff, isn't it, really? Let's get prepared for, like, stuff and things. Croco! Listen, Croco. How are you so already injured? Were you injured by a bird recently? Would you like to report it? Right, can we just get on this horse? Go, horsey, go. Right, to Sinner's Refuge. Excellent. I do wish that I had, like, medium armor. Look at it. It's so funny. This is his feet in the air. Heavy attack on these does so much. It's quite slow, though. Let's get the volatile gland for later. Ba-ba-da-dum, ba-da-dum. We got a few there. I do have double harvesting on. Rates, FYI. Saying couldn't hear the person outside. Oh, I see! I see! That couldn't hear. I see, I see. Got you. You know I have this problem, particularly when I'm, like, warm like this. Oh, the horse has got up in health. He reached level 10. Oh, wow, okay. Oh, let's see his stats. He got primal resistance, so we got a health perk. Well, that's good. I'm glad for that. Yeah, that's nice. Save the horsey. The Greater Saber, Queen Reaper were amazing in the current chapter. Really just too hit by so many things. Also, you Greater Sabers. Oh no. We're going to have to test it. And we've got ourselves a Greater Cat, who we could have following with us if we wanted to. I don't really... It's just going to die, isn't it, honestly? Yeah, I don't really want to... I don't want it to die. We'll level it up a bit first before we take it out on the road. Right, Sinner's Refuge. Let's yeet down this, like, river. Ba-ba-da-dum. There is brimstone in the jungle, but I just want to go to Sinner's Refuge because we can get a lot of brimstone in one go. We don't have to be underwater. And I don't have any breathing potions yet. I don't think I've looted any breathing potions. We haven't got a, like a... What's it called? Underwater breathing mask yet, although we could get that from near Buccaneer Bay. I just feel like going to Sinner's Refuge. That's it. I want to get out the jungle. Don't want to, like, just spend the whole time in the jungle. Hello, Kit. How are you doing today? How goes it? I hope it isn't too warm where you are because I'm dying of heat exhaustion here. She says, being melodramatic. There you go. Sip some water, hydrate and whatnot. Yeah, so we could get brimstone if we wanted to from the jungle, and we'll do that maybe just to show it. I just want to go, like, do a bit of, like, desert stuff. Get out of the rain for a while. Thought I had a sea serpent in your base, Joe. You thought you had a sea serpent in your base. That's kind of crazy. Da, 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 da. The nice thing about the iron tools is that most of these enemies... Well, maybe not these guys. These guys will drop stone stuff. But most of our enemies that we come across today will give us some iron. Snacks. Snackies. I already clicked on the book. There is a book here for a recipe. Specialist Cooking 10. It says new recipe acquired, but we already knew it. Because of the sound. Sound altar? I don't go outside, I'm not a peasant. Honestly, it's not been bad here, don't mind the heat. Yeah, the main thing for me is that it's... So I live in a building that is kind of like... It's hot when it's hot and it's cold when it's cold. Do you know what I'm saying, Kit? It's like hotter when it's hot and colder when it's cold. If that makes sense. And there's no aircon because it's UK and, you know, we have moderate temperatures. You know what I mean? It doesn't get hot here. It's Britain. And now it does. So, yes. When the zombie apocalypse comes, I'm out getting supplies and I hear someone humming Indiana Jones while killing zombies. I'll know it's you. That's lovely. Well, I hope you find me and say hello if there's a zombie apocalypse. That'd be cool. Anna's so used to the sound, she didn't even register it played. Which sound? Meant to do crowd gas, but I hadn't heard that one yet. Oh, C7. Did I not even notice it? Did I not even notice it? Oh my goodness. Maybe I didn't hear it. Dana, thank you for the follow. Completely missed it. I am a little bit out of it today because it's so freaking hot. I'm gonna drink more water. Hydrate, friendos. Hydrate. Hydrate, gamers. Welcome everyone who's joining us. Make sure you follow. Join the Discord if you want to. We have a community server if you want to do that. Join that, rather. Hello everyone watching on Steam. We're like multi-streaming at the moment between Twitch and Steam. Swamp AC time. Giant ice block in a kiddie pool with a fan blowing the cold toward you. Totally safe. I love that. Especially near electrical equipment kit. Perfect. By the PC. Perfect. Sounds great. Oh. Bring on the rain. Yeah. Well, the thing is, because when it's this warm, we'll get rain and then it's just like, I don't know. It's just hot and even more humid though, isn't it, really? Thunderstorms are kind of helpful, at least for a short period of time. Yes. Merciful. Is the server single player? Is the server single player? Are you talking about our community server? It's well, it's PvE multiplayer, obviously. It's not single player. What do you mean? Do you mean is it PvE or is it PvP? Look at this gorgeous sky. They've changed it recently. Ba-da-dum. So pretty. This is why I play with a wide FOV. I just want to see all the things. That's what the kiddie pool is for. Ice. Yeah, absolutely. Sounds very safe, Kit. You're clearly an electrician. If you are, actually, could we please take your license away? Is Anna playing? Anna's playing single. Yes, I'm playing single player, if that's what you mean, Danon. I'm playing single player. Do you know what I mean? Don't any like people like interfering with my life and stuff while I'm like trying to play. Gotta, you know. Also, there's lots of reasons why I play in single player on stream. One, if I was playing on a server, there'd be loads of like buildings everywhere, and I'm trying to have like the natural kind of adventure experience. And you know, sometimes we have certainly at the moment when there's like a big update, there's a lot of people who haven't played the game before, and I want people to see the map as it's supposed to be. You know, I want that experience. I've played on servers loads and loads, and that's lovely, but not for streaming, personally. Plus, sometimes I need to make it daytime or nighttime. I want to spawn stuff in. I need to take, like, look at that, 45 HP. I want to, like, take thumbnails and things like that. I need to be, like, I don't know. It just doesn't work. So, personal choice. That's what it meant. Ah, yes, it's single player. Yes, yes, yes. It does have some drawbacks, though, because when I leave an NPC camp, I don't know if I could adjust my settings, but I haven't. When I leave an NPC camp, like run out and run back in again, people will respawn because it's single player, because it's like a server that's, I don't know, like resets when I leave the area. So it does have its drawbacks. I have thought about playing on a dedicated server, like, you know, like we can all do, like just for ourselves. Maybe I'll do that at some point, but I need to get over the hurdle of doing it for the first time. And you know, that involves like brain space, you know. Seen very safe swamp AC setups, have you? Oh my god. Get little pop-up thunderstorms here, appeal for 15-20 minutes, then the sun comes out and the world is your sauna. Oh god, that sounds a nightmare. Yep. We could kill some like mini bosses along the river and steal their armor, but we're wearing agility stuff now. Look at this sky. It's cute. It's all twinkly. Okay, I can't really see it with this. There you go. You get the full vision. Like, look, you can see the light difference around me. You can see it quite well here, actually. It's like dark there, and then it kind of gets light at this ridge. Although it's blended pretty well. That's every summer here. Do you ever use the gold rock nose in an animal pen for gold? Not really. I don't think I've ever tried it, Thriller. I've had people who've... Oh, there's the croc! There's the random croc that jumps out the water. I forgot where he was. Where are we? We're here. This is where the random croc is. Jump scare central. Yeah, I never did. I never had a problem getting enough gold. Just from like gathering coins from enemies. One thing that I generally always gather is like gold and silver coins. And then I like to, certainly on servers and things, I'm kind of obsessed with dyeing things white and black and like Cimmerian blue and things like that. So I would tend to harvest a lot of ash from the volcano. And then I would used to use an oil of bounty with the blackbird pick, and I would end up with so much gold. Am I going to get more aloe? I think I am, just because it's here. I would end up with so much gold, so I never bothered with the rock nose, the silver vein rock nose. Although it's kind of fun, I suppose, if you want to do that. Hello, Lemuto, how you doing? Hello, Aim. Hello. I have some gold and silver rock noses and a pen to you. Does anyone? So who here uses the gold and silver rock noses? Have 3 gold in my pen just to keep a stream of gold going. Cool. Butt spot. Have 3 vein rock noses. Oh god, butt spot. Now that is why we don't have the chat on the screen while we're streaming to Steam. Do you know what I mean? They don't need to see that. Butt spot. Behave yourself. Party wolf. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. 4 gold, 1 silver here. But Spot is so naughty. I've wondered if he was alive then. Nice saw. Gonna be loads of aloe along here. I'm gonna have to like resist the temptation to like hoard it. But I do like to carry loads of it with me. So that I can just craft aloe potions as I need them. I just farm gold in the volcano. Yeah, me too. I just end up with enough of it. And generally speaking, I have enough alchemical base from farming tier 3 bearers to kind of so that I can't come on, words go in order. So I don't generally need to like worry about that. Look at this. Your stamina regenerates fast enough so that you're not going to necessarily die immediately. If you fight whilst over encumbered. Am I going to drop these heads? Oh god, I'm going to drop the heads, chat, because it's just way too much. And I'm not going to harvest bodies. Don't want that. Let's be minimalistics, right? Let's eat some bone broth. Let's get rid of that. Say no to hoarding. Marie Kondo your inventory, chat. Maybe. Alright. Oh, the police are coming. This is it, chat. They're taking me away. It definitely should go in Buttspot for Hall of Fame. Definitely. Yep. Farm gold. It's not a bad turnover. Last 1,000 stones in my gold silver rock nose pen resulted in 195 gold, 42 silver, and 768 ironstone. Wowzer. Server Conan. Hello, Bazaar. Yes, do join our server if you'd like to. Just join the Discord. There's a link in the chat to the Discord. Look at the pinned messages in the Conan channel. You'll find joining instructions. It's modded the same as my game. You can do !mods Conan in the chat if you want to see the list of mods. But there is also Pippi in addition for server management. There you go. Check out my YouTube channel, by the way, people. If you haven't ever seen my YouTube channel, it's at Annabriella. Right, I think we're here, aren't we, at Sinner's Refuge? Let's go up this slope. Ba-da-dum-bum. Doo-doo-doo. We're going to have to go back into the freaking Sorcerer's Cave because we didn't track the journey last time. Oops. Apologies. Sorry. I'll come back and fix that. 4 independence definitely worth it. Infinite money by harvesting rocks with the treasure update all gold, silver bars. That's a very good point, actually, Thriller. That is a very good point. Now that we're like treasure hunters, magpies, stealers of treasure and stuff. Ezel, thank you for the follow. Don't tell Kel I got 42. Right. Are we going to leave the horse? We'll take the horse with us. Horsey is like relatively tanky now. He's like tier level 10. So I do have like I do have mats in his inventory to place a wheel if I want one. We're going to see if we find any thralls in here. Crafting thralls. I don't want a fighter from this cave because they're very low level and they'll just die immediately. You know what I mean? You just have to give him a little tickle. Hello, sir? He always backs up into the bushes. Sir, I know you're there. It's like, where are you going? Okay. So there's a pretty decent chance. It's a good cave, really, really good cave to get crafters from. And it also is full of brimstone. So we're going to go in here, we'll kill everybody. And then we'll harvest a load of brimstone. I could put my torch on, I guess. I could use a one-handed torch. This is brimstone here. But it's a really good cave early game. Do-do-do-do-do. This place here, there's always like random crafters. Tier 2 armourer, Tier 1 armourer, Tier 3 fighter, no health at all, archers, and then it continues back. Let's just kill these people. I don't want Tier 2s, I just want Tier 3s and upwards for everything. Oh, okay. I fell. I don't know what happened. Excuse me. I'm a pro gamer. I did a great job, chat. That's what we need to remember here. Thank you for dying. I appreciate that. Ooh, hello. It's all fun and games until the horse pinned you to the wall of the cave. Oh no. Horse is a death trap in tennis. Yeah. Kind of enjoy going, just mass collecting gold, silver ore. Feels good to come back with stacks of it. Yeah. I might do that though. Maybe we'll get ourselves some gold and silver rock noses. I like it. Do. Yeah. Come on then. Come on then. Who's the tough guy now? What do we got? Carpenter tier 2. What are you? A dancer. No longer. There's always dancers in the corner over there if you need a dancer. We're not just gonna, you know, like unalive them. Kindly. You know what I'm saying? Sarah's Azora. Smelter. Gimme. Gib. Okay, so now because I don't have any people with me, I don't have to worry about anybody. Oh, 75 health. The reason they have made it so that your truncheon will not do any damage at all is because some of these people have such low health now. I don't know what they had before, actually. I'm in light armor, so this is a reasonably fair fight. Oh, they hit hard for Sinners. Sinner's Refuge. Can I kill you because you're like interested? Wait, that sounded wrong. Came out wrong, chat. Stop hitting my horse. Come here, friend. He's going back. Right. I'm gonna fight you, Lady Larathiel. Come here. Come here. Come here.
Someone's coming.
Stop running from me. Listen, we're gonna be friends. You're gonna like it. Why do you hit harder? Is it because I'm wearing light armor? I can't tell. Mind you, she's a tier 4 actually, isn't she? Although she's still she's still an exile. What's my regen like? Yeah, good. Yep. Don't derp out, lady. She has hyper armor from her mace. It's a weapon with hyper armor, so shield won't get interrupted as often as people with like a sword. Okay, we're doing alright. Sleepy times. I believe in the friendship. Can you pop over here? Because I don't need to fall into textures or something. Come on then. Come on then. This way. Come fight me. Oh, she reset entirely. That is outrageous. Listen, madam. You are not going to have the good gruel today. Okay? We're going to give you the gruel that's a little bit old. The one we made yesterday. Still healthy. Technically, we're not breaking any laws. It's still very high in fibre. Do you know what I mean? But it's not going to taste as nice. It's not going to taste as nice. Hopefully my horse doesn't die right now. The horsey! The horsey! I'm going to put the horse outside. Horsey! Oh my word. Horsey, look at him! You bar stewards, you turd wallets. Wallets of turd. Let me put my horse outside. Poor horsey. I'm just going to kill everybody else and we'll get that lady. Hopefully she doesn't despawn. Because that is a thing in single player. If you run out of render range, it kind of resets the area. But the horsey will not die today. This is my favourite horsey. Come on, buddy. Let me put you somewhere safe. I'm sorry for being a bad friend. Let's put you here. Safety. Poor little dude. Crikey. Dean, thank you for follow. Zeta, thank you for follow. 7 chaos people can't make it up the stairs. Listen here, fighting Aya. Go to the corner. Horse is taking a beating. No one dies today. Yeah, except me. Except me, probably, and everyone in here. Wow, we took... Look at our truncheon. This is why I've got 2 of them with me. Yeah, these are people I killed. I'd do it again. Who are the people that were hitting my horsey? Who will hopefully heal up. Did the horse... They just drop dead. They're going to be here, aren't they? Right, come on, people. Aggro to me while that... Hopefully that lady stays where she is. Hello. Come and hit me. I am a friendly person with a katana. Just gonna tickle you with the end of it. Maybe get your ear off. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Okay, you. You were the person that was hitting my horse. Come on. Ooh. Maybe the short sword. I don't want to kill the smelter. The smelter is still there. Stop de-aggroing, you freak. Should I do the short sword? Because it's a bit more pokey. Yeah. Okay. There we go. Decisive. Accurate. Right, lady. You're coming with me. That's it. Okay. Now, have a think about what your friends did to my horse. And let's talk about food options, shall we? I give it like a moment. 2 hits, and then like a moment. And she's against a wall, so she's like, I don't know if I can hit her. Am I like resting? What am I doing? Stay there. Stay chill. You don't need to hit back. Everything's gonna be fine. I've got some 24-hour gym. What is it, chat? What's the thing we've told them? 24-hour gym, paleo food, right? Oh, okay. Listen, she started thinking about it. She's fighting back. It's like in Ark when they start running away. Listen, lady, come on now. Work with me here. Come on. There you go. Now we're gonna set fire to things very effectively. Perfect. Wonderful. She's accepting the friend stick. Okay, Kit. Where can you often find Featherfoot? Featherfoot. Featherstep? Are you talking about Cathibria? Are you talking about bearers? If you're talking about bearer spawns, they are random, like, spawns. In terms of, like, who it is. If you're talking about Cathibria Featherstep, but there's 4 bearer spawns at the galleon and 3 bearer spawns at the den, and it's random who it is. Tier 1s, Tier 2s, Tier 3s, or named, any random named people. RNG, what you get. If that's what you're talking about. Yeah, named bearer, Cathibria Featherstep. Yep. So yeah, farm the black galleon, farm the den, just go back and forth between them. And that'll just give you the best chance, really. Okay, fortunately, we came equipped with some tools to make a wheel of friendship. A gym, a portable gym arrangement or something. I don't know, we'll work on that. Work on it. Let's do a bit of this. Let's make a friendship gym equipment station. Right? Yes, chat. There you go. Have a little think about you. Yep. So I want you to consider what we're offering here today, madam. Friendship, obviously, great working conditions. You get a seat. Did she get a seat? She get a little stool in front of a quite warm furnace, which on a cold day a lot of people will be really appreciative of. Very nutritious, like fiber-based foods. What else do we have? Phantom's cookie, thank you for the follow. It's a pop-up gym. Yeah, it's a pop-up gym. You're gonna have great quads and glutes from it. Wheel of gain. Yes. Yep, got to get them gains. We've got vanilla thrall crafting on, and it's really quite quick now. She's at tier 4. And I wonder if the feats feasts boost stamina. That's a mouthful, like the ghetto potions. While she's doing that, I'm going to refill my water flask. BRB. Hello, I have returned. I see that we're not dead, which is kind of good. And she's ready. Look at that. Amazing. Let's just take our portable wheel with us. Because we have to make a sharp exit. Let's move out of the way slightly. I've got a little, like, toasty here I'm going to eat. It is cold, by the way. It's cold toasty. Okay, hold on. Let me deal with these friends. Ha! Screw you. Okay. It's time to refuel. Ask what time you're thinking. I don't know, Joe. Sorry, love. I don't know. Does your server have a thespian market? No. It's alright, Joe. I'm not offering you my toasty. What is everybody up to in their games? What are you up to today? Looking for treasure. Nice. Going to the guy and see if there are any good friends to make. I like it. Just got home from work and booting up a community server. Nice. I removed the direct IP gashes because it wasn't working. Just search for it. Just search for the description. You've got instructions on how to search for it. And then you can save it to your favourites. If you will. Ooh, we're out of water nearly. Playing Adam's Family Pinball. Trying to get 133 stamina with full corruption. Okay. Building to take over my area before the person encroached too far. Hope that's not on our server, Lily. Good. And I relate to that feeling. Does it have 10 fish slots, Slabbered? I don't remember. I don't remember how many slots it has. I don't think so. Maybe? But then the important thing about the improved fish traps is that they give you rare fish, which is like valuable because they give you buffs. Grabbing Zerkers. A person built a Zerker farm in the mountains. I was definitely ready to eat, chap. Holy potatoes. Horse is still not healed from vines. What can we give him? Azura's glory, I guess. For healing. That's what we'll have to get. 10 points of healing per second on the first one, isn't it? Usually use bark on my horse. For vitality. For agility, really? So I usually use, like, whatever I have. I have found that it doesn't really matter hugely. We had, like, 5 horses on, like, my last big playthrough. And I gave them, like, seeds or vines or bark, like really whatever I had on me, or sometimes, like, berries. And they always ended up with 10,000 health. So I think I'm going to go with this just to have on them so that they get 10 heals per second, because they take a lot of damage now. They fight. No, that's a terrible joke. The horses neigh, they don't bark if you're watching on Steam. You have massive amounts of bark. Game name. It's in the it's written underneath the stream, Gayrod. You can see the name of the game. You can click on it if you want to. Get horses from Highlands and Scythe. Some sort of go at the same time. Yeah, 2 birds, 1 stone. Yeah. Yep. I usually end up with too many, like, random plants anyway, because I don't generally make dyes that much. Certainly on my stream game. The name of the game is Conan Exiles, Gayrod. It's written underneath my stream. Whenever you go on Twitch, the name of the game is always written underneath the person's. It'll say just chatting, or it'll say the name of the game. Okay? It's Conan Exiles. Not very many, Lily. So someone asked, do we have mosquitoes in the UK? We get midges. Teeny tiny things in certain places by, like, lakes and stuff. Scotland, any Scottish people in. Scottish lakes, or just generally lakes, I suppose, but I've been eaten alive by... Actually, I think there's mosquitoes in... I think mostly midges, really. I think there are mosquitoes here, definitely, but we don't really get that many. How about you, chat? Do you get mosquitoes? And do they bite you, or do they leave you alone? And are you a dude or a lady? You don't have to answer that. But you do hear people saying that they bite women more than men. I don't know if that's true. I don't know, Robo, I don't know what that final word is, but Automod didn't like it. So I'm reluctant. I don't know what it means. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt. But I'm kind of like, only midges, but apparently in the mosquito family. I have been eaten alive by lakes. Germany, I've been eaten alive by mosquitoes. Oh my. They're so horrible. Lovely lakes. Nice humid day. Whew. Say goodbye to those ankles. Skeets from time to time here that eat my husband alive, do they? They tend to leave you be. It's interesting, isn't it? I wonder why they leave some people alone. Lots of mosquitoes. Honestly, like, sitting by a lake in Germany, I have been eaten alive, and I've been covered in, like, DEET as well. You know, that stuff that, like, what's the word? I'm just going to pour a drink and then we're going to carry on playing, in case you're wondering. Yeah, even, like, covered in, like, and, like, what's it called? Insect repellent, right, basically, and still get eaten alive in the summer because women are sweet. I mean, that's what people have said. I don't know about that. Maybe hormones or something, perhaps. Maybe there's something in that. Mosquitoes love me for some reason. I'm sorry about that, IBN. Lots of mosquitoes inland. Inland of 10,000 lakes. Oh. When from the northwest, skates, they really only come out in the evenings. Where I'm now in the desert, they're out all day. It's annoying. Oh my. Those bugs that will actually... Oh my god, Starboard, that sounds awful. You have those where you live, Starboard? Oh, I like put more water in my flask and then put more squash and it's like very weak. My ex-wife got eaten by mosquitoes all the time, really touched me. Like family members, like male family members who say, it's like ASMR filling of a flask now. Have family members who have... males who've said that they don't get touched by mosquitoes at all, and I have certainly, like I mentioned, I don't know if you can hear that paw. Midges make you look like you're in a rave when you lose the plot. I remember, like, as a little kid being on holiday in Scotland, and I was like on what's it called? I was on a swing, right? And I remember swinging forwards and backwards, and there was like a cloud of midges, like hitting, like my legs were hitting them as I was going forwards and backwards. Oh my goodness, they're so scary. No, not ticks. You're talking about ticks? You did hear the pouring cap screwing soothing. Yeah, there you go. It's full of ice as well, Asker. It's like this 2-litre like thermos full of ice, and it's got like a fruit squash in it. Oh, it sounds awful, Starboard. Yeah, not really. I would say, I think we have mosquitoes here, but I don't think we really have like that many, because I remember looking it up when I was in like Germany one time, and I remember everybody, I was in this like little restaurant by a lake, and everybody was like using my like bug repellent. They were like, can I borrow that? And I was like, yeah, take it. It was like crazy. It was so funny. Harvest mites. Oh my goodness, David. That sounds so scary. Right. Well, hydration and bug talk, stage of the stream. Let's move on, shall we? Oh, I mean, you can keep talking about it if you want to, I don't mind. Just annoying, yeah. Florida, most of my life, never had issues. They don't bother me at all. I wonder if it's like blood type or something. I don't know. Very itchy. Oh dear. Oh, do you know what? I have such a fear of bugs. I'm not going to look them up because it will freak me out. Like, charge my mouse a little bit. All right, friends. Let's move on, shall we? So what did we do? Ah, we didn't get any brimstone. Okay, now we're going to go in and kill those people. Right, Horsey, you stay here. Bit closer, maybe. We'll kill everybody and then we'll just like harvest all the brimstone. Maybe we'll get another like fighter, or not fighter, another crafter while we're in here. Yes. They really, considering this has always been an incredibly easy cave where these guys just tickle you, I'm amazed that they really took half my horse's health. It's kind of scary. Rascal, thank you for the follow. Just looked him up. Okay, so I should let someone hit me and see how much damage we do, because we do have Hozav's UI mod. And oh, I'm out of water. Okay, we better be quick. We are not too far from a lake, a river. Okay, I'm just going to kill you really quickly. Does anyone have any purified water on them? No? Can I just run past these people? There's a decidedly non-zero amount of damage. 50 damage in one hit. 50 damage, and I'm wearing light armor. Tier 3 carpenter. I might take you, friend. Okay, listen. Turd wallets. Ooh, am I going to die in Sinner's Refuge? What? I don't think I've died in here since... I don't know if I ever died in here. This is crazy. I should have worn medium armor. Listen, people. Am I just going to kill him? Because he's in... Right, let's deal with the archers. This is very interesting. This is like the easiest cave known to human. Let's take your coins because we need that for... Ooh, hello. What does that give us? I mean, it will give me encumbrance, won't it? As like a, you know, in a pinch. Gosh. Okay. All right. Carpenter ran off, right? Ooh, hello. Oh, did they always drop this? I don't think they did. I don't think they always dropped it. Am I going out? Yes. Going the wrong way. She's going the wrong way. Conan's more dangerous. It is, yeah, definitely. Water on the floor at the back of the cave. Is there? They'll have any blood type there after the carbohydrates and proteins. So why do some people, though, anecdotally have, like, just not get attacked when others do? Is it perfume or something? You're the half wearing nicer perfume than you, Kip. If you have certain bacteria on your skin. See, this is why we have scientists in our community. That's why we keep you around fighting iron. You thought it was for your glowing personality and your great corner jokes. I'm kidding, by the way. Definitely because of the corner jokes. I wear Prada candy. That sounds very sweet. You'd imagine they would be interested in sugar smells. Although it probably just smells like sugar, but isn't actually. Oh god. Wait a minute. I don't want to place a bedroll. Maybe I should do. This is me accidentally, like, telling myself. Sir. So could you cease and desist? Although I can see you better here. Does anybody else feel like they've improved optimization? Have you noticed that your frames are better? The game looks a bit better. Because I feel like it does. Frame-wise. And I have to see what it's like when I have a big base. Right. Now, Mr. Carpenter, I shall take you with me. You can make me some handy sticks for your trouble. What do you do in this game? I saw you on the PS Extra. You saw me on the PS Extra catalogue. You saw me on the PS Extra catalogue. Are you talking about you saw the game? Because I'm not... I don't think I'm in the PS Extra catalogue.
Hello there.
You saw the game in it. Oh, I see, not me. I was like, wait, I'm not in a catalogue. What do? It's a survival game. You build, you survive, you thrive, you murder people, you enthrall them, and you make them friends with you. Like this. And then you, like, put them to work. Like, willing participants of your... Yes, it is a multiplayer. It's PvE or PvP, single player, or you can play it co-op. It's a lot of fun. There's a lot of, like, very passionate people in this community who've been playing it for a long time. It's good fun. Do you like survival games? Do you like crafting, building, that kind of thing? There's dungeons, there's bosses, stuff like that. There's different builds and things. Thank you. Much like Ark, Minecraft, all those types of games. Yeah, if you like Valheim, Ark, you know, Minecraft, you know, survival stuff. It's a standard kind of survival game with extra features. There's no dinosaurs, but there are, like, dragons and stuff like that. Are you excited for June? I am excited for June, actually. Yeah. How about you guys? I've been looking forward to it. Emma Gecko-mancer. Look at me reading and stuff like a pro. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Sim to Ark in a lot of ways. Yeah. Best combat of any survival game for sure. It's good combat, and you can climb. You know, like in Ark, you can't climb. In this game, you can climb pretty much most things. Not in dungeons. Oh, we are 1% on water. Let's go fill our waters. We're gonna kill everyone in here. We're gonna harvest the brimstone. We're gonna make some steel fire. Hello, Kurkajur. Kurkajur. Sorry for butchering your name. Oh, we're very thirsty. Okay, we're gonna go click on the back because we've been tipped that there's a bit of a water pool at the back.
Watch out!
Please don't kill me. Oh, we got an Azora person. What are you? A confessor. Is there water at the back? Where is the water? Squirrel! I can't see! The thirst is getting to my brain. Where is it? Where is it? Hello? Here? Where is the water? I never saw water in here. You're literate on a Conan stream? For shame. Shame for being literate? I don't see the water. Is there like a Discord server I like especially playing? Is there like a Discord server? What do you mean? You mean for Conan Exiles people? I mean, there are many servers. I like playing because I like playing. But yeah, there's loads of official servers. You can play PvE or PvP, whatever you like. Official servers are pretty like good communities. Okay, let's just go to the water. There used to be water on the pillar. Oh, that's all right. That's okay. No harm, no foul. Right, let me just go get some water. Where's the closest? Let's go to the croc pond before we die. We do have heals. We'll be okay. My base is decayed due to Diablo 4. It'll do that, won't it? How many people have like totally gotten distracted and lost a base before? My goodness. Okay, go. Believe it is. Da da dum bum. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Let's get some water. Crocodiles. Could you stay away from me, please? Okay. Oh, I'm so thirsty. Oh, God. Let's get in the water, because it's safer in the water. Crocodiles can't swim. Everyone knows that. It's just a fact in live chat. It's a myth that crocodiles can swim. Those scales are really just very effective defences. And the tail and everything, it's nothing to do with swimming. Just be clear. Yes, I believe it is. Played an official for a year and had an epic base of Glendale logged in for too long and poof. Yeah. That is the thing. That's the nice thing about single player or your own server. Definitely you can just turn off decay. It's good. I have to go adult. Have a great rest of the stream. Thank you for being here, Kit. It was nice to see you. That sucks. Yeah. That's the thing if you get distracted for a bit. They have extended the decay times on official servers to like 10 days now, haven't they? We're going this way, yes. So now we finally have water. Perfect. Everything is safe. Noobs, welcome. New world is a dead zone at the moment. Is it? Yeah. My entire game is decayed as 2. Da-da-dum-bum. Do-do-do-do. My problem is I just have a very bad kind of memory and attention situation. So I need like to play with people who are better at remembering stuff. If I'm like busy for a couple of weeks or something. I've got to play with people who are like responsible adults, you know what I mean? That's it really. I need a carer. Hello noobs, how are you doing? Welcome in. Now keep some camels filled with a decent amount of materials in case I have to start over. Yeah. Or just like logging out with a lot of stuff, I guess, yeah. A game of pinball. What? A game of... You had a game of pinball, did you? That's cute. Where am I, chat? Why am I... I'm confused. Got lost. What am I... It's further down. How did I... Wait, is it that way? Yeah, it's that way. Okay, I'm fine. This is just after I say I need a responsible adult. Yes. 7,000 hours, chat, and I still get lost. You got the number 1 high score, did you? You can queue for a dungeon. It would take an hour to find people to play with. Queue for a dungeon. Oh, not for this game though. You don't have to queue for a dungeon in this game. You just go in and play it. Do do do. I think did the horse level up again? Da, da, da. Da, da, dum, bum. Right, we are finally gonna get some brimstone. Now we're just on a brimstone run, okay? Because we're just gonna it's gonna go on forever. Brimstone, 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 brimstone. I would like to take the horse in though. I guess I could just kill everybody really quickly. I don't really want the confessor dude in there. If he's still in there. I'm going to take the horse. I'm just going to kill everyone incredibly fast. Like a freaking maniac. You know what I mean? We'll put everything we don't want to carry in here. Carpenter has finished, like, converting to our friendship already. I'm going to chuck everything in here so I can carry as much as possible. She says keeping an enormous amount of hoarding items in. Community server character does triple damage from pre-activate. Triple damage, 2 perks, agility with katana. Nice. Hello, Billy. Welcome, welcome. It's complaining. Oh, I see. Missed when there were people. I see. Yeah. Over 9,000 hours, not a meme, and I still get lost rate. There you go. You see, I feel completely vindicated. Yeah. Do you know what? So things I can never find, right? Galaman's tomb. I can never find it. I've only recently started trying to find it on every playthrough. The path to get up to the obelisk in the jungle, the southern obelisk. Right, everybody dies fast, so that I can just get my brimstone finally. Because the horsey's gonna get attacked. Come here, you fudge is. Come on, fudge. What else can I never find, chat? I get lost in. Who is shooting us? Sir. So I feel your arrows. There you go. Let's go, horsey. Don't you shoot my horse. That's it. I got my horsey. It's gonna be with me. I'm gonna be okay. Giant. You got a giant cold kitty statue. Nice. This is the one where you were just inside. Now am I lost again? This is when I was just in. Yeah, this is when I was in. Yeah. Everybody dies. Everybody. I don't care about your tier 3 dancer. Nice damage in Sinner's Refuge. I mean, I'm in like light armor, but still, they hit harder. Interesting. Hopefully, this is still the dude I don't want. Don't you curse me! I'll curse you. I'll commit. Oh, I want him. Damn it! Stop being people I want to thrall. Stop it. Stop it. Yeah, I definitely do more torpidity damage with a heavy attack. It's not just like, doesn't matter which. I'm gonna abuse the system here, sir. I don't like that you've got daggers. I just want to say that when we talk about the friendship later. I'm gonna give you some feedback because I feel like it was kind of mean of you to come at me with daggers. Don't you jump back there. Come on. Walk towards the stick. That's it. Walk towards the stick. Now lean into it. We're going to be friends. We're going to be friends. Don't try to fight it. Think about the lovely pastures in the jungle. It's going to be lovely. We got horses. You probably won't get on a horse. Let's face it. You're going to be at your little bench. But you can have a chair to sit on. It's going to be incredibly comfortable. Right. We've got a couple of different options here. We've got a bench or a fireball cauldron. How do you feel about fireball cauldrons? Okay, benches? Okay. I'm going to put you on the bench. We'll start you on the bench. We'll see how I feel about that. And then maybe we'll move you to a fireball cauldron if you behave yourself. High fiber foods. High fiber foods. You're going to like it. It's going to be very tasty. Come on now. Come on now. Friendship is close. There we go. Lovely. Lovely. He was persuaded by my arguments, chat. I felt it. I haven't got my freaking... I just want the brimstone. Just keep getting thralls. So now we've got a named smelter, a named alchemist, and a tier 3 carpenter. And no brimstone. I love the job interview process. Yeah, it's kind of one way, honestly. It's like a very one way kind of conversation. Wait, is there voice chat, proximity chat? No crossplay. I can play with friends. You can play with friends, yeah. Play on an official server. You can play with anybody, or you can do single player. Or you can get your own server if you'd like using my Nitrada link. There's 35% off at the moment. Casual little plug there. Should you wish to. Anna is a very aggressive employment negotiator. Yeah, you got to be aggressive to get the best people. This is how it works, F. Okay. There we go. We're just being too successful. This employment drive is incredibly good. Such a good cave. Now, I don't have any leather. in case somebody good is in here. Can we go straight back in again? Right. No people. We just want brimstone, okay? Let's maybe start getting brimstone immediately. Okay, this is what we're here for. This is why we came to Sinner's Refuge, because it's a little bit more interesting than diving. I mean, we can dive as well, but I didn't have, like I said, I didn't have any breathing potions. I don't have, like, a underwater breathing mask. And I just, hitting rocks under the water is kind of a pain in the butt. Scared to do a job interview with Anna for now. You would be wise, Cunningham. You'd be wise. She's creating a job. Exactly. I'm like, it's a great economy here. You know what I mean? Yep, definitely. And you know, once they get their workbenches, I find they don't really like have any complaints anymore. You know what I mean? Yeah, it all works out. They just settle into their job and stare blankly at the wall. You know what I mean? Like happy people do, right? So dark. Yeah. Oh, hello. Do you know what? If I see a bone shield, I have to check it because sometimes it won't be in here, but sometimes it's a black tusk shield with 15,000 durability, and you know, if it is, I want it. Not that I use shields, bear in mind. Although sometimes I will use a shield in like Dagon or something in the Sunken City, mayhaps. You know, sometimes. Okay, right, hit those rocks, lady. Conan Exiles is all about entrepreneurship. Exactly. It's just helping you to be a better business person, chat. So, gathering interns is the name of the... It is exactly. Precisely. Diving, there's brimstone. Yeah, there's brimstone in the... over here, isn't there? In the water. Like on this bit here. You dive down. It's very deep. You dive down and there's like stalagmites. Yeah, the ones that stick up. Yep. There's a bunch of it in the jungle. Found that shield in the den. I found that, yeah, you can get it from the bosses in Unnamed City. You can get it, I found it in a chest, I think, from Mounds, from Mounds of the Dead. Yes. But it's a good shield because it looks like nothing. And it has 15,000 durability, which is just really good. Especially in this age, you know. Where the age of durability is kind of important. Oh good, nobody's here. Finally, get a bit of work done, do you know what I mean? I don't think you'll find it here in this cave, because I think the enemies are too easy to have that in the loot table. I would never expect to find a black tusk shield here. But like tougher enemies, bosses... you know, a chest in like a tough NPC camp. Definitely. The den is great. It's good to know you got one in the den. But how many of you actually use shields? And if you do, have you rebound block from control? If you're on like mouse and keyboard or like... I feel like holding a shield on console or on controller was a lot kind of... It felt more comfortable for me. Because a lot of my time was on console in this game, pre-PC. It's a Decetto cat. Yeah, it's a Decetto cat idol, isn't it? It's a nice one. I like it. Yep. If anyone here, by the way, hasn't seen my YouTube channel, there's a bunch of Conan Exiles guides over there and Let's Plays and stuff at Annabrella on YouTube. If you're watching on Steam at the moment, because we're live streaming on Steam and Twitch at the moment, come over to Twitch. We've got some Twitch drops. You can get a Rocknose figurine. And you can get a comparison, which is like a saddle for your horse with a dust sheet all over it. I've got to stop saying dust sheet, but it's the best thing I can really describe it as. So yeah, come and watch. Pop over, say hello. Or don't, just lurk in the shadows should you want to. Band block to thumb buttons. Okay. And do you use it a lot, or do you just use it do you use it for like archers and stuff? I guess I'm just too lazy to carry one around. And I don't like the fact that it changes your animation when you're holding a shield, personally. I just want to do as much like damage as possible. So I just end up taking damage from archers, you know. People are like, you could use a shield, you know. And I'm like, yeah. I know. I just don't want to, okay? Stubbornly. Okay, right. We have been successful. I probably didn't get all the brimstone, but we got like on 2 times harvesting with an iron pick without a mod on it. We got like, what, 1500 or something, which is fine for starting the game. Floating bow there. Nice. All right, put your torch away, lady. You look like a fool. And thrall taming is very fast now. This is vanilla settings. Vanilla settings. I can barely say that. Vanilla settings with no tamer, with no taskmaster, and he's nearly complete already. Horse curtains, yeah. I do use shields sometimes. Saddle blankie. Yeah, saddle blankie's good. Maybe I should say that. Vanderbug was knocking out Freya. Once her meter was empty, she just stood there, not fighting back, but not falling unconscious. Quick relog fixed it. Okay. Do use shields sometimes. I made right click block. That's a good one, yeah. She was on the ground, KO'd upon relog. Okay, that's good. Always carry Mistborn for the chilling effect. Mistborn and Soulspiel are probably the only shields. Let me think. Probably the only shields that I kind of like. There is one that you can throw, isn't there? And I don't think I remember how to throw it. But I remember once throwing the shield. It's a legendary from a chest. I don't remember once throwing it. Somebody gave it to me and I threw it by mistake. And I didn't have any idea where it went. And they were like, yeah, that one you throw. And I was like, oh, okay. And then it was gone forever. Unwelcome gift, yeah. Don't use it that much. Like daggers better, but if there's a bunch of archers, sure, bring out sword. Yeah, I've used it like particularly for if I go into a dungeon with a friend or something like Dagon. It's kind of nice to have one person like blocking. I could put this stuff on if I wanted to. So we got brimstone, craft steel fire. So we want to go and do the sorcerer thing while we're here, because we did go into the cave and we forgot to like toggle the journey. Say we when it's a mistake. Excuse me for coughing. Sorcerer. This one here. Okay, find the sorcerer's cave. Let's go to that cave. It's not too far from here. All right, friendo. To the sorcerer's cave. Excuse me. Oh, allergies. It's just the month of complaining about allergies, I guess. I mean, really, just like the year. They don't really stop, do they? All right, so we're going to go to Shaleback Hollow over there, which is where you learn sorcery. You can find out where the cave is from killing sorcerers around the map. And in one of their inventories, there'll be a dead sorcerer's map, and it'll show you the location of that cave. Had a very fun time at the very beginning of like the Age of Sorcery, trying to find it. With people giving, I was like trying to remember all the cave, because somebody told me it was a cave. And that I needed to find, and I had this love. Honestly, for me, it was great fun, like a scavenger hunt, trying to find it, and trying to remember all the caves in the game, because yeah, 7,000 hours, but still you forget about stuff. And I hadn't been in Shellback Hollow for like years. Honestly, it's like the little imp cave, apart from Hanneman's, which I would go into. But yeah, I just forgot about it. So. Any tier 4 paper? Nope. Ooh, Tanner! What is going on here? This has been a freaking RNG fest, hasn't it? Don't get killed by the crocodile. Don't do that. Come on now. Don't get killed by the croc. Oh god, you're gonna kill my freaking horse. I don't know if I have enough durability on my... I don't think I have. I know, I realise that. Apologies about that. Yeah, you get distracted. Let me kill you. Right, let's give it a go. Because he's a name Tanner. Right, you think about my horse, who is going to probably kick you in a minute. Now, horses... Now, imagine, you know, like in other games, there's like kangaroos that can knock out people. Frogs that can like put people out. What if you could have a horse that would help you kick out people? What do you think? Back legs. That would be kind of fun. I would like that. Sir, could you come back? We might be able to do this. Come here, buddy. I do have a repair kit on me, actually. Don't I? Just hit me very lightly, sir. Yes! Look at this. Exiles hit harder. Okay, that sounds like a tagline. But like the Exile people faction... Oh, look at that durability loss because of using repair kit. Okay, so repair kits now only do durability loss. Interesting. Okay. Well, now we know we can get you. I only have that repair kit because of a journey step. I guess it pays to do some of the journey. Exiles hit harder, says Anabriella. Excuse me, could you not hit back? I don't like that. It's not as fun. Right, I forgot to give you my speech. Okay. 24-hour gym, high fiber foods, very comfortable equipment. There you see, it didn't take a lot of convincing on this time. There we go. Right, let's get him on the rope. Look at this light around me. You can really see it here, actually. Server. Hello, Shmia. Hello, hello. Clubs ahead of Deadly too. I'd love a horse. I could use to hand out naps. House kicks are deadly. That's true, but imagine if they would knock people out in this. It'd be kind of fun. Yeah, don't stand behind a horse, definitely. Right, let's do a wheel quickly. I have build everywhere on, so I can just whack one down here. Da-dum, dum, 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 dum. There we go. Right, here's the gym, sir. Have a little go on this exercise equipment and let me know what you think. Beautiful. Let's get a bit of plant fibre. Plant fibre, plant fibre, plant fibre. So we can repair stuff. This has been an incredible recruitment drive, honestly, today. We've got a smelter, an alchemist, named smelter, named alchemist, tier 3 carpenter, and now a named tanner. Like, holy are Jesus. Exclamation mark mods Conan, all one word for the mods. Thartos. Welcome in. I wish barefisted concussive damage. The American tell them you have a really good health plan. It's kind of sad, yes. Yes. Look at him. Look at the persuasion meter. He's 18% persuaded. It's very, very good. Right, can we repair stuff now? Let's repair our bindings of friendship. We could do with some leather. We could try and slay a dragon for that while we're ootin' about. How's my armour? We could maybe have brought the armour repair kits we got. Right, I've got to remember to actually go to the cave because I get distracted really easily. Full dental and vision. Okay, right, all right. Good health plan, yes. Definitely a good health plan. But no, punching a guy is more deadly than hitting him with a leather-wrapped club. Punching people is definitely not great IRL. Thanks for the info about the mods. I was looking for that interface mod you have. It's clearer than what's available as default. You're talking about the Hosav's UI, top left of the screen. I love it. Really, really like it. I also like, I really like that it has a mini map, which is kind of nice for like chat, I think. Like so they know which direction I'm going in. And I really particularly like float damage, so I can see the numbers. That's really cool. I like it. Very important stuff to have in the Dark Ages dental. Yes, just because we're barbarians, right? Savages, doesn't mean we have to have bad teeth. You know what I mean? We can, like, you know, remember to floss, people. 750 alchemical base from supply pack. Nice! Oh, that's so good. Get yourself a tier 3 bearer modification. I could do with eating. Okay, so Sorcerer Cave to learn that. And then we've got a bunch of people from our journey. Can this. I don't think I've ever had this Larathiel of Azura person before. I don't think I've ever had them. The Alchemist is great, especially when we're just about to start crafting alchemy things. What else do we want to do while we're in the vicinity? You'd think they'd join wedding. Exactly. I could kill the spider at Skittering Cavern, maybe. But then once the Nemedian is broken, there's no, like, repairing it. I could just get another one, maybe. Helps you have to bite some fellow's nose off to intimidate the rest. Oy, oy, oy. Dental, I'm sure she'll knock some up. That is true, yeah. If you have any, like, tooth problems, in the process of a recruitment, you might lose some teeth, definitely. Absolutely. It is, for some, a drawback. For some, it's a benefit. But, you know, we're incredibly funny. Look at that, 67%. 69%, no thrall. That's, I mean, it just makes it more fun, doesn't it? I mean, how do you guys feel about that? I guess tier 4 taskmasters are less important. I'm just kind of encouraging him here. Look at the horses standing on him. Steel, don't stand on the man when he's having to think about what if he wants to join us or not. That's really rude. You know what I mean? I'll have to start farming, killing some... Yeah, maybe. That's the convincing on the contract. Yeah. The horse is the one that convinces him. He just stands on... It's a brutal world. What can I say? Da da dum bum. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Da da dum bum. Da da dum bum. Do do do. Anyone who's watching us over on Steam, hello there. This is live on Twitch at the moment, twitch.tv/Annabrielle. If you want to come join us and get some Twitch drops. We've got a Rocknose, what is it? Rocknose figurine, which was in the Age of Sorcery very, very briefly. It's now back on Twitch drops. And what else do we have? A comparison, which is like a saddle for your horse. What did we say with like a blanket instead of like a dust sheet? I've been saying dust sheet all day, but yes. Come over and say hello to us on Twitch. That's a convincing yes. He's probably nearly finished, isn't he? Look at this. I love it. I don't have to put sped up like crafting time anymore. Hannah, do you think in the next chapter we'll get finally a bloodstone greatsword? Wasn't there one in the battle pass? Last battle pass. Like, but it was a skin. So technically, don't we already have one, maybe? I think there's something... Isn't there something in this one? There's this. Blood crystal spear. So yeah, I'm pretty sure there was a blood crystal... Wasn't there a greatsword? It was a sword and now it's a spear. Normal sword. Oh, I see. Maybe. If you like really want a two-handed blood crystal sword, then make sure you feed that back to them. You need that drum. We're going to get killed by this sandstorm. Best way to survive sandstorms if you don't have shelter or a sandstorm mask is healing wraps, because the animation lasts for a long time. There you go. He's ready now. Animation lasts for a long time and it will kind of just heal you through it, basically. Look at this team of wonder. So we need a blacksmith still. Oh wait, let me start healing. This is how we did actually die. Was it on the first day, chat? I think it was on the first day. Yeah, the animation lasts for a long time. You can drink aloe potions as well, but you'll just like drink it and the healing will stop because you'll be taking damage. But this is the way to go. Make sure you have some healing wraps on you for sandstorms. You know, or just have loads of health and just, you know, take the scratchiness from the sandstorm. You can't hide in the water. And some caves don't help. Yes, just bear that in mind. The drum looks really cool. I want to see it actually, Emma. Just a sword, single-handed, a spear in this. Yeah. Well, yeah, feed it back if you really want it, like a two-handed one. I want the whole bloodstone set, definitely. So what did I think I used, there was a hammer. I think, was it in the Bazaar? I think I have a hammer recipe. Where is it? It's in Ancestral Knowledge. I think that might have been in the Bazaar, though. There's the little figurine, Fondo, that you get from the Twitch shops, the first one. And I'll show you the comparison for anybody who's watching. This is the thing. Oop, that's not how you spell it. This is it. With, you know, a dust sheet. So in case you want to leave your horse in the corner and you want to go on holiday. You know, this is obviously, your main concern is dust. Obviously, it's not like that you need to feed it or water it. You know, or maybe make somewhere kind of for it to like go to the bathroom. It's the dust sheet you really want. No, it's like a, you know, very cool kind of medieval style thing, isn't it? And then you can have your clan emblem displayed on it at the back, which is kind of cool. Wait, I got distracted. It happens. Let me just, okay, blood crystal. Yes. Crystal sword. Okay, so that's what we had. Yeah, the hammer was, the maul was really, I used that last time. The crystal mace, I think that was a Twitch drop, wasn't it? The axe, great axe. I don't remember where they were. I don't remember if they were in, can I go on Ancestral Knowledge? Da-da-dum-bum. Doo-doo-doo. Ancestral Knowledge means it means it was either in the Battle Pass or it was on the Bazaar, doesn't it? I guess. It's not a great sword, you're right. And there was a shield as well. Do 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 do. Let me spend my points. Let's get up to Precision Strike. Okay. Okay. So, right, so let's go to the cave now. I'll ride the horsey. What a great day for recruitment. Crystal Mace was a Twitch drop. Yeah, I remember that. I streamed that. Which mace do you usually put on your thralls? Nortis, I guess. I need to check them on this age, actually. The one thing I haven't done, I did a bunch of like testing, but I didn't do a comparison of all the damage numbers for everything. I did look at like my favourite things, and they were all, I think, all stronger. Like Glimmer Moon Axe was like 70 something damage. But I'm not really, I don't really want to use legendaries that much. Legendaries really, like in the Age of War, are intended to be more kind of situational and for like certain occasions, not for every single use, so they're kind of more special. But star metal like katana is like my jam, really. That's what I'm going to be using a lot of, because I can just make it, repair it, and all that good stuff. Yep, but you can, you know, you can obviously still use Blade of Seven Winds, or the other one, I always forget the other one. Oh god, Musashi's Black Blade, so you can still use that. If you want to, for some time. Or you can display them, or you can put them on a thrall, obviously, and then they won't, you don't have to worry about durability, or like the fact that they are not repairable. Still waiting for Greatsword and Javelin. I see, okay. Cool, cool, cool. They call me Fluffy. Hello, Fluffy. What a fantastic name. It's one of the names I call my cat. I have a million names. Chat, how many names do you have for your pet, if you have a pet? Do you call your pet like a bajillion different things? Just a reminder, you are going to a cave. Thank you, Cunningham. It is a fair chance that I would forget. Right, find the cave, and we also have to, do we have to touch the tomb? I think we do. Let's leave him here. Who is complaining? Oh, hello. Look at this damage. Listen, I need medium armor in my life right now. That's it. You hit that croc. He said stuff about you. I definitely prefer the katana, though. Oh, yeah. Feeling cool. Right, friendo. Can I get you to stay... Hey, he's staying here. I'm not going to fight these dudes because I want to get too corrupted. I want to run in and run out. I'm going to leave the horse because the horse is probably going to block me a little bit, which is suboptimal. Okay, I don't want to suddenly become over encumbered because I'm carrying too many of those things. Let's go. Just gonna run in all the way to the back of the cave to learn the sorcery. We already did this, by the way, but I forgot to toggle the journey. As I do. Should do some of the old drops again. What is it particularly you'd like again, Fighting Iron? What is it what is it you're missing? You should feed it back. If there's something particularly that you want, and enough people ask about it. Right, touch the tomb, access or place the message bench. Okay, we're done here. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Go, 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 go. I'm like returning home. Yeah, that's it. Run home. Ooh. Oh, that torch animation nearly got me in trouble. Beginner has so many nicknames, he probably has no idea what his name is. Oh, yeah, I wonder about that with Squeaky, honestly. I call her so many. I call her like Squeaky, Kiki, Squeakathon, her name, which is Xena. Fluffy, Kit Kat, obviously, you know, Kitty. Oh, she's like she's just appeared next to me. Oh, she's been summoned. Enigma Kit Puss is the name of my cat. That's so cute. Yes, other my pets have a few different names. Just have like 8 to 10 return drops. I've seen other games do. It should do for like an anniversary event. Yeah, stag statue, an armor set, and some furniture. Yes. So from Twitch drops rather than like the Bazaar and things like that. Yeah. Squeakathon. She's so cute. I love that. I'm like saying her random names and she's just suddenly appears. Okay, so we did the thing. What now? Any other journeys we want to like begin while we're out here? We could find the summoning place while we're ootin' about. We'll test it out. We'll test it out, shall we? Let's do it. Yeah, I think so. Yes, bringing back items that have been in like Twitch drops at some point. You know, I guess would be cool. I mean, obviously, you know, it's good for us for you to really want them because it makes such a huge difference to streamers having like a big influx of people. But yeah, I mean, I think, you know, having things return at some point is kind of cool, helpful if you don't manage to see watch or whatever. Yeah, an anniversary event or something. Yeah, that sounds cool. Ba-da-dum bum. Do 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 do. I think for like a lot of games, I don't care too much about drops, but for this game, I kind of do because I don't know, maybe because it's like my main game or I don't know. But like I always gain drops from watching streams, and I'm like I kind of play that game, but I don't really care about cosmetics as much. But with this one, I guess because I guess you see your character a lot more than some other games, you know. I don't know. And they're usually kind of nice. Well, the drops of Conan are like really fun. Yeah, the bunny one, was really good. That was like at the time that was like the biggest day I've ever had as a streamer. Honestly, it was crazy. It was so cool. Right, where am I going? Wait a second. Summoning place. Get distractified easily. We're going in the right direction. Decoration. Yeah, decorations. I'm like a what's the word? A sucker for like placeables. Yeah, any decorative items. I need it really more than anything else. If it's like any kind of placeables, because I like decorating my bases. And I've, you know, once you end up with, you've like find things that you like, or I do anyway, find things I like, and I sort of have, you can tell from things I've built before. I have like my own kind of style of things I want to use, and I'll kind of reuse them, and I get kind of bored of them, and I always want like new stuff. I don't think we've attuned this obelisk, so we may as well do that while we're here. Is there an obelisk attuning thing? Yes, but only far down on the adventurer. We could have done this by now, probably, but yes. Well, we'll do more. Love the placeables decorating. Yeah, me too. I really like it. Collecting Diablo drops don't even own the game. I'm just compelled to. Yeah. It's funny, isn't it? I have so many things for like WoW and all sorts of stuff. I just like, I don't really like, cool. I've got a thing. But you have to claim it. That's the only thing. I have to remember to claim it. So make sure you remember to claim your drops, chat, when you're watching. Da-da-dum-dum. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do. Oh my god. I didn't do that. Nobody saw it. Shh. Come on now. It's a culture of silence in this community. We don't talk about the bunnies that accidentally... Look, in my defense, it could have been a bit of, like, grass on the ground. You know what I mean? I value all creatures. I wish they'd make some chickens to have swing around my base. I would love that. Chickens. I bet there's a mod with chickens, though. Is there a mod with chickens? Like Emberlight or something? Emberlight has rabbits, does it? Sir, could you not? He took a lot of killing, didn't he? I feel very weak right now. Chickens, yeah. And like bunnies, cats and rats. Yeah, well that's it. We have got cats and rats now. You're gonna have to get the rat whistle thing. Now I've got to remember this is a really good place for coal if I ever need it again. Right, you're gonna have to stay out here because I feel like you're gonna get killed, my dude. Okay. Greetings, savages. I'm here to... Oh, bunny! Squirrel! How much does it weigh? Hail, friendos. I have come to you as a fellow savage to modify you. Hi. Don't you put your shield up. You know I don't have a shield bash ability. Can't wait to have loads of agility so I can, like, bounce around like a lunatic. Gotta put more points into that. Ooh, berries. Snacks are good. What do I have? Oh, I have stuff from the wheel. Is there anything I'm going to want to get from in there? I don't think so. Apart from just murder everybody. You know what I mean? Greetings, friends. Hello. Nice. Right, people. I am role-playing with my katana today. So I can't block. What is that? What does the control do, chat, with the katana? What does it do? Somebody said to me yesterday, what was it, like 1, 2, 3, and then my, like, what does that do? You hold that, then left click. Ah. Oh. How did I get through the beta without doing that? It winds up for a dash attack. Wah. Oh yeah, we're gonna try that now. Hold it when it flashes. Oh, it did flash. Ah. So what's the timing? 1, 2, 3. Oh, I'm Genji, chat. I'm Genji. I'm very happy. GeoChef. Oh, Joe Chef. Thank you for the follow. Welcome. We'll do any flashes. You butt through. Okay, butt spot. Stop it now. Dash through everyone in it. Moidas. Everyone dies. I need you. You need healing. That's it. Any secret Overwatch people here? Okay. I was pressing right click in my defense. I might move that. I don't know. Should I move it to right click? I know right click already has a use. Okay. Just ignore me. Right. Come on, lady. I will feast upon. That's right. You won't be feasting upon these toes, my friend. Come on, friends. Oh, yeah. Listen, my name's Genji, and I'm not afraid to, like, use this katana and stuff. Wah! Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. You're impressed, aren't you? I know you are. I sense it. Oh, yeah. Just like me when I play support in Overwatch. Love it. If you're stuck inside a bunch of mobs or allies, you can use it to slide through them. I love it. There is a thingy here which will shout at us. Bonded one. Okay.
Place of summoning. You are here to maintain the integrity of the circle and clean up the reagents.
We'll look for some crafters if we have to, see if there's any good people.
The rituals that the priest king and his acolytes perform here are messy,
That shall.
but pay them no mind. Be watchful of your sanity.
Ready.
Springs
Wah!
from the outer void can have a disturbing effect on the weak-willed. Under no circumstances should you leave the one that
Suddenly I'm behind you.
Lord of empty abodes. Its power waxes when it tastes the flesh of your kind.
We ain't calling people. And oh yeah, interns. That's it. Interns. Now look, this is the aggro changes you can see. Come on. Oh, I love it. I love it. Look at me getting all edumacated. Whoa, yeah. You don't have to hold it very long, actually. Does it do more damage the longer I hop, like, up until the glinting thing? I love that little effect, though. It's kind of cool. So this is the place that I look for either a priest, yeah. But you can still get out without charging it too long. This is where I usually look for like my first named alchemist, because the witch doctor spawns at that yog altar just there, or a priest. Basically, you get a yog priest. We never managed to get ourselves a tenderizer person. What are they called? A confessor? I forget which one it is. Last time, it can be kind of hard to get, but then wah, close the gap. I'm amazing. My sword is so sharp. I mean, it's getting a bit blunt, honestly. It's also getting a bit rusty from all the blood from today. Right there, you wish to meet my sword? Go on then, you go get some snacks, friend. You don't see me. Right, can I try my bow here? While I remember, because I'm easily distracted. So my friend was playing yesterday, and they were shooting, and they weren't aggroing people. Well, that definitely aggroed that person. Sir, could you not attack me when I'm hitting you? Because I find it to be, what's the word? It's suboptimal. Oh, kind of, okay. Oh, that is fair bit of damage. Hold on, sir. Could you not hit me? Just doing like a circular movement so that I don't get killed. Now, I don't have any... Oh, that was very sudden. Did we have a lag for that? Did we have some lag? Like, my game froze, didn't it? If you're stuck inside... Now, where's our bedroll? This is the question. Where did I pull my bedroll? Okay. Now, we are far away. Oh, dear. Sometimes I ain't keeping up. So, heavy, light attack, heavy, light, special combo for 15-shot combo. Don't know about more damage, but it drains stam. Wait, yeah, well, you hold it, yeah. We should have put a bedroll. Did we not put down a bedroll? Not at all. Fudging fudge. Now, oh, and also, we didn't drop our items. The issue persists, right? This is an issue. I haven't changed the settings. Fudging fudgesicles. Maybe, so let me just first check that it isn't because I haven't unticked a box, because they did change it. Where would it be? Not combat, survival. Drop nothing. Oh, drop nothing! Drop everything. Okay, because I just hadn't changed the settings. Okay. Drop everything on death. Surprise! It's too late. I already survived. Should we swap our katana for another one? I was like, oh, this is a bug. But actually, yes, I just didn't change the settings. Great. How can we use this to our advantage? Do we need any bits and bobs? Now, if we had put a horse on unfollow rather than stand, like, place him. Let's put some things in here where we would usually like to. Bunny liked to sit in the furnace. It's like really cozy in there. Now, fortunately, we have more horses. We don't have a map room yet. We could make ourselves another saddle. Comparison. I haven't made you yet. Oh, I need to remember that I need some silk for that. We better harvest some spiders. Do I have enough stuff? Leather. Leather. Let's strip this kitty hide. And the reptile hide. Well, we'll just put the reptile hide in here. Da-da-dum-bum. Okay. Do. It's in my inventory. That's where I messed up. Okay. Another saddle for the spare horses. Working as intended, actually. Yeah. That's good. I'm glad I checked. I would have felt very silly. Take a spare horse there and let it... Yeah, exactly. That's what we're going to do. Ain't my first rodeo. Admin telly because mistakes were made. JK the suffrage. Yeah. We're going to do it proper survival styles. If I, like, go somewhere really far and I, like, forget something important, I might teleport because, you know, I do whatever I want, chat. But, yeah, not on this occasion. Alright. Well, we could load up the horse with, anything that we might want. Who do we want to take? Take Maduro, Defender Fuendo. Best Fuendo. Take this, the bats. Yeah, so we'll load up this horse. Actually, this is a benefit. This is great because... Wait, let me just formulate the lie. This is great because we had too much stuff on us. You know what I mean? And, yeah, this just is a benefit, really. Okay, cool. I'm glad we had this chat. Let's repair this. Leather was... I thought I needed leather. Let's repair our things while we're here. I do have the bedroll. Yeah, I have the bedrolls. I just didn't place any. What an idiot. What a buffoon. Plant fibre. All the repairs. Let's repair you. I don't have any. I have wood. Come on now. I should repair my outfit as well. Hide. I have the hides. Yeah, that was... I don't remember the last time I died in the summoning place, chat. That was kind of funny. I feel like the brute hit me like a truck. I feel like somebody told me that was going to happen as well. At some point. It's craziness. Honestly, a cannibal brute should be scary, shouldn't they? I have wood. I've just realised I have no way to get the cat across the river, Rober. Build a bridge. Build a bridge. Walk across it. That's it. Boom. Or get, what's it called? Make a horizontal elevator. It's easy. Simples. Probably the bridge is probably the quickest, so. Maybe. I don't know. Like, do the stability thing. Maybe spec for stability. So you don't need to use as many pillars or something. Right, are we repaired? Have we like made the most of this opportunity? What else do I need to do? Iron. This horse is judging me. I can feel it, chap. Do you know what I mean? It's so humid in here. You've got no idea. Technically, it's only 46% humidity, but it's 30 degrees in here, which is 86 degrees for Freedom Friendos. Hello, Joel. Stone and wood. How long can treasure be dropped before it disappears? Has anybody tested it? Because somebody said it's about the same time as your death loot stuff. But it's a decent amount of time. I don't think it's 15 minutes. I think maybe it's like 30 or something. Yep. Wow, my brain stopped working temporarily. Everything else. Come on, fan that's doing very little to me. Oh yeah, let's repair you as well. Okay. Brilliant. Oh god, it's too warm. I hate it. Just thought I'd mention. We definitely need that. I don't know what the other horse has. Oh well, we're just gonna go. Okay, we don't need to get our stuff back, but we could do with retrieving our horse. Plus, what were we gonna do? We discovered this summoning place. I guess we wanted to bring our things back. Can't believe I hadn't changed the settings. You got no fan or AC for the heat. I've got a fan blowing on me, Bothico, but it's blowing 30-degree heat on me. Yeah, no AC, unfortunately. They should just pick it up every few minutes if the bridge is taking a while. Yes, definitely. Yes, Starboard. Yes, yes, yes. Absolutely. Yep. Spritz yourself with water, wet your hair. Generally, hello RPG. Generally, when I go to the bathroom, I like put cold water on my arms and like on the back of my neck, so that when I come back, it kind of the fan cools me a little bit more. It really isn't making a huge amount of difference today. I gotta drink more ice water. Let's drink ice water. Save Anna from diededness or whatever. Hello, Joel. Welcome, welcome. How are you doing? Got my container with like the thermos with like ice water in it. Dyededness, no good. Yeah, let's not get dyed. Definitely. It is, honestly, this thing is freaking crazy. This is not sponsored. This was gifted to me by a lovely viewer from my wish list. But like the next day, the ice is still frozen in there. It's so good. If I just use my, some of you are like, yeah, of course it is. But if I just use my regular like water container, it's like, it's just everything is melted in like, I don't know, an hour, 2 hours, maybe. Oh, bless you, RPG. I'm kind of worried about how much it costs to run an aircon unit, honestly. Water, good. Wait, drink more of the water. Don't just sip it and put it down. Sounds warm in the UK. Yeah, it's 27 degrees outside. It's not as bad as it was last year yet. Last year we were in like mid-30s, which was not really great fun. I feel like the biggest help is ice water, honestly. Son has just turned down the AC unit we brought for him for his dorm, really. What, he didn't want it, Andy? Left to take part in a costume competition in my Star Trek Online fleet. Did you? Did I miss any horrible deaths? I never died. Chat? I didn't die, teacher. I have never died in this game. I have like a perfect record. Shh. Maybe the elevator had room for a bard to play Girl from Ipanema. Oh, that would be so nice.
Dead,
Depends on the
another dead
AC
one,
size of the
dead,
area.
deadified, 2 more dead, dead from the neck up, dead from the neck down.
Hard
But
to keep
that's
the while
life.
sleeping. It's not a very big room, honestly. Oh, you triggered the captain, the bot. Yes. Yes. Well, I doubt I'll be here, like, they need to be very specific. Did I get the horse to follow me? I doubt I'll be in this particular location next year, so... Okay, you are. Oh, I didn't put the... Okay, I did put the saddle on you. Look at him smiling. He's like, she's not with it at all. He's like, I'm here. It's like Donkey from thingy. Medora will help us get back our stuff. Well, get our horse back. Just really, we're just going back. I should have put the horse on like scouting anyway, and then we would have just teleported back nicely, wouldn't we? Oh well, adventure time. I believe you completely. Yes, exactly. Is the server IP in Discord? Am I blind? Look at the pinned messages, Joel, and just look at the instructions. I took out the IP. Just search for the name that I've written there, and just make sure you tick include servers with mods. That's it. That's it. And then you can just save it as a favorite, and then it'll just be there every time you log in. She was testing the mechanics, all part of the plan, people. All part of the plan. No IP, yeah. I used to have the IP there, and it just used to cause a lot of problems because people didn't like... I don't know why, really, because it worked... I think it worked for me, but I don't know. I don't think the IP changed. But it's so much easier with just the name, honestly. You know, super simple. So, because we used to get a lot of questions about it, I took that out and left it kind of... sort of clarified a bit further. There you go. Oh, I'd love to be in this water right now, although I imagine there would be snakes in the water if this was IRL. And some leeches and stuff. Can you imagine? That would be suboptimal. Doo 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 doo. Da da dum. Piranhas, yes. What's the mod used for the interface? You're talking about the UI? That's Hozav's UI mod. Gives us some more information just at the top left corner, some more detail in the information. And it also gives me like things like the mini map, the bottom right hand side of the screen with like contextual information. It gives me floating damage numbers. There's like some other things I don't really use, but I like it. Thank you for that, Starboard. Yeah, there's a list of mods in the chat that my mod has posted. Snakes, leeches, piranha, aside from that, would be lovely. Yes, definitely. Although I think piranha are slightly more boring than people think they are. I used to like have a tropical fish tank, and I was thinking about getting piranha, and people were like, yeah, they don't really... You have to really make them hungry before they kind of go crazy like that. Xuthal, thank you for the follow. It's a really good mod. I use it too. Yeah, it's very popular. It's very popular. I really like it. Particularly, I really like it for damage numbers. Like, once you get used to seeing floating damage numbers, which is down... you can change a bunch of stuff using this one here. You just don't know. You have to kind of work out based on maths. Maths. Never helped anybody. You have to try and use maths to, like, work out how much damage you've done, which in the moment isn't particularly good, you know. But spot you behave yourself. Depends on how many of them there are. 1 boring, 2 dozen, say bye to your horse. How many of them are? Say goodbye to your horse. I feel like I've missed something, Neff. Do 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 do. Oh, piranha. Yeah. I think they just have to be really hungry, and I just don't think they're as aggressive as they are in like movies. I think that's what it is. Because I remember people being like, they're actually not that interesting, like, compared to other fish. Cammy, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Hello, everybody watching on Steam. By the way, we're, like, streaming on Twitch and on Steam at the same time. It's live right now. If you want to get Twitch drops, we have a rock nose figurine and a he said caparina. Isn't that like a cocktail? We have cocktails over on Twitch. No, we don't. We don't. I have ice water. We have a comparison, which is basically like a saddle, which this isn't it, a saddle with like a dust sheet. You can put an emblem on it. Oh, I'm just leaning into the dust sheet. like analogy. That's it now. Pop over if you're watching. It's twitch.tv/Annabriella if you're on Steam. Hello. Regardless, they're ugly fish, and I love them for it. Yeah, I mean, they're cool, right? I think they're kind of cool. Yeah, that's it. I think I probably talked about it before, but the funny thing, the thing that stopped me wanting to keep tropical fish, and I thought that it was a really relaxing hobby, although it is quite involved and like you know, there's a lot to know, which I do like. Anything like that you can get kind of obsessed with and spend loads of money you don't have. That kind of thing is like a perfect hobby for me. But what really put me off is because I had like live plants in the tanks, and one day I found like a weird looking bug, which was probably like a juvenile crane fly or something, and it freaked me out. And forevermore I didn't want to put my hands in the tank, and that was kind of like the end of the hobby, really. Like, you know, like they sort of tapered off after that, really. I just didn't want to do it. It freaked me out. I hate bugs, but I have like a super fear of bugs. So yeah, it wasn't ideal. Very silly and irrational, but yes, it wasn't going to hurt me. It was probably afraid of me, but I was like, oh, I can't do this anymore. Never use mods. If I install them here, can I still use? Yes, of course you can, Joel. Absolutely. When you look at his health, has he leveled up? When you log into a server, it'll automatically check if you have it ticked in the bottom left hand corner, just like our server. If you log into a server, it'll automatically check if you have the right mods, the right versions, and it'll automatically install them for you as long as you check that box, which is kind of easy to see, bottom left hand corner. So then you can switch between official servers or single player and your like modded servers, no problem. Yeah. Server side, yep, that's it. Yep. Yeah, so what else was I going to say? And I think modding in this, like, modding a game is quite easy in this game through Steam. You just click on the workshop, subscribe to the mods, and then in the launcher, certainly on PC, obviously it's only on PC, sorry, console friendos, I was there with you. You basically just make sure that you add them. You just kind of move them from the left side to the right side. When you click on the mods tab, you'll see what I mean. But it's very simple. It's very straightforward. Did you know keep inventories in Maple Duncan? Is it? Sorry, y'all who let me visit. Honestly, if you guys wanted to keep your inventory, I would be fine with it. But I feel like people will think it's too easy. I personally think it's too easy. If everybody, like, if we had a vote and everyone was like, actually, I'd like to keep my stuff when I died, I would be fine with it, you know? I don't really want to add any extra mods than we have. But apart from that, you know, like, I'm happy to kind of make it. I just think people will be like, that's just, it doesn't feel like there's any peril, you know? Poll. Why do you really want to keep it? Thinks it makes it too. So obviously, because they've added the feature, they've obviously made it to default to keep stuff when you die, which I guess makes sense. Oh yeah, he has leveled up, hasn't he? Of course, because he's just started leveling. I am very out of it today, honestly. Right, let's get ourselves to the summoning place. Yes. Go north. Oh, there's freaking... Have we been in here? Sorry, I'm really sorry. I'm so bad. Have we been in it? We haven't. Look, it takes me ages to find this place. Let's go kill the croc while we can. Because I never remember. This is one of the places that I never remember. And so yeah, when I see it, I have to, like, let's go in, because then I'll discover it. Because I just never remember exactly where it is. 7,000 hours, chat. I'm terrible. This is like one of maybe a couple of places. Yeah, same as, I guess, the Barrow King. Oh, I could get some more brimstone. Yes. Yeah. I could actually, because this horse will go back with it. There's kind of barely a pause really when I run out. of stamina if I'm just like spamming left click. Let's kill the dude, get his scorched stone piece. Jagged, I think it is from this guy. You should roll through crocs, not away from them. Okay. I feel, yeah, I mean, tell me, chat, how many of you, if you played on a server, like officials and stuff like that, whatever you play on, would prefer it if it was keep stuff on death? I feel like even if you think that you might want it, and this isn't me like trying to tell you how you feel, but I feel like you might be like, yeah, maybe, but after like a day, you just wouldn't feel, you just like take your bracelet off all the time. And like cheese, wouldn't you? And now you can, actually you can summon your body anyway through sorcery. I don't remember the last time I killed him this early in the game. Sir, could you not let me get hit in your hip, in your mouth hitbox? Normally I'm a dagger person against crocodiles. Look at this damage from little babies. Okay, I don't have any heals available. And I'm bleeding. 1 second. I'll be right with you. I'll be right with you. That's a mistake. I think, didn't I just do that in summoning place as well? Is he following me? Oh, he is. He's following me. Oh! Oh god, I got scared. I got scared. I went the wrong direction. In my defense, I got distracted. It's very warm in these rooms. I can't work in these conditions. Oh god. Okay, I'm healed now. Horsey! Poor horsey. Oh god. Right, yeah, get distracted by the horse. The horse likes it. 95% of heavily modded servers has the keep death on. Really? Does it? Sorcery is kind of unneeded. How do I say this? I'm intrigued, I guess is what I'm trying to say, or I'm fascinated by this. Because I play on a server with a friend, and we were both like, nah, let's not have keep. Oh god, he's gonna kill me if he hits me again. In my defense, I'm distracted. What is the command? Do we have a command for that? Is it distractified or something? Please don't hit the horse either. How did you hit me? I rolled. What is this? Oh, oh. Squirrel, save me. Save me. Sir. I have no, yes. He hits really hard, doesn't he? For like little Galaman's Tomb crocodile. Just keep rolling, just keep rolling, just keep rolling. No, 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 no. Oh no, 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 tail. Plays both stopping you, man. Makes your achievements more satisfying. Yeah, because of the fear. Yeah. I think it's, yeah. It's too easy mode, isn't it? With like, you know. Thank you. It's honestly a bit scary. Oh, wait, did I drop it? Give me my knife back. Okay, well, I've got to take this bit more seriously. Oof. There you go, jagged scorched stone piece. That's what you need to free yourself from the exiled lands. Not that you're going to do that because it's very little reward for it. I did a video on that called I'm Leaving. You have a look. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Captain Landsman, my bot. At Annabriella on YouTube if you want to watch the video of me freeing myself after a long playthrough. Also when Conan goes full Conan, it's frustrating to lose the stuff underground or something like that. Yeah, but seriously, do you really, like, it's too much of a walk in the park if you, I get you, I like get you totally about, you know, getting suddenly killed, unceremoniously or whatever, but still, like, you know, the excitement, the thrill, you know, I don't know. I guess it's just 7,000 hours of conditioning, isn't it, really? I'm just kind of conditioned at this point. I just feel like it would be too easy. I don't know, friends. It's like holiday mode. Okay, I'm kind of going the wrong direction. Spider, if you could just not attack me. Enable PvP, then we have excitement. It's a PvE server, it will remain a PvE server. You can use a battle standard if you want to fight people. Absolutely. By all means. Let people opt into that. But no, it's a PvE server. That's it. It's only a democracy when I say it is. See what I did there? It's funny. And funny. Okay. To the summoning place. Well, you do need some... I do need silk, that's true. Cunningham is like my notepad right now. That's true. And seeing as we're not on any, like, timer... Wow, it's nice not having to drop our stuff, isn't it? I don't want to fight multiple people here. Spooters are not... I probably... Yeah, so I think I will switch definitely to medium armor. I did want to, but I need a medium agility armor. Chat, can I have your suggestions for a medium agility armor that isn't Skelos Cultist, because that's like a high level. It's like loads of ash, it's layered silk. It's like 50 ash per piece. Okay, I'm not going to get my horse killed here. There's too many friendos. And he's poisoned. Come on. Let's go. Are you aware of foundation using when many servers forbids it? Are you aware of foundation using when building bases? Am I aware of foundation using? Because it causes massive lag. Building on pillars is the way to go to. So it's my server, and I'm happy for people to use foundations. That's it. Yeah. As you were talking about this, I had to run back in to get my stuff in the Necropolis. Like, there's a blood pumping, exactly. Come on now. Like, so I get you. You're like, oh, it's frustrating. Yes, it is. But it also makes it more exciting. You know, if there's something you can lose or that kind of thing. You know. I mean, honestly, if every single person wanted it. But I am on that server as well, so I would have a vote, and I'd probably say no. Pictish. Which one is it, Robert? Is it the... So the medium picked one. Okay. Okay. Bum. Do. Come on, horsey. Save the horsey. Horsies must live. Just look at me running along with my horse in tow. This is so me. Aquilonian and Pictish Brave give 15%. Okay, Eid, thank you. I have both of those DLCs. So, oh yeah, Aquilonian. I remember. That's the one I was using on the beta. That's it. I kind of want to use base game. DLC armors also feel like a cheat since they give us stat bonus options at level 10. But they look good. They do look pretty good, don't they? Where's our horse friendo? Squeakathon. Hi, little fluffy. She's sitting on the box under the desk, and the fan is blowing on the back of my legs and onto the box. So she's like sitting in the breeze, my kitty. Bless her. Steel, hi. Okay, now we have 2 carrier friendos. You keep those. Oh, these guys are like super valuable. I need to keep that. I need to keep that. And then we're going to have mats for a... can I maybe put down a bedroll here? Like a smart person. There we go. Genius. Absolute genius. Okay. Now you stop following so that you return home. You need healing food. What can I give you, sir? Oh, yes. Can I give you some vines? Can I interest you in a bit of vine? Go. Eat these, my dude. So you can heal up. You can take the serpent stuff as well. Fantastic. This was all planned, I just want to say. So now he's going to go home and he's got like all of our thralls and our mats that we gathered. Are we going to go back in there? We're going to kill them. We've put down a bedroll now. Yes. I shall be victorious. I shall not be beaten by these friendos. Yes. Come and antagonize me. Oop. Excuse me, so I had an itch on my arm. There we go. You are welcome. And that, I think, is why this game is M-rated. Ooh, purified water. Lovely. Just great for the old vocal cords. Of course, it's nighttime. As we enter the enemy lair. Come and attack me, friend. Don't be afraid. Or maybe a little bit. Oh, hello. Yes. Get dided. I'm going to take any water you have because it's honestly, it's quite hot out here. In the desert. Slightly to medium pauldron chest piece gives the agility bonus of the above. So I want to have like a full set that gives all like thingy. Aquilonian Pictish Brave. I understand him saying with huge bases, maybe foundation starts to pop up, or you'll see how the enemies won't aggro anymore, bosses will disappear underground. I hear what you're saying, Gashes. I've played this game for a very long time, and I want to use foundations. I like the look of them and whatnot. Is the minimap in? It's hello Coyote. The minimap is from Hozav's UI mod. Yep. Silent Legion medium pullman for the additional buff. Okay, I see. For the additional buff because it gives extra. Okay. Cool. Well, we'll need to do the Black Keep before we do that. Hail, friendos. Yes, come and attack me. We're like stealthy, like evening attackers. It's quite dark in here. I do have a torch. But I don't want to use my short sword. Just because I'm role-playing incredibly convincingly as a samurai. 6% instead of 3% for the chest piece, and with a garrison bench 8%. Okay. Okay, I'll try and remember. You'll have to remind me at the time when I get to that stage I've done the Black Keep. But yeah, Pictish Brave and Aquilonian. Aquilonian is the one I forgot about. Yes, I don't know. Can I can make Aquilonian like. Is there a non-epic version of the Aquilonian though? Maybe that's why we didn't make it. But the Brave one I could make.
I go to the great feast.
That's what you think, sir. There's no snacks where you're going. Greetings, friendo. I'd like to slice you in half, if you're alright with that. I'm a very polite murderer. Okay. I like my light attacks, honestly. Doesn't use very much stamina. I can just kind of spam it. Keeps me alive, you know. The charge up is not good. Your Caprice. Okay, so no special person here. Keeps them stunned as well. Hello, sir. It really feels like we're going to have a thunderstorm here. You know, with the humidity. It really feels like that. But I haven't, like, looked at... it still says on my computer, mostly sunny. Excuse me, it's, like, dark outside. Let's get the book. By Yog. We need to learn the religions as well, actually. Greetings, friendo. I don't have a cook yet. Oh, yeah. Anything in your box of tricks? Not for me, really. So the brute, I'm assuming, is like super tough now, which I'm fully on board with. Because the brute should be terrifying. Medicine man. And a fighter. Oh, he went back. That's a short tether. I ain't complaining. There should be a brute here and a brute on the other side. Unless we killed one of them maybe before. Nope. Look at that damage. Really? For a Darfari? Crikey. Have I gained any? I have gained some shiznits. Let's get up to precision strike. 10% additional armor pen when carrying a medium or light. Okay, extra armor pen. Definitely. Let's get the aloe on the old hotbar. Look at that little tiddly bit of aloe that won't give you any help. Let's take this. Shall we use a stone maul? Isn't there like a journey for that? Did I click on all the things? Specialist cooking. Let's go kill that brute and get our revenge. So first we'll have some water because hydration is important. Actually, IRL hydration. Every time I have to drink in game, I should drink in real life, shouldn't I? Knowledge. Armor, 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 armor. This is the Colonian God. This is the epic one. Is there a non-epic version? Great Civilizations. I feel like... Aha. Level 50. Yeah. So, Pictish Brave then, isn't it? Yeah. Level 50. So it is an epic, I guess, but it's like, you know, level 50, quite high level. So, and I also have, can I see it in here? Should be able to. This is the Pictish. The Brave. We really need the stats in it, like, we should be able to look through here and see what it buffs, really. That would be wonderful. Obviously we have AWS armor weapon stats in bench. So when I have a bench I can see it. Yes. So this is an agility buffing one, is it? The whole set. Brilliant. Well, I like it as well. It's cute. We'll use that. Yes, it is, but level 40 or 50. Yeah, 50, yeah. Darf's got a damn... Yeah, they did. They did, Cynical. At least that much shrinking, yeah. And an outside question for you. Just out the outside question for you, as in like a touching grass kind of question. Just out the shower, and my face always turns like a cracked desert. What's a good moisturizer for your face? Not sponsored. I have like dry combo sensitive skin. I use an aloe one from the Body Shop. It's like a night cream. I use a night cream as a day moisturizer, but I don't mind being a bit shiny, but I like it. I've used it for years. It doesn't like give me like sensitive like problems. It's very rich and nourishing. I like it personally. There you go. I'm not a trained esthetician. Please don't take my advice as anything. I'm not holding myself out as an expert, but if you want to have a conversation about facial skincare, I can help you out. Do you know what I mean? Do you know what? I read that for a minute. I saw Buttspot's message and I thought it said cave moisturizer. Survey moisturizer. Noted. Yeah. Aloe. Yeah, not the day one, the night one though. Fighting now because the day one is not moisturizing enough for me. Yep. I love it. Outside question. IRL. Grass touching. Human stuff. Did Yamatai medium armor give you agility? I don't think so, or thread. I don't think so. It was not, I don't know why I'm looking at it. It won't help me. I don't think it did. No. No, it was it carry capacity, I think, isn't it? This one. Yeah. Extremely hot water can dry skin. That's true, yeah. Medium was encumbrance. It's always been encumbrance, yeah. Light gives you agility. It does, yeah. So I think the epic light would be really nice. But the basic one, it doesn't give me enough armor. Although, once I have my steel thewed, I won't care as much. But until then, I'm a bit vulnerable. So I want to get the little bit of extra armor from... we'll try making this this guy here, the Pictish Brave. If that's agility, we'll make that one. Yes. What we could do with this is a shield, right? Definitely. Light gives you agility. Yes, it is. Yep. Yeah, super hot water will definitely dry your skin out, definitely. But also very harsh soaps and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah, like an old-fashioned bar of soap. That's going to make your skin very dry as well. Not that this is a skincare like stream. You can go Dark Temple or Heavy for agility. Yeah, I want to go light or medium for that bonus that I get. Armor pen. 10 additional armor pen while carrying a medium. Oh, that's carrying the load, isn't it? It's not the armor. I don't know why I keep thinking that. But I want to move fast. I guess I could, but I kind of want to move quicker. I feel like we tried a couple of different ones and I preferred the medium armor with agility. And yeah, I want to go medium. Yeah. Showering too often. Yeah. I mean, yeah. I feel like washing your face once or twice a day is okay. Right, he's gonna go home by himself. All right, Maduro, you're gonna be good, right? You feel good about it. It's like, you're gonna leave me here. You're gonna go home by yourself. I feel confident about it. Anything else we were tracking? What else were we tracking? We did the sorcerer thing. We need to make the thaumaturgy thing at home. Cartographer, we could go to the galleon. Do we want to go to the galleon? What else are we tracking here? We need to make steel fire at home. Craft a stone club. So finding the stone club isn't going to help me. Let's get rid of that. Actually, it is kind of helpful against a rock nose. Let me keep it. Even a stone maul is good against a rock nose. He has that 40% armor pen. It's better than my katana anyway. We could learn some religions. What shall we do? We could go check the NPC camp over here because quite often there's a bearer. Oh, there's a bearer there always. And sometimes there could be a named bearer. So there's a chance of being a named bearer. Also, there's a named cook that spawns there. A named dancer that can spawn there. Not that we need a named dancer particularly. Maxing out expertise is my favourite, being a loot goblin and all. Ah, I like it. Well, so generally speaking, I will, if I'm not streaming and I'm on a server, I will just respec, and I'll max out to get Beast of Burden. Yes, to like do a big harvest. But when I'm streaming, I don't harvest that much because I find it boring to do on stream. And I don't think it's probably very fun to watch. So I tend to like build in creative, so I don't need like hundreds and hundreds of like oi 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 oi. Yeah. Da, 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 da. Do, do, do. So I have like a heavy-ish load, I guess. Do I have a medium or heavy load? No, light. I have a light load. What? No, I'm wearing light armor. I have 80% load. I'm definitely not getting that armor pen from this. Listen, dagger people. I feel like the taskmasters have become kind of obsolete now. If everything tames super quickly, except for maybe steel bindings, obviously, if that's still locked behind that recipe. Could you stop shooting my horse in the butt? He's asked me before to tell people he doesn't enjoy it. And really, you should respect his wishes. You know what I mean? Appreciate that. Good talk. Sore shut eye gouger. Radium head. Oh, Princess Bubblegum. Oh, makes me nostalgic. We got 2 of these now. They changed. Have you seen the changes to the radium heads? It was on my video. It's like directional lighting now. My last video I uploaded to the YouTubes. It's like a car beam in front of you now, instead of what's it called? Instead of ambience. Instead of ambience, it's now like directional. You've got a car. There's your nice pink lighting on you. It's very enjoyable. I recommend it for your photos. You know what I mean? Back away, sir. Not afraid to spam. So over there is where a bearer spawns. Yeah. And it's not a named one. If it was a named one, they'd be wearing the light encumbrance armor you can make from the beginning of the game. You can always tell if it's a named person.
I go to the
Hi there.
feast.
Wah!
Feast upon you.
Wah! Yeah. Wah! Wah. Take that. Nice. I'm really loving spamming left click, honestly. It's kind of helpful. Literal headlights. Literal headlights. I mean, it's like a beam out in front of them. Not like a single beam, but like a... I mean, watch my video. Come on now. Watch my video. It's on the YouTubes. There's a link to my channels. Hey, Anna, just because you were humming the theme to Indiana Jones, are you planning on going to see the new one this weekend? So, no, do you know what? I'm so, like, separated from, like, the real world. Hello, sir? That I didn't even know there was one until I was in someone else's stream this week and they were talking about it. And I think it's inevitable that I will watch it. I don't know when, though, but probably not at the cinema because, like, there's people out there. Do you know what I mean? Torture table also as quick as it is with tier 4 is... Yeah, near instant, yeah. Right. Well, we didn't find anybody here. Where do you want to go, horsey? You want to go to the galleon? You want to go home and make some steel fire? Make some stuff? Do some leveling? You want to yeet? He doesn't seem to have an opinion about it. He's not said anything. People? Ew. Yeah, exactly. People outside? No wonder I never have heard it. I've heard rumours there are people out there. Do you know what I mean? I could just, like, stream and stuff and, you know, be with my cat. Do you know what I'm saying? Why would I go to the cinema? Yeah. I'll wait till it's on a streaming service, probably. Dude before wasn't lying. My bountiful chest disappeared. It's registered in the coffer, but it ain't on the floor. It's too peoply out there. It's nice outside, but it's very peoply. Yes, it's a bit peoply. It's registered because it's not visible. Interesting. Yes, at least it's registered right now. Hopefully it's just invisible and not, like, I don't know, absent. Have you tried logging out and logging back in again? I know that sounds like a very tech person thing to say. I'm sorry for a tech person, but you'll understand that I know that a lot of problems are resolved, you see, as I'm about to say, by logging out and logging back in again. Especially, you know, bugs and whatnot. Mostly sunny with a chance of people. Mostly sunny really is not something we would ever say in this country. Mostly rainy with a chance of people. There you go. I would say. Am I right, Brits? If you're listening. Yes. Precipitation with a chance of humans. I wish I had a bountiful chest. Available in-game. There you go. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Aha! Aha! Surprise! Surprise! Oh, I'm still attacking. I'm still attacking. Look at this. It's not smart, but it works. That's right. There you go. Oh! Ooh! Steel! Steel! We need it. Oh, nice. Steel reinforcements. Yoink. So we need like 5 to make the comparison for our horse. Oh, yeah. Do 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 do. Hello, Braggy. It's It's rude to brag. Did anyone tell you that? Should try to be a bit more humble. You can be bold if you want to. You can be beautiful, but don't brag. No one likes it. It's not cool. Do 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 do. 100% chance of people with scattered stupidity. Yes. There's a fair to middling chance of dumbness. Yeah. Stop it. Attack you. Shields are my nemesis, apparently. And I'm just going to keep slamming that old left click. That's right. Till the people are severed. It's cool. It looks cool, if nothing else. Do you have any, like, steel reinforcements on you? Because I kind of want those. Nope. Let's learn this hyena for armor, which gives you follower damage? Question mark. Follower damage. Yeah. Ooh, ready? Get ready. Get ready, and oh yeah. There we go. If I applied like my heavy attack, then she would get bled. Yeah, the foot doing like starting off with a heavy. I don't like it because he never really hits. But like, if you hit left click first, then it'll line it up for you. Whoa. That knife just passed right through your body, sir. Oh, I feel cool. I feel very cool. Just had a burrito delivered. Oh, burritos, chat. What is your favourite type of Mexican food? Peter, thank you for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Welcome, welcome. If anyone here isn't in our Discord or would like to join the Discord, you don't have to be a subscriber. There you go. There's a link in the chat. But to be fair, I suppose it could be caused by better thralls. Funcom, please fit this. Thralls refusing to knock out. Thralls are not knocking things out. They're not. Thank you so much for that sub. Is chili con carne Mexican? I don't know, actually. Is it Mexican? Is it like pseudo? Still missing. It's there somewhere. So, okay. So I did have a problem on the beta with my Delincia disappearing. I think. It was on the beta. And then a few days later she was back. So I would just wait and hope, really. Not sure if it's authentic Mexican food, but chimichangas? What is a chimichanga? What is that? I like enchiladas and burritos. I kind of like a burrito bowl. I feel like that's my thing, really. Let's stone maul this guy. Ooh, my weapon is nearly over. Okay, that did nothing. With no points in strength. Six and 7. My katana that's almost broken. 29. Actually better. Okay. Stone wall is getting chucked out. Okay. Thank you, Stone Wall. Now, I should be picking up iron from my enemies and then I could repair my katana. I don't have a spare with me either. Mexican but Americanized with a French name. Basically fried burritos. Ooh. Yeah, I just stand there refusing to be knocked out. Oh, I see. Tier 3 Taskmaster takes 33 minutes to break a Tier 4. Yeah. I mean, have you tried it without a Taskmaster? Because they seem to like, the Tier 4s seem to be very quick. Without anybody. If that's intended. it's good for getting away from people. Listen, lady, I'm working on my attacks. I'm practicing. Could you not hit me? Stop it, lady. Oh my god. Am I gonna die here? Horsey! Save me. I'm practicing in my defense. I'm working on my attackinization. Let's put down a bedroll, shall we? Yes. I feel like bedrolls are going to be much more useful in the Age of War. Con carne, French for with flesh. Yeah, chili. But I guess a different name, right? Americanized French name. I like tacos. Jalebi's in chili con carne too. Anyone know how long treasure statues take to respawn? That's a good question. It's up to 56 minutes without Taskmaster. I see. Aim through with no Taskmaster takes 17 hours on the server. Really? How is it taking no time on here? Do I still have my crafting on like super quick, chat? Am I like labouring under a misconception? Thrall crafting I have on 1. Con carne is also Spanish for with meat. Yeah. Con. Yeah, con is not French. Con is not French, that's with in Spanish, right? Avec is French, with. It's true. Not anymore, just converted to named with less than 20 roll. Yeah, so it's quick. Yeah. There you go. Thank you for that. I was doubting myself. So there's a really good taqueria here that makes the best fish tacos I'm going to miss when we move. Oh, God, I bet fish taco's lovely. They also the thrall tame speed after the update. Yeah. Avec. That's it. Avec. Oh god. With cheese. Fleisch is German for meat. What the heck is meat in French? Come on, somebody knows. Meat. I love cheese. Cheese is amazing. What is meat in French? Just meat. Viande. Thank you, friendos. Thank you, people. Pulling out lurkers. It's viande. Of course it's viande. Wait. I mean, yes. Only French meat I know is poulet. Yeah. I did take French in school. You wouldn't know it. Viande. Boeuf is beef. I know the different, creatures. Like, lapin is rabbit. Poulet is chicken. Do you have any... Oh, let's get some... iron from the bodies. Those guys.
Dance for me now, or swing for me later.
It's rude to assume, sir. Would you drop some iron? I'd like to appreciate that. Nope. Screw you. Yeah, boeuf is beef, etc. I couldn't remember viande actually. Right, let's repair this. We're gonna need, they will drop a bunch of iron for us, actually, these people. Da-da-dum. Do-do-do. Boeuf is beef. Chèvre, goat, yep. Oh yeah, more, gimme. Da-da-dum. It's French lessons now. What were we talking about before? Now we're doing French lessons. Oh yeah, skincare. Oh. Interesting. Was that working? And it was just telling me repeatedly that I didn't have enough stuff. I was like spamming it, thinking, am I hacking here? What is going on? Oh god. Then most of the French words I know from the flight, the cogos, food. Oh god, I'm familiar with that, but I don't know what that means. Foo. Fool. Foo. Wrong? No. Foo. Oh, I can't think what that means. Love the German term Hackfleisch. What is Hackfleisch? Fleisch is definitely meat, isn't it? Everything I know about the French language is against my will. Was that from schooling? Was it an aggressive teacher that hurt you? Who hurt you? Ooh, look at that damage! Look at it! Chat. I don't like dying in this game. Chat. It's so scary. Listen, you're supposed to be easy people. Not really. It's not that easy a place. It's pork. I don't think is it pure? Is it pork? What is pork in French, friendos? Is it hagfish? Literally hackflesh, but I think it's a term for ground meat. Oh, like mince meat. I see. It's very literal. Nice. I'll take that. Gimme. Horsey, could you not? Usually mixed beef and pork. I see. Cochon is pig, isn't it? That's right. Cochon. There be treasure aboard that ship. Aye. Haha. Haha. Screw you. I was prepared. I've been practicing my left clicks. I'm gonna take... look at these tents. Kinda want the tents, honestly. Someone's gonna make a joke. Oh god, don't make a joke. I hear you. I know you're thinking about making a joke. Oh, I missed my opportunity or something. We're gonna die in here, chat. Just probably look at the archer damage. Look at it. Yeah, that's a big old nope. Stop it! Stop it! Oh, look at the damage! Look at the damage! I'm not prepared. I've changed my mind, chat. I've decided we're gonna go make some steel fire. You have to flesh makes me think of shawarma. Don't know what that is, but it sounds tasty. Oh, is it like a doner kebab? Oh, depending on your samurai. Needs potion? Yeah, definitely. Listen, horsey, we've had a good day today. We've been... Ooh, can I turn? Yeah. Let's get ourselves home. Let's meet our other... Am I going the right way? Yes. Let's meet our other friend. Wait, I can use a torch. Like a genius. Oh god, I made mistakes. Okay. I'm a very calm player. Let's go like home and make our steel fire. Meet our other horse there. You can't repair legendary. No, you can't. Definitely not. You have to need some kind of save for more important stuff. Like camping. Yeah, correct him. It's always bacon. La pork. It's like pork. Is it pork? Ooh, poopies. This is not good. Okay, wait a second. Don't you knock me off here. Thank you. Samurai needs potion. Can't you block these arrows with your sword? I see people do that in movies all the time. Yes, I can. I'm just an apprentice samurai. That's the problem. Like, I've not worked on my quick reflexes. It's something I've just got to develop. You know. And I really wish you wouldn't bring attention to the fact that I haven't done it yet. Wind blades out the tip of your sword too. They have the insane amount of durability now, and they're much stronger that you can take down bosses quickly. Effortlessly to get the next one. I mean, yes, they do definitely make it much quicker to kill bosses. It's true. But then you can do it with a star metal. I was using a star metal katana to fight. Look at the light around me. Sometimes it's kind of it's quite marked. It's a big change, that, isn't it? Like thrall dragging and stuff. You know? Imagine I was dragging that kudo. Look, I can see around me. Okay. Listen, cats. Dogs. Wait, you're definitely dogs. I don't want to fight you, brothers. Horsey, you're on your own. Make every man for himself. But I'm a horse. Come on now. Let's go. There you go. Perfectly executed. Get them on thralls and dismantle them for 19 star metal. I mean, honestly, the nice thing is you can kind of you can use them however you want to, can't you? You can use them, or not use them, or use them for special occasions, or however you want to play. That's the nice thing about it. All right, Andy, take care. Never again should we... Yeah, chew darkness. Like, look at the ground moving. Like, 'cause the ground isn't moving, but the light moving on the ground. There's an ent there. There's the ent over there. Secret squirrel boss. Look at him. Ready to, like, pounce on us. AoE person. I don't want to fight you, brother, but I'll be back. You just wait. There's a chest right there as well. Hi, sir. I respect you from a distance. That's what I have to say. Thralls do go fast now. Yeah, they do. Yeah, it's brilliant. Thank you, Andy. Thanks so much. It's good to have you here. It's been a good day. Is deflecting arrows with your blade that martial arts skill is food? Okay. Okay. Corner mutton. These mods, honestly, like, you get these people, they're supposed to be like gatekeepers, right? They're supposed to be like helpful, enforce the rules, be friendly to people, and all they do is they try and trick you to say things that you just would never say, because you just don't say those kinds of things, This is the problem. This is oh god, I didn't kill the hatchling. Shh, it's fine.
Don't swear.
Exactly. Precisely.
Swear.
Exactly. I don't know any swear words. Chat. And really stop bringing attention to it. It's embarrassing. Yes, exactly. Which is why we have an angel choir on this. Yeah. I am unfamiliar with the swear words. It's true. Facts. With an X. That's it. Are we in the right place? Direction each other. Yes, we are. Fine. Everything's fine. There's actually a lot of Komodo babies along this beach, I think. We could get one. If I don't run it over. Do-do-do. Do-do. Okay. Alley-oop. I know all the swears. I'm just able to reframe sometimes, mostly. Yes. Well, I'm just unfamiliar with them. I have what's known as swear blindness. It's a rare condition that has been undiagnosed by any doctor. And it really troubles me a lot every day, Yeah. Oh yeah, swear blindness. It's true. It's a real thing that no one's ever, like, scientifically proven. It's very under-recognised. She's blind to all of her excessive swear. I mean, not you're close there, Nevanor, but it's because I'm just blind to any swear words. I can't retain any. If I've heard any before, I just don't know. I can't recognise them. It's a real problem. This is a real thing, by the way. I apologise, but go with the meme. Anyway, move on. That was only to you. No one else could hear me. It's fine. Gotcha. Listen, Cunningham, don't believe anything that Nevanor says, okay? He's a troublemaker as well. Have I gone too far? Nope. Okay. Excellent sense of direction. Stop it making notes. Oh dear. And the pinnacle of... What's the word? Give me some words, chap. Pinnacle of, like, excellence and well-behavedness. I don't know. Fill it in yourself. Excuse me. Are we nearly there? Are we there yet? It's been a long car journey. This is an innocent stream, exactly. Everyone here wishes there was innocence. Okay, I'm gonna stop now. Anyway. Welcome to heaven. We are all angels here. She has a profanity deficiency. Yes, it's much like the vitamin D deficiency that most of us have from our lack of touching grass. Definitely. Except mine is not within my control. Definitely. It's called no F's given. Can't give you the words you would not... I wouldn't see them, Cunningham. It's true. You understand. I feel so seen. That's it. Birdie, would you stop it? I've been bitten too many times today. This is it. I've had enough of your bites. You weirdo. Go and squawk at someone else. Horsey, don't get on this lift. It's going to be uncomfortable. Did you get your dust cover? Well done. The pinnacle of Bert's high fives, Buttspot. Is that what Buttspot said? Okay, he didn't say that. You just filling in for Buttspot. Are you actually Buttspot, honestly? Wish I clipped that permadeath. Permadeath dungeon jump scare? Oh. Permadeath dungeon jump scare. What was that from? My permadeath? God, it is so humid in here, honestly. It feels like I'm in the jungle, but without the comfort of the rain. Seriously. It's absurd. Ba-da-da-dum-bum. Da-da-da-dum-bum. Doo-doo. Doo-doo-doo. 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 Maduro! He's back. Look at him. A fine figure of a horsey. Can I put you, like, here? Look at him. Has he got all the stuff? Yeah. Look at that. Excellent. It's almost like I completely planned to die suddenly and squawkingly. You know?
Dead, another dead one, deady, deadified,
Facts.
2 more dead, dead from the neck up, dead from the neck down. But that's life.
Well, everybody, it's like midnight here. I've had such a fantastic time streaming today and this week. I'm going to be back on